Chapter 1 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 1. School. There was strange disorder in Miss Rutherford's schoolroom, wont to be the abode of decorum. True, it was the gathering time after the dinner hour, and Miss Rutherford herself was as yet out of sight. But things seemed to be going forward of a somewhat more serious kind than a game of romps among the children. There were screams and sobbings, hysterical cries for help. Some of the little girls were crowding round an object in one corner of the room. Others appeared to be getting as far away from it as possible, hiding their pale faces in their hands, or looking at one another with terrified eyes. At length one more thoughtful than the rest sped away out of the room, and stood at the bottom of the stairs, calling out her teacher's name as loud as she could. A moment, and Miss Rutherford came hastening down, with alarmed aspect, begging to be told what was the matter. But the summoner had turned and fled at the first sight of the lady's garments. Miss Rutherford darted into the schoolroom, and at once there was quietness, save for half-choked sobs here and there, and a more ominous kind of moaning from the crowded corner. "Gracious goodness, children, what is it? Who's that lying on the floor? Harriet Smales, whatever has happened?" The cluster of children had fallen aside, exposing a strange picture. On the ground lay a girl of 12, her face deadly pale, save in the places where it was dabbed with fresh blood, which still streamed from a gash on the right side of her forehead. Her eyes were half opened. She was just recovering consciousness. A moan came from her at intervals. She had for support the lap and arms of a little girl, perhaps 2 years younger than herself. Heedless of the flowing blood, this child was pressing her pale cheek against that of the wounded one, whose name she kept murmuring in pitiful accents, mixed with endearing epithets. So unconscious was she of all around, that the falling back of the other children did not cause her to raise her eyes. Neither was she aware of Miss Rutherford's first exclamations, nor yet of the question which was next addressed to her by the horrified schoolmistress. "How did it happen? Some of you run at once for a doctor. Dr. Williams in Grove Road. Oh, quick! Ida Starr, how did it happen?" Ida did not move, but seemed to tighten her embrace. The other pupils all looked fearfully hither and thither, but none ventured to speak. "Ida!" repeated Miss Rutherford, dropping to her knees by the two, and beginning to wipe away some of the blood with her handkerchief. "Speak, child! Has some one gone for the doctor? How was it done?" The face at length turned upon the questioner was almost as ghastly and red-stained as that it had been pressed against. But it had become self-controlled. The dark eyes looked straight forward with an expression marvellously full of meaning in one so young. The lips did not tremble as they spoke. "I did it, Miss Rutherford. I have killed Harriet. I, and nobody else." "You? How, child?" "I killed her with the slate, Miss Rutherford. This slate. Look." She pointed to a slate without a frame which lay on the floor. There were sums worked on the uppermost side, and the pencil marks were half obliterated. For a moment the schoolmistress's amazement held her motionless, but fresh and louder moans recalled her to the immediate necessities of the case. She pushed Ida Starr aside, and, with the help of a servant girl, who had by this time appeared in the room, raised the sufferer into a chair, and began to apply what remedies suggested themselves. The surgeon, whom several of the children had hastened to seek, only lived a few yards away, and his assistant was speedily present. Harriet Smales had quite recovered consciousness, and was very soon able to give her own account of the incident. After listening to her, Miss Rutherford turned to the school-children, who were now seated in the usual order on benches, and spoke to them with some degree of calm. "I am going to take Harriet home. Lucy Wood, will you please to see that order is preserved in my absence. I shall only be away 20 minutes at the most. Ida Starr, you will go up into my sitting room, and remain there till I come to you. All take out your copy books. I shall examine the lines written whilst I am away." The servant who had been dispatched for a cab appeared at the door. Harriet Smales was led out. Before leaving the house, Miss Rutherford whispered to the servant an order to occupy herself in the sitting room, so as to keep Ida Starr in sight. Miss Rutherford, strict disciplinarian when her nerves were not unstrung, was as good as her promise with regard to the copy books. She had returned within the 20 minutes, and the first thing she did was to walk along all the benches, making a comment here, a correction there, in another place giving a word of praise. Then she took her place at the raised desk, when she was wont to survey the little room. There were present 13 pupils, the oldest of them turned 15, the youngest scarcely 6. They appeared to be the daughters of respectable people, probably of tradesmen in the neighbourhood. This school was in Lisson Grove, in the north-west of London, a spot not to be pictured from its name by those ignorant of the locality. In point of fact, a dingy street, with a mixture of shops and private houses. On the front door was a plate displaying Miss Rutherford's name, nothing more. That lady herself was middle-aged, grave at all times, kindly, and, be it added, fairly competent, as things go in the world of school. The room was rather bare, but the good fire necessitated by the winter season was not wanting, and the plain boarding of the floor showed itself no stranger to scrubbings. A clock hanging on the wall ticked very loudly in the perfect stillness as the schoolmistress took her seat. She appeared to examine a book for a few moments, then raised her head, looked at the faces before her with a troubled expression, and began to speak. "I wish to know who can give me any account of the way in which Harriet Smales received her hurt. Stop! Hands only, please, and only those raise their hands who actually saw the blow struck, and overheard all that led to it. You understand now? 1, 2, 3, 7 altogether. That is quite enough. Those 7 will wait in the room at 4 o'clock till the others have all gone. Now I will give the first class their sums." The afternoon passed very slowly to teacher and pupils alike. When the clock struck 4, work was put away with more than the usual noise and hurry. Miss Rutherford seemed for a time to be on the point of making some new address to the school before the children departed, but eventually she decided to keep silence, and the dismissal was got over as quickly as possible. The 7 witnesses remained, solemnly seated at their desks, all anxious-looking. "Lucy Wood," Miss Rutherford began, when the door was closed and quiet, "you are the eldest. Please tell me all you can of this sad affair." There was one of the 7 faces far more discomposed than the rest, a sweet and spiritual little countenance. It was tear-stained, red-eyed. The eager look, the trembling lips spoke some intimate cause of sympathy. Before the girl addressed had time to begin her answer, this other, one would have said in spite of herself, intervened with an almost agonized question. "Oh, Miss Rutherford, is Harriet really dead?" "Hush, hush," said the lady, with a shocked look. "No, my dear, she is only badly hurt." "And she really won't die?" pleaded the child, with an instant brightening of look. "Certainly not, certainly not. Now be quiet, Maud, and let Lucy begin." Lucy, a sensible and matter-of-fact girl, made a straightforward narration, the facts of which were concurred in by her companions. Harriet Smales, it seemed, had been exercising upon Ida for some days her utmost power of irritation, teasing her, as Lucy put it, beyond all bearing. The cause of this was not unknown in the school, and Miss Rutherford remembered the incident from which the malice dated. Harriet had copied a sum in class from Ida's slate. She was always copying from somebody, and the teacher, who had somehow detected her, asked Ida plainly whether such was not the case. Ida made no reply, would not speak, which of course was taken as confirmatory evidence, and the culprit had accordingly received an imposition. Her spleen, thus aroused, Harriet vented upon the other girl, who, she maintained, ought to have stoutly denied the possibility of the alleged deceit, and so have saved her. She gave poor Ida no rest, and her persecution had culminated this afternoon. She began to call Ida's mother names, the result of which was that the assailed one suddenly snatched up her slate and, in an uncontrollable fit of passion, struck her tormentor a blow with it upon the forehead. "What did she call Ida's mother?" inquired Miss Rutherford, all at once changing her look curiously. "She called her a bad woman." "Was that all?" "No, please, Miss Rutherford," put in Maud eagerly. "She said she got her living in the streets, and it isn't true. Ida's mother's a lady, and doesn't sell things in the streets." The teacher looked down and was silent. "I don't think I need to ask any more questions," she said presently. "Run away home, all of you." "What is it, my dear?" Maud, she was about 11, and small for her age, had remained behind, and was looking anxiously up into Miss Rutherford's face. "May I wait for Ida, please?" she asked, "and walk home with her? We go the same way." "Not to-night, dear. No, not to-night. Ida Starr is in disgrace. She will not go home just yet. Run away now, there's a good girl." Sadly, sadly was the command obeyed, and very slowly did Maud Enderby walk along the streets homeward, ever turning back to see whether perchance Ida might not be behind her. Miss Rutherford ascended to her sitting room. The culprit was standing in a corner with her face to the wall. "Why do you stand so?" asked the teacher gravely, but not very severely. "I thought you'd want me to, Miss Rutherford. Come here to me, child." Ida had clearly been crying for a long time, and there was still blood on her face. She seemed to have made up her mind that the punishment awaiting her must be dreadful, and she resolved to bear it humbly. She came up, still holding her hands behind her, and stood with downcast eyes. The hair which hung down over her shoulders was dark brown, her eyebrows strongly marked, the eyes themselves rather deep set. She wore a pretty plum-coloured dress, with a dainty little apron in front, her whole appearance bespeaking a certain taste and love of elegance in the person who had the care of her. "You will be glad to hear," said Miss Rutherford, "that Harriet's hurt is not as serious as we feared at first, but she will have to stay at home for some days." There was no motion or reply. "Do you know that I am quite afraid of you, Ida? I had no idea you were so passionate. Had you thought what harm you might do when you struck the terrible blow?" But Ida could not converse. No word was to be got from her. "You must go home now," went on the schoolmistress, after a pause, "and not come back till I send for you. Tell your mother just what you have done, and say that I will write to her about you. You understand what I say, my child?" The punishment had come upon her. Nothing worse than this had Ida imagined, nay, nothing so bad. She drew in her breath, her fingers wreathed themselves violently together behind her back. She half raised her face, but could not resolve to meet her teacher's eyes. On the permission to go being repeated, she left the room in silence, descended the stairs with the slow steps of an old person, dressed herself mechanically, and went out into the street. Miss Rutherford stood for some time in profound and troubled thought, then sighed as she returned to her usual engagements. The following day was Saturday, and therefore a half-holiday. After dinner, Miss Rutherford prepared herself for walking, and left home. A quarter of an hour brought her to a little out-of-the-way thoroughfare called Boston Street, close to the west side of Regent's Park, and here she entered a chemist's shop, over which stood the name Smales. A middle-aged man, of very haggard and feeble appearance, stood behind the counter, and his manner to the lady as she addressed him was painfully subservient. He spoke very little above a whisper, and as though suffering from a severe sore throat, but it was his natural voice. "She's better, I thank you, madam, much better, I hope and believe, yes, much better." He repeated his words nervously, rubbing his hands together feverishly the while, and making his eyebrows go up and down in a curious way. Might I see her for a few moments?" "She would be happy, madam, very happy. Oh yes, I am sure, very happy. If you would have the kindness to come round, yes, round here, madam, and to excuse our poor sitting room. Thank you, thank you. Harriet, my dear, Miss Rutherford has had the very great goodness to visit you personally. Yes, I will leave you, if you please. Yes." He shuffled away in the same distressingly nervous manner, and closed the door behind him. The schoolmistress found herself in a dark little parlour, which smelt even more of drugs than the shop itself. The window looked out into a dirty back yard, and was almost concealed with heavy red curtains. As the eyes got accustomed to the dimness, one observed that the floor was covered with very old oilcloth, and that the articles of furniture were few, only the most indispensable, and all very shabby. Everything seemed to be dusty and musty. The only approach to an ornament was a framed diploma hanging over the mantelpiece, certifying that John Alfred Smales was a duly qualified pharmaceutical chemist. A low fire burned in the grate, and before it, in a chair which would probably have claimed the title of easy, sat the girl Harriet Smales, her head in bandages. She received Miss Rutherford rather sulkily, and as she moved, groaned in a way which did not seem the genuine utterance of pain. After a few sympathetic remarks, the teacher began to touch upon the real object of her visit. "I have no intention of blaming you, Harriet. I should not speak of this at all if it were not necessary. But I must ask you plainly what reason you had for speaking of Ida Starr's mother as they say you did. Why did you say she was a bad woman?" "It's only what she is," returned Harriet sullenly, and with much inward venom. "What do you mean by that? Who has told you anything about her?" Only after some little questioning, the fact was elicited that Harriet owed her ideas on the subject to a servant girl in the house whose name was Sarah. "What does Sarah say, then?" asked Miss Rutherford. "She says she isn't respectable, and that she goes about with men, and she's only a common street woman," answered the girl, speaking evidently with a very clear understanding of what these accusations meant. The schoolmistress looked away with a rather shocked expression, and thought a little before speaking again. "Well, that's all I wanted to ask you, Harriet," she said. "I won't blame you, but I trust you will do as I wish, and never say such things about any one again, whoever may tell you. It is our duty never to speak ill of others, you know, least of all when we know that to do so will be the cause of much pain and trouble. I hope you will very soon be able to come back again to us. And now I will say good-bye." In the shop, Miss Rutherford renewed to the chemist her sincere regret for what had taken place. "Of course I cannot risk the recurrence of such a thing," she said. "The child who did it will not return to me, Mr. Smales." Mr. Smales uttered incoherent excuses, apologies, and thanks, and shufflingly escorted the lady to his shop door. Miss Rutherford went home in trouble. She did not doubt the truth of what Harriet Smales had told her, for she herself had already entertained uneasy suspicions, dating indeed from the one interview she had had with Mrs. Starr, when Ida was first brought to the school, and deriving confirmation from a chance meeting in the street only a few days ago. It was only too plain what she must do, and the necessity grieved her. Ida had not shown any especial brilliancy at her books, but the child's character was a remarkable one, and displayed a strength which might eventually operate either for good or for evil. With careful training, it seemed at present very probable that the good would predominate, but the task was not such as the schoolmistress felt able to undertake, bearing in mind the necessity of an irreproachable character for her school, if it were to be kept together at all. The disagreeable secret had begun to spread, and the children would relate the events of yesterday in their own homes. To pass the thing over was impossible. She sincerely regretted the step she must take, and to which she would not have felt herself driven by any ill-placed prudery of her own. On Monday morning it must be stated to the girls that Ida Starr had left. In the meantime it only remained to write to Mrs. Starr, and make known this determination. Miss Rutherford thought for a little while of going to see Ida's mother, but felt that this would be both painful and useless. It was difficult even to write, desirous as she was of somehow mitigating the harshness of this sentence of expulsion. After half an hour spent in efforts to pen a suitable note, she gave up the attempt to write as she would have wished, and announced the necessity she was under in the fewest possible words. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 2. Mother and Child. Ida Starr, dismissed by the schoolmistress, ran quickly homewards. She was unusually late, and her mother would be anxious. Still, when she came within sight of the door, she stopped and stood panting. How should she tell of her disgrace? It was not fear that made her shrink from repeating Miss Rutherford's message, nor yet shame, though she would gladly have hidden herself away somewhere in the dark from every eye. Her overwhelming concern was the pain she knew she was going to cause one who had always cherished her with faultless tenderness which it had become her nature to repay with a child's unreflecting devotion. Her home was in Milton Street. On the front door was a brass plate which bore the inscription, Mrs. Ledward, dressmaker. In the window of the ground floor was a large card announcing that apartments were vacant. The only light was one which appeared in the top story, and there Ida knew that her mother was waiting for her, with tea ready on the table as usual. Mrs. Starr was seldom at home during the child's dinner hour, and Ida had not seen her at all to-day, for it was only occasionally that she shared her mother's bedroom. It was the rule for her to sleep with Mrs. Ledward, the landlady, who was a widow and without children. The arrangement had held ever since Ida could remember. When she had become old enough to ask for an explanation of this, among other singularities in their mode of life, she was told that her mother slept badly, and must have the bed to herself. But the night had come on, and every moment of delay doubtless increased the anxiety she was causing. Ida went up to the door, stood on tiptoe to reach the door-knocker, and gave her usual 2 distinct raps. Mrs. Ledward opened the door to her in person, a large woman with pressed lips and eyes that squinted very badly, attired, however, neatly, and looking as good-natured as a woman who was at once landlady and dressmaker could be expected to look. "How's it to you're so late?" she asked, without looking at the child, her eyes, as far as one could guess, fixed upon the houses opposite, her hands in the little pocket of each side of her apron. "Your mother's poorly." "Oh, then I shall sleep with her to-night," exclaimed Ida, forgetting her trouble for the moment in this happy foresight. "Daresay," returned Mrs. Ledward laconically. Ida left her still standing in the doorway, and ran stairs. The chamber she went into, after knocking and receiving permission to enter, according to the rule which had been impressed upon her, was a tolerable furnished bedroom, which, with its bright fire, tasteful little lamp, white coverlets, and general air of fresh orderliness, made a comfortable appearance. The air was scented, too, with some pleasant odour of a not too pungent kind. But the table lacked one customary feature. No tea was laid, as it was wont to be at this hour. The child gazed round in surprise. Her mother was in bed, lying back on raised pillows, and with a restless, half-pettish look on her face. "Where have you been?" she asked querulously, her voice husky and feeble, as if from a severe cold. "Why are you so late?" Ida did not answer at once, but went straight to the bed and offered the accustomed kiss. Her mother waved her off. No, don't kiss me. Can't you see what a sore throat I've got? You might catch it. And I haven't got you any tea," she went on, her face growing to a calmer expression as she gazed at the child. "Ain't I a naughty mother? But it serves you half right for being late. Come and kiss me. I don't think it's catching. No, perhaps you'd better not." But Ida started forward at the granted leave, and kissed her warmly. "There now," went on the horsey voice complainingly. "I shouldn't wonder if you catch it, and we shall both be laid up at once. Oh, Ida, I do feel that poorly, I do." "It's a draught under the door. What else can it be?" I do feel that poorly." She began to cry miserably. Ida forgot all about the tale she had to tell. Her own eyes overflowed in sympathy. She put her arm under her mother's neck and pressed cheek to cheek tenderly. "Oh, how hot you are, mother! Shall I get you a cup of tea, dear? Wouldn't it make your throat better?" "Perhaps it would. I don't know." "Don't go away. Not just yet. You'll have to be a mother to me to-night, Ida. I almost feel I could go to sleep if you held me like that." She closed her eyes, but only for a moment, then started up anxiously. "What am I thinking about? Of course you want your tea." "No, no, indeed I don't, mother." "Nonsense, of course you do. See, the kettle is on the hob, and I think it's full. Go away, you make me hotter. Let me see you get your tea, and then perhaps it'll make me feel I could drink a cup. There, you've put your hair all out of order. Let me smooth it. Don't trouble to lay the cloth. Just use the tray. It's in the cupboard." Ida obeyed, and set about the preparations. Compare her face with that which rested sideways upon the pillows, and the resemblance was as strong as could be expected between two people of such different ages. The same rich brown hair, the same strongly pencilled eyebrows, the deep-set and very dark eyes, the fine lips, the somewhat prominent jaw-bones, alike in both. The mother was 28, the daughter 10, yet the face on the pillow was the more childish at present. In the mother's eyes was a helpless look, a gaze of unintelligent misery, such as one could not conceive on Ida's countenance. Her lips, too, were weakly parted, and seemed trembling to a sob, while sorrow only made the child close hers the firmer. In the one case a pallor not merely of present illness, but that wasting whiteness which is only seen on faces accustomed to borrow artificial hues. In the other, a healthy, pearl tint, the gleamings and gradations of a perfect complexion. The one a child long lost on weary, woeful ways, knowing, yet untaught by the misery of desolation. The other a child still standing upon the misty threshold of unknown lands, looking around for guidance, yet already half feeling that the sole guide and comforter was within. It was strange that talk which followed between mother and daughter. Lottie Starr, that was the name of the elder child, and it became her much better than any more matronly appellation, would not remain silent, in spite of the efforts it cost her to speak, and her conversation ran on the most trivial topics. Except at occasional moments, she spoke to Ida as to one of her own age, with curious neglect of the relationship between them. At times she gave herself up to the luxury of feeling like an infant dependent on another's care, and cried just for the pleasure of being petted and consoled. Ida had made up her mind to leave her disclosure till the next morning. Impossible to grieve her mother with such shocking news when she was so poorly. Yet the little girl with difficulty kept a cheerful countenance. As often as a moment's silence left her to her own reflections, she was reminded of the heaviness of heart which made speaking an effort. To bear up under the secret thought of her crime and its consequences required in Ida Starr a courage different alike in quality and degree from that of which children are ordinarily capable. One compensation alone helped her. It was still early in the evening, and she knew there were before her long hours to be spent by her mother's side. "Do you like me to be with you, mother?" she asked, when a timid question had at length elicited assurance of this joy. "Does it make you feel better?" "Yes, yes. But it's my throat, and you can't make that better. I only wish you could. But you are a comfort to me, for all that. I don't know what I should do without you. Oh, I shan't be able to speak a word soon. I shan't." Don't talk, dear. I'll talk instead, and you listen. Don't you think, mother dear, I could always sleep with you? I wouldn't disturb you, indeed I wouldn't. You don't know how quiet I lie. If I'm wakeful ever, I seem to have such a lot to think about, and I lie so still and quiet. You can't think. I never wake Mrs. Ledward, indeed. Do let me, mother. Just try me." Lotty broke out in passionate weeping, wrung her hands, and hid her face in the pillow. Ida was terrified, and exerted every effort to console this strange grief. The outburst only endured a minute or two. However, then a mood of vexed impatience grew out of the anguish and despair, and Lotty pushed away the child fretfully. "I've only told you. You can't, you mustn't bother me. There, you don't mean any harm. But you put me out, bothering me, Ida. Tell me, what do you think about when you lay awake? Don't you think you'd give anything to get off to sleep again? I know I do. I can't bear to think. It makes my head ache so. Oh, I like it. Sometimes I think over what I've been reading in the animal book and the geography book, and then I begin my wishing thoughts. And oh, I've such lots of wishing thoughts you couldn't believe." "And what are the wishing thoughts about?" inquired the mother, in a matter-of-fact way. "I often wish I was grown up. I feel tired of being a child. I want to be a woman. Then I should know so much more, and I should be able to understand all the things you tell me I can't now. I don't care for playing at games and going to school." "You'll be a woman soon enough, Ida," said Lotty, with a quiet sadness unusual in her. "But go on. What else?" "And then I often wish I was a boy. It must be so much nicer to be a boy. They're stronger than girls, and they know more. Don't you wish I was a boy, mother?" "Yes, I do. I often do," exclaimed Lotty. "Boys aren't such a trouble, and they can go out and shift for themselves." "Oh, but I won't be a trouble to you," exclaimed Ida, "when I'm old enough to leave school." She interrupted herself. For the moment she had actually forgotten the misfortune which had come upon her, but her mother did not observe the falling of her countenance, nor yet the incomplete sentence. "Ida, have I been a bad mother to you?" Lotty sobbed out presently. "If I was to die, would you be sorry?" "Mother, I've done my best, indeed, I've done my best for yon. How many mothers like me would have brought you up as I've done? How many, I'd like to know? And some day you'll hate me. Oh, yes, you will. Some day you'll wish to forget all about me, and you'll never come to see where I'm buried, and you'll get rid of everything that could remind you of me. How I wish I'd never been born." Ida had often to comfort her mother in the latter's fits of low spirits, but had never heard such sad words as these before. The poor child could say nothing in reply. The terrible thought that she herself was bringing new woes to be endured almost broke her heart. She clung about her mother's neck and wept passionately. Lotty shortly after took a draught from a bottle, which the child reached out of a drawer for her, and lay pretty still till drowsiness came on. Ida undressed and crept to her side. They had a troubled night, and when the daylight came again, Lotty was no better. Ida rose in anguish of spirit, torturing herself to find a way of telling what must be told. Yet she had another respite. Her mother said that, as it was Saturday, she might as well stay away from school and be a little nurse, and the dull day wore through, the confession being still postponed. But by the last post at night came Miss Rutherford's letter. Ida was still sitting up, and Lotty had fallen into a doze, when the landlady brought the letter upstairs. The child took it in, answered an inquiry about her mother in a whisper, and returned to the bedside. She knew the handwriting on the envelope. The dreaded moment had come. She must have stood more than a quarter of an hour motionless, gazing on her mother's face, conscious of nothing but an agonized expectation of seeing the sleeper's eyes open. They did open at length, and quickly saw the letter. "It's from Miss Rutherford, mother," said Ida, her own voice sounding very strange to herself. "Oh, is it?" said Lotty, in the hoarse whisper, which was all she could command. "I suppose she wants to know why you didn't go. Read it to me." Ida read, and in reading suffered as she never did again throughout her life. "Dear Mrs. Starr, I am very sorry to have to say that Ida must not return to school. I had better leave the explanation to herself. She is truthful, and will tell you what has compelled me to take this step. I grieve to lose her, but have really no choice. I am yours truly, H. Rutherford." No tears rose. Her voice was as firm as though she had been reading in class, but she was pale and cold as death. Lotty rose in bed and stared wildly. "What have you done, child? Whatever have you done? Is it anything about me?" "I hit Harriet Smales with a slate, and covered her all over with blood, and I thought I'd killed her." She could not meet her mother's eyes, stood with head hung down, and her hands clasped behind her. "What made you do it?" asked Lottie in amazement. "I couldn't help it, mother. She said you were a bad woman." Ida had raised her eyes with a look of love and proud confidence. Lottie shrank before her, clutching convulsively at the bedclothes, then half raised herself and dashed her head with fearful violence against the wall by which the bed stood. She fell back, half stunned, and lay on pillows, whilst the child with outstretched hands gazed horror-struck. But in a moment Ida had her arms around the distraught woman, pressing the dazed head against her breast. Lottie began to utter incoherent self-reproaches, unintelligible to her little comforter. Her voice had become the merest whisper. She seemed to have quite exhausted herself. Just now there came a knock at the door, and Ida was relieved to see Mrs. Ledward, whose help she begged. In a few minutes Lottie had come to herself again, and whispered that she wished to speak to the landlady alone. The latter persuaded Ida to go downstairs for a while, and the child, whose tears had begun to flow, left the room sobbing in anguish. "Ain't you better then?" asked the woman, with an apparent effort to speak in sympathetic tone, which did not come easily to her. "I'm very bad," whispered the other, drawing her breath as if in pain. "Ah, you've got a bad cold, that's what it is. I'll make you some gruel presently, and put some rum in it. You don't take care of yourself. I told you how you'd be when you came in with those ringing things on Thursday night." "They've found out about me at school," gasped Lottie, with a despairing look, "and Ida's got sent away." "She has? Well, never mind. You can find another, I suppose. I can't see myself what she wants with so much schooling. But I suppose you know best about your own affairs." "Oh, I feel that bad. If I get over this, I'll give it up. God help me, I will. I'll get my living honest, if there's any way. I never felt so bad as I do now." "Pooh!" exclaimed the woman. "Wait a bit till you get rid of your sore throat, and you'll think different. Poorly people gets all sorts of fancies. Keep a bit quiet now, and don't put yourself out so. What are we to do? I've only got a few shillings." "Well, you'll have money again some time, I suppose. You don't suppose I'll turn you out in the streets? Write to Fred on Monday, and he'll send you something." They talked till Lottie exhausted herself again. Then Ida was allowed to re-enter the room. Mrs. Ledward kept coming and going till her own bedtime, giving what help and comfort she could in her hard, half-indifferent way. Another night passed, and in the morning Lottie seemed a little better. Her throat was not so painful, but she breathed with difficulty, and had a cough. Ida sat holding her mother's hand. It was a sunny morning, and the bells of neighbouring churches began to ring out clearly on the frosty air. "Ida," said the sick woman, raising herself suddenly, "get me some note-paper and an envelope out of the box, and go and borrow pen and ink. There's a good child." The materials were procured, and with a great effort Lottie managed to arrange herself so as to be able to write. She covered 4 pages with a sad scrawl, closed the envelope, and was about to direct it, but paused. "The bells have stopped," she said, listening. "It's 11:30. Put on your things, Ida." The child obeyed, wondering. "Give me my purse out of the drawer. See, there's a shilling. Now say this after me. Mr. Abraham Woodstock, number St. John Street Road." Ida repeated the address. "Now listen, Ida. You put this letter in your pocket. You go down into the Marybone Road. You ask for a bus to the Angel. When you get to the Angel, you ask your way to number St. John Street Road. It isn't far off. Knock at the door and ask if Mr. Abraham Woodstock is in. If he is, say you want to see him, and then give him this letter into his own hands, and nobody else's. If he isn't in, ask when he will be, and if it won't be long, wait." Ida promised, and then, after a long gaze, her mother dropped back again on the pillow, and turned her face away. A cough shook her for a few moments. Ida waited. "Well, ain't you gone?" asked Lottie faintly. Kiss me, mother." They held each other in a passionate embrace, and then the child went away. She reached Islington without difficulty, and among the bustling and loitering crowds which obstructs the corner at the Angel, found some one to direct her to the street she sought. She had to walk some distance down St. John Street Road, in the direction of the city, before discovering the house she desired to find. When she reached it, it proved to be a very dingy tenement, the ground floor apparently used as offices. A much-worn plate on the door exhibited the name of the gentleman to whom her visit was, with his professional description added. Mr. Woodstock was an accountant. She rang the bell, and a girl appeared. Yes, Mr. Woodstock was at home. Ida was told to enter the passage and wait. A door at her right hand, as she entered, was slightly ajar, and voices could be heard from the other side of it. One of these voices very shortly raised itself in a harsh and angry tone, and Ida could catch what was said. "Well, Mr. What's-your-name, I suppose I know my own business rather better than you can teach me. It's pretty clear you've been doing your best for some time to set the people against me, and I'm damned if I'll have it. You go to the place of religious pretense, and what your real objection may be I don't know. But I do know one thing, and that is I won't have you hanging about any longer. I'll meet you there myself, and if it's a third-floor window, you get pitched out of it. Well, it won't be my fault. Now, I don't want any more talk with you. This is most folks' praying time. I wonder you're not at it. It's my time for writing letters, and I'd rather have your room than your company. I am a plain-spoken man, you see, a man of business, and I don't mince matters. To come and dictate to me about the state of my houses and of my tenants ain't a business-like proceeding, and you'll excuse me if I don't take it kindly. There's the door, and good morning to you." The door opened, and a young man, looking pale and dismayed, came out quickly, and at once left the house. Behind him came the last speaker. At the sight of the waiting child he stood still, and the expression of his face changed from sour annoyance to annoyed surprise. Well," he exclaimed, looking closely at Ida, his eyebrows contracting. "I have a letter from Mr. Abram Woodstock, sir." "Well, give it here. Who's it from?" "Mrs. Starr, sir." "Who's Mrs. Starr? Come in here, will you?" His short and somewhat angry tone was evidently in some degree the result of the interview that had just closed, but also pretty clearly an indication of his general manner to strangers. He let the child pass him, and followed her into the room, with the letter in his hand. He did not seem able to remove his eyes from her face. Ida, on her side, did not dare to look up at him. He was a massively built, grey-headed man, of something more than 60. Everything about him expressed strength and determination, power alike of body and mind. His features were large and heavy, but the forehead would have become a man of strong intellect. The eyes were full of astonishing vital force, and the chin was a physiognomical study. So strikingly did its moulding express energy of character. He was clean-shaven, and scarcely a seam or wrinkle anywhere broke the hard, smooth surface of his visage, its complexion clear and rosy as that of a child. Still regarding Ida, he tore open the envelope. At the sight of the writing he, not exactly started, but moved his head rather suddenly, and again turned his eyes upon the messenger. "Sit down," he said, pointing at a chair. The room was an uncomfortable office, with no fire. He himself took a seat deliberately at the desk, whence he could watch Ida, and began to read. As he did so his face remained unmoved, but he looked away occasionally, as if to reflect. "What's your name?" he asked, when he had finished, beginning at the same time to tear the letter into very small pieces, which he threw into a waste-paper basket. "Ida, sir. Ida Starr." "Starr, He looked at her very keenly, and still looking, and still tearing up the letter, went on in a hard, unmodulated voice. "Well, Ida Starr, it seems your mother wants to put you in the way of earning your living." The child looked up in fear and astonishment. "You can carry a message. You'll say to your mother that I'll undertake to do what I can for you, on one condition, and that is that she puts you in my hands and never sees you again." "Oh, I can't leave mother," burst from the child's lips involuntarily. Her horror overcome her fear of the speaker. "I didn't ask you if you could," remarked Mr. Woodstock, with something like a sneer, tapping the desk with the fingers of his right hand. "I asked whether you could carry a message. Can you or not?" "Yes, I can," stammered Ida. "Then take that message and tell your mother it's all I've got to say. Run away." He rose and stood with his hands behind him, watching her. Ida made what haste she could to the door, and sped out into the street. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 3, Antecedents. It would not have been easy to find another instance of a union of keen intellect and cold heart, so singular as that displayed in the character of Abraham Woodstock. The man's life had been strongly consistent from the beginning. From boyhood a powerful will had borne him triumphantly over every difficulty, and in each decisive instance his will had been directed by a shrewd intelligence which knew at once the strength of its own resources and the multiplied weaknesses of the vast majority of men. In the pursuit of his ends, he would tolerate no obstacle which his strength would suffice to remove. In boyhood and early manhood, the exuberance of his physical power was wont to manifest itself in brutal self-assertion. At school, he was the worst kind of bully, his ferociousness tempered by no cowardice. Later on, he learned that a too demonstrative bearing would on many occasions interfere with his success in life. He toned down his love of muscular victory, and only allowed himself an outbreak every now and then when he felt he could afford the indulgence. Put early into an accountant's office, and losing his father about the same time, the parent who had a diseased heart was killed by an outburst of fury, to which Abraham gave way on some trivial occasion. He had henceforth to fight his own battle, and he showed himself very capable of winning it. In many strange ways he accumulated a little capital, and the development of commercial genius put him at a comparatively early age on the road to fortune. He kept to the business of an accountant, and by degrees added several other distinct callings. He became a lender of money in several shapes, keeping both a loan office and a pawnbroker's shop. In middle age he frequented the race course, but, for sufficient reasons, dropped that pursuit entirely before he had turned his 50th year. As a youth, he had made a good thing of games of skill, but he did not pursue them as a means of profit when he no longer needed the resource. He married at the age of 30. This, like every other step he took, was well planned. His wife brought him several £1,000s, being the daughter of a retired publican with whom Woodstock had had business relations. 2 years after his marriage was born his first and only child, a girl whom they called Lottie. Lottie, as she grew up, gradually developed an unfortunate combination of her parents' qualities. She had her mother's weakness of mind without her mother's moral sense, and from her father she derived an ingrained stubbornness which had nothing in common with strength of character. Doubly unhappy was it that she lost her mother so early. The loss deprived her of gentle guidance during her youth, and left her without resource against her father's coldness or harshness. The result was that the softer elements of her character unavoidably degenerated and found expression in qualities not at all admirable, whilst her obstinacy grew the ally of the weakness from which she had most to fear. Lottie was sent to a day school until the age of 13, then had to become her father's housekeeper. Her friends were very few, none of them likely to be of use to her. Left very much to her own control, she made an acquaintance which led to a secret intimacy and open disaster. Rather than face her father with such a disclosure, she left home and threw herself upon the mercy of the man who had assisted her to go astray. He was generous enough to support her for about a year, during which time her child was born. Then his help ceased. The familiar choice lay before her: home again, the streets, or starvation. Hardship she could not bear. The second alternative she shrank from on account of her child. She determined to face her father. For him she had no affection, and knew that he did not love her. Only desperation could drive her back. She came one Sunday evening, found Mr. Woodstock at home, and, without letting the servant say who was come, went up and entered his presence, the child in her arms. Abraham rose and looked at her calmly. Her disappearance had not troubled him, though he had exerted himself to discover why and whither she was gone, and her return did not visibly affect him. She was a rebel against his authority, so he viewed the matter, and consequently quite beyond the range of his sympathies. He listened to all she had to say, beheld unmoved her miserable tears, and, when she became silent, coolly delivered his ultimatum. For her, he would procure a situation whereby she could earn her living, and therewith his relations to her would end. The child he would put into other hands and have it cared for, but Lottie would lose sight of it forever. The girl hesitated, but the maternal instinct was very strong in her. The little one began to cry, as if fearing separation from its mother. She decided to refuse. "Then I shall go on the streets," she exclaimed passionately. "There's nothing else left for me." "You can go where you please," returned Abraham. She tried to obtain work, of course fruitlessly. She got into debt with her landlady, and only took the fatal step when at length absolutely turned adrift. It was not quite 10 years gone by. She was then but 18. Let her have lost her child, and she would have speedily fallen to the last stages of degradation. But the little one lived. She had called it Ida, a name chosen from some tale in the penny weeklies, which were the solace of her misery. She herself took the name of Star, also from a page of fiction. Balancing the good and evil of this life in her dark little mind, Lottie determined that one thing there was for which it was worth while to make sacrifices, one end which she felt strong enough to keep persistently in view. Ida should be brought up respectably. It was her own word, and she should be kept absolutely free from the contamination of her mother's way of living. Nay, should, when the time came, go to school and have good chances. And at the end of all of this was a far-off hope, a dim vision of possibilities, a vague trust that her daughter might perchance prove for her a means of returning to that world of respectability from which she was at present so hopelessly shut out. She would keep making efforts to get into an honest livelihood as often as an occasion presented itself, and Ida should always live with respectable people, cost what it might. The last resolution was only adhered to for a few months. Lottie could not do without her little one, and eventually brought it back to her own home. It is not an infrequent thing to find little children living in disorderly houses. In the profession Lottie had chosen, there are, as in all professions, grades and differences. She was by no means a vicious girl. She had no love of riot for its own sake. She would greatly have preferred a decent mode of life, had it seemed practicable. Hence she did not associate herself with the rank and file of abandoned women. Her resorts were not the crowded centres. Her abode was not in the quarters consecrated to her business. In all parts of London there are quiet by-streets of houses given up to lodge-letting, wherein are found many landladies who, good easy souls, trouble little about the private morals of their lodgers, so long as no positive disorder comes about and no public scandal is occasioned. A girl who says that she is occupied in a workroom is never presumed to be able to afford the luxury of strict virtue, and if such a one, on taking a room, says that she supposes she might have friends come to see her, the landlady will understand quite well what is meant, and will either accept or refuse her for a lodger as she sees good. To such houses as these Lottie confined herself. After some 3 or 4 years of various experiences, she hit upon the abode in Milton Street, and there had dwelt ever since. She got on well with Mrs. Ledward, and had been able to make comfortable arrangements for Ida. The other lodgers in the house were generally very quiet and orderly people, and she herself was quite successful in arranging her affairs so as to create no disturbance. She had her regular clientele. She frequented the roads about Regent's Park and Primrose Hill, and she supported herself and her child. Ida Starr's bringing up was in no respect inferior to that she would have received in the home of the average London artisan or small tradesman. At 5 years old she had begun to go to school. Mrs. Ledward's daughter, a girl of 17, took her backwards and forwards every day. At this school she remained 3 years and a half. Then her mother took her away and put her under the care of Miss Rutherford, a better teacher. When at home, she either amused herself in Lottie's room, or, when that was engaged, made her comfortable with Mrs. Ledward's family, with one or other of whom she generally passed the night. She heard no bad language, saw nothing improper, listened to no worse conversation than that of any other children of Mrs. Rutherford's. Even at her present age of 10, it never occurred to her to inquire how her mother supported herself. The charges brought by Harriet Smales conveyed to her mind no conception of their true meaning. They were to her mere general calumnies of vague application. Her mother bad? Indeed. If so, then what was the meaning of goodness? For poor Lottie's devotion to the child had received its due reward herein, that she was loved as purely and intensely as any most virtuous parent could hope to be. So little regard has nature for social codes, so utterly is she often opposed to all the precepts of respectability. This phrase of Harriet's was the very first breathing against her mother's character that Ida had ever heard. Lottie had invented fables for the child's amusement about her own earlier days. The legend was that her husband had died about a year after marriage. Of course, Ida implicitly believed all this. Her mind contained pictures of a beautiful little house just outside London, in which her mother had once lived, and her imagination busied itself with the time when they would both live in just that same way. She was going to be a teacher, so it had been decided in confidential chats, and would one day have a school of her own. In such a future Lottie herself really believed. The child seemed to her extraordinarily clever, and in 4 more years she would be as old as the girl who had assisted with the little ones in the first school she went to. Lottie was ambitious. Offers of Mrs. Ledward to teach Ida dressmaking she had put aside. It was not good enough. Yet Ida was not, in reality, remarkable either for industry or quickness in learning. At both schools she had frequently to be dealt with somewhat severely. Ability she showed from time to time, but in application she was sadly lacking. Books were distasteful to her, more even than to most children. She learned sometimes by listening to the teacher, but seldom the lessons given her to prepare. At home there were no books to tempt her to read for herself. Her mother never read, and would not have known how to set about giving her child a love for such occupation, even had she deemed it needful. And yet Ida always seemed to have abundance to think about. She would sit by herself for hours without any childlike employment, and still not seem weary. When asked what her thoughts ran upon, she could not give very satisfactory answers. She was always rather slow in expressing herself, and never chattered even to her mother. One queer and most unchildlike habit she had, which, as if thinking it wrong, she only indulged when quite alone. She loved to sit before a looking-glass and gaze into her own face. At such times her little countenance became very sad, without any understood reason. The past summer had been to her a time of happiness, for there had been comparatively little bad weather, and sunshine was like wine to Ida. The proximity of the park was a great advantage. During the weeks of summer holiday, she spent whole days wandering about the large grassy tracts by herself, rejoicing in the sensation of freedom from task-work. If she were especially in luck, a dog would come and play about her, deserting for a minute its lawful master or mistress, and the child would roll upon the grass in delighted sport. Or she would find a warm, shady nook quite near to the borders of the zoological gardens, and would lie there with an ear eager to catch the occasional sounds from the animals within. The roar of the lion thrilled her with an exquisite trembling. The calls of the birds made her laugh with joy. Once, 3 years ago, her mother had taken her to Hastings for a week, and when she now caught the cry of captive seagulls, it brought back marvelous memories of the ocean flashing in the sun, of the music of breakers, of the fresh smell of the brine. Now there had come upon her the first great grief. She had caused her mother bitter suffering, and her own heart was filled with a commensurate pain. Had she been a little older, she would already have been troubled by another anxiety. For the last 2 years her mother's health had been falling away. Every now and then had come a fit of illness, and at other times Lottie suffered from a depression of spirits which left her no energy to move about. Ida knew that her mother was often unhappy, but naturally could not dwell long on this. As soon as each successive occasion had passed away, indeed, in her heart she almost welcomed such times, since she was allowed then to sleep upstairs, one of her greatest joys. Lottie was only too well aware of the physical weakness which was gaining upon her. She was mentally troubled, moreover. Ida was growing up. There would come a time, and that very shortly, when it would be necessary either for them to part, or else for herself to change her mode of life. Indeed, she had never from the first quite lost sight of her intention to seek an honest means of support, and of late years the consciousness of her hopeless position had grown to an ever-recurring trouble. She knew the proposed step was in reality impossible to her, yet she persistently thought and talked of it. To Mrs. Ledward she confided at least once a week, generally when she paid her rent, her settled intention to go and find work of some kind in the course of the next 2 or 3 days, till at length this had become a standing joke with the landlady, who laughed merrily as often as the subject was mentioned. Lotty had, of late, let her thoughts turn to her father, whom she had never seen since their parting. Not with any affection did she think of him, but in her despairing moments it seemed to her impossible that he should still refuse aid if she appealed to him for it. Several times of late she had been on the point of putting her conviction to the test. She had passed his house from time to time, and she knew that he still lived there. Perhaps the real reason of her hesitation was not fear of him, but a dread, which she would not confess to herself, lest he should indeed prove obdurate, and so put an end to her last hope. For what would become of her and of Ida if her health absolutely failed? The poor creature shrank from the thought in horror. The hope connected with her father grew more and more strong, but it needed some very decided crisis to bring her to the point of overcoming all the apprehensions which lay in the way of an appeal to the stern old man. This crisis had arrived. The illness which was now upon her she felt to be more serious than any she had yet suffered. Suppose she were to die, and Ida to be left alone in the world. Even before she heard of the child's dismissal from school, she had all but made up her mind to write to her father, and the shock of that event gave her the last impulse. She wrote a letter of pitiful entreaty. Would he help her to some means of earning a living for herself and her child? She could not part from Ida. Perhaps she had not long to live, and to ask her to give up her child would be too cruel. She would do anything. She would go into service, perform the hardest and the coarsest toil. She told him how Ida had been brought up, and implored his pity for the child, who, at all events, was innocent. When Ida reached home from her visit to the city, she saw her mother risen and sitting by the fire. Lotty had found the suspense insupportable as she lay still, and, though the pains in her chest grew worse, and the feeling of lassitude was gaining upon her, she had half dressed, and even tried to move about. Just before the child's appearance, she seemed to have sunk into something of a doze on her chair, for, as the door opened, she started and looked about her in doubt. "Where have you been so long?" she asked impatiently. "I got back as quickly as I could, Mother," said Ida in some surprise. "Got back? Is school over?" "From the place you sent me to, Mother." "Oh, what am I thinking of?" exclaimed Lotty, starting to consciousness. "Come here and tell me. Did you see him, Ida? Mr. Woodstock, you know." "Yes, Mother," began the child with a pale face, "and he said I was to tell you." She burst into tears and flew to her mother's neck. Oh, you won't send me away from you, Mother dear. I can't go away from you." Lotty felt she knew what this meant. Fear and trouble wrought with her physical weakness to drive her almost distracted. She sprang up, caught the child by the shoulders, and shook her, as if in anger. "Tell me, can't you?" she cried, straining her weak voice. "What did he say? Don't be a little fool. Can't the child speak?" She fell back again, seized with a cough which choked her. Ida stayed her sobbing and looked on in terror. Her mother motioned constantly to her to proceed. "The gentleman said," Ida continued with a calm which was the result of extreme self-control, "that he would take me, but that you were never to see me again." "Did he say anything else about me?" whispered Lottie. "No, nothing else." Go and tell him you'll come. You'll leave me." Ida stood in anguish, speechless and motionless. All at once her mother seemed to forget what she was saying, and sat still, staring into the fire. Several times she shivered. Her hands lay listlessly on her lap. She breathed with difficulty. Shortly afterwards, the landlady came into the room. She was alarmed at Lottie's condition. Her attempts to arouse the sick woman to consciousness were only partly successful. She went downstairs again, and returned with another woman, a lodger in the house. These two talked together in low tones. The result of their colloquy was that Mrs. Ledward dressed Lottie as well as she could, whilst the other left the house and returned with a cab. "We're going to take your mother to the hospital," said Mrs. Ledward to the child. "You wait here till we come back, there's a good girl. Now hold up a bit, Lottie, and try to walk downstairs. That's better, my girl." Ida was left alone. End of chapter 3. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 4 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 4. Christmas in Two Homes. When Ida Starr was dismissed from school, it wanted but a few days to the vacations. The day which followed her mother's removal to the hospital was Christmas Eve. For 2 hours on the afternoon of Christmas Day, Ida sat in silence by the bedside in the ward, holding her mother's hand. The patient was not allowed to speak, seemed indeed unable to do so. The child might not even kiss her. The sister and the nurse looked pityingly at Ida when they passed by, and when the visitor's time was at an end and she had to rise and go, the sister put an orange into her hand and spoke a few hopeful words. Night was setting in as she walked homewards. It was cold, and the sky threatened snow. She had only gone a few yards when there came by a little girl of her own age, walking with someone who looked like a nursemaid. They were passing, but all at once the child sprang to Ida's side with a cry of recognition. It was little Maud Enderby. "Where have you been, Ida? Where are you going? Oh, I'm so glad. I wanted so to see you. Miss Rutherford told us you'd left school, and you weren't coming back again. Aren't you really? And shan't I see you?" "I don't know," I think not," said Ida. In her premature trouble she seemed so much older than her friend. "I told Miss Rutherford you weren't to blame," went on Maud eagerly. "I told her it was Harriet's own fault, and how shockingly she'd behaved to you. I expect you'll come back again after the holidays, don't you?" Ida shook her head and said nothing. "But I shall see you again," pleaded the little maid. "You know we're always going to be friends, aren't we? Who shall I tell my dreams to if I lose you?" Dreams, in the literal sense of the word. Seldom a week went by but Maud had some weird vision of the night to recount to her friend, the meaning of which they would together try to puzzle out, for it was an article of faith with both that there were meanings to be discovered, and deep ones. Ida promised that she would not allow herself to be lost to her friend, and they kissed and went their several ways. Throughout the day the door of Mr. Smales's shop had been open, though the shutters were up, but at nightfall it was closed, and the family drew around the tea-table in the parlour, which smelt so of drugs. It was their only sitting-room, for as much of the house as could be was let to another family. Besides Mr. Smales and his daughter Harriet, there sat at the table a lad of about 13, with a dark, handsome face, which had something of a foreign cast. His eyes gleamed at all times with the light of a frank joyousness. He laughed with the unrestraint of a perfectly happy nature. His countenance was capable, too, of a thoughtfulness beyond his years, a gravity which seemed to come of high thoughts or rich imagination. He bore no trace of resemblance to either the chemist or his daughter, yet was their relative. Mr. Smales had had a sister, who at an early age became a public singer, and so far prospered as to gain some little distinction in 2 or 3 opera seasons. Whilst thus engaged, she made the acquaintance of an Italian, Costi by name, fell in love with him, and subsequently followed him to Italy. Her courage was rewarded, for there she became the singer's wife. They travelled for 2 years, during which time a son was born to them. The mother's health failed. She was unable henceforth to travel with her husband, and after living in Rome for nearly 4 years, she died there. The boy was shortly brought back to England by his father, and placed in the care of Mr. Smales, on the understanding that a sum of money should be paid yearly for his support and education. From that day to the present, nothing more had been heard of Signor Costi, and all the care of his sister's child had fallen upon poor Smales, who was not too well provided with means to support his own small household. However, he had not failed in the duty, and Julian, his name had been Englished, was still going to school at his uncle's expense. It was by this time understood that, on leaving school, he should come into the shop, and there qualify himself for the business of a chemist. Had it not been for Julian, the back parlour would have seen but little cheerfulness to-night. Mr. Smales himself was always depressed in mind and ailing in body. Life had proved too much for him. The burden of the recurring daylight was beyond his strength. There was plainly no lack of kindliness in his disposition, and this never failed to come strongly into his countenance, as often as he looked at Harriet. She was his only child. Her mother had died of consumption early in their married life, and it was his perpetual dread lest he should discover in Harriet a disposition to the same malady. His fears had but too much stimulus to keep them alive. Harriet had passed through a sickly childhood, and was growing up with feeble constitution. Body and mind were alike unhealthy. Of all the people who came in contact with her, her father alone was blind to her distorted sense of right, her baseless resentments, her malicious pleasures, her depraved intellect. His affection she repaid with indifference. At present, the only person she appeared to really like was the servant Sarah, a girl of vicious character. Harriet had suffered more from Ida's blow than had at first appeared likely. The wound would not heal well, and she had had several feverish nights. For her convenience, the couch had been drawn up between the fire and the table, and, reclining here, she every now and then threw out a petulant word in reply to her father's or Julian's well-meant cheerfulness. But for the boy, the gloomy silence would have seldom have been broken. He, however, was full to-night of a favourite subject, and kept up a steady flow of bright narrative. At school he was much engaged just now with the history of Rome, and it was his greatest delight to tell the listeners at home the glorious stories which were his latest acquisitions. All to-day he had been reading Plutarch. The enthusiasm with which he spoke of these old heroes and their deeds went beyond mere boyish admiration of valour and delight in bloodshed. He seemed to be strongly sensible of the real features of greatness in these men's lives, and invested his stories with a glow of poetical colour which found little appreciation in either of his hearers. "And I was born in Rome, wasn't I, uncle?" he exclaimed at last. "I am a Roman. Romanus sum." Then he laughed with his wonted bright gleefulness. It was half in jest, but for all that there was a genuine warmth in his cheek, and lustre in his fine eyes. "Some day I will go to Rome again," he said, "and both of you shall go with me. We shall see the Forum and the Capitol. Shan't you shout when you see the Capitol, uncle?" Poor Smales only smiled sadly and shook his head. It was a long way from Marylebone to Rome, greater still the distance between the boy's mind and that of his uncle. Sarah took Harriet to bed early. Julian had got hold of his Plutarch again, and read snatches of it aloud every now and then. His uncle paid no heed, sunk in dull reverie. When they had sat thus for more than an hour, Mr. Smales began to exhibit a wish to talk. "Put the book away and draw up to the fire, my boy," he said, with as near an approach to heartiness as he was capable of. "It's Christmas time, and Christmas only comes once a year." He rubbed his palms together, and then began to twist the corners of his handkerchief. "Well, Julian," he went on, leaning feebly toward the fire, "a year more school, I suppose, and then business, what?" "Yes, uncle." The boy spoke cheerfully, but yet not in the same natural way as before. "I wish I could afford to make you something better, my lad. You ought to be something better by rights, and I don't well know what you'll find to do in this little shop. The business might be better, yes, might be better. You won't have much practice in dispensing, I'm afraid, unless things improve. It's mostly hair oil and the patent medicines. It's a poor lookout for you, Julian." There was a silence. Harriet isn't quite well yet, is she?" Smales went on, half to himself. "No, she looked poorly tonight." "Julian," began the other, but paused, rubbing his hands more nervously than ever. "Yes, uncle?" "I wonder what'd become of her if I died now. You're growing up, and you're a clever lad. You will soon be able to shift for yourself. But what'll Harriet do? If only she had her health. And I shall have nothing to leave either her or you, Julian. Nothing. Nothing. She'll have to get her living somehow. I must think of some easy business for her. I must. She might be a teacher, but her head isn't strong enough, I fear. Julian." "Yes, uncle." You are old enough to understand things, my boy," went on his uncle, and with a quavering voice. "Suppose, after I am dead and gone, Harriet should want help. She won't make many friends, I fear, and she'll have bad health. Suppose she was in want of any kind. You'd stand by her, Julian, wouldn't you? You'd be a friend to her, always?" "Indeed I would, uncle," exclaimed the boy stoutly. "You promise me that, Julian, this Christmas night? You promise it?" "Yes, I promise, uncle. You've always been good and kind to me, and see if I'm not the same to Harriet." His voice trembled with generous emotion. "No, I shan't see it, my boy," said Smales, shaking his head drearily. "But the promise will be a comfort to me at the end, a comfort to me. You're a good lad, Julian." Silence came upon them again. In the same district, in one of a row of semi-detached houses standing in gardens, lived Ida's little friend, Maud Enderby, with her aunt, Miss Bygrave, a lady of 42 or 43. The rooms were small and dark, the furniture sparse, old-fashioned, and much worn. There were no ornaments of any kind in the rooms, with the exception of a few pictures representing the saddest incidents in the life of Christ. On entering the front door, you were oppressed by the chill, damp atmosphere, and by a certain unnatural stillness. The stairs were not carpeted, but stained a dark colour. A footfall upon them, however light, echoed strangely, as if from empty chambers above. There was no sign of lack of repair, perfect order and cleanliness wherever the eye penetrated, yet the general effect was an unspeakable desolation. Maud Enderby, on reaching home after her meeting with Ida, entered the front parlour and sat down in silence near the window, where faint daylight yet glimmered. The room was without fire. Over the mantelpiece hung an engraving of the Crucifixion. On the opposite wall were the Agony in the Garden and an Entombment, all after old masters. The centre table, a few chairs, and a small sideboard were the sole articles of furniture. The table was spread with a white cloth. Upon it were a loaf of bread, a pitcher containing milk, 2 plates, and 2 glasses. Maud sat in the cold room for a quarter of an hour. It became quite dark. Then was heard a small, soft footstep descending the stairs. The door opened, and a lady came in, bearing a lighted lamp, which she stood upon the laid table. She was tall, very slender, and with a face which a painter might have used to personify the spiritual life. Its outlines were of severe perfection, its expression a confirmed grief, subdued by and made subordinate to the consciousness of an inward strength which could convert suffering into triumph. Her garment was black, of the simplest possible design. In looking at Maud, as the child rose from the chair, it was scarcely affection that her eyes expressed, rather a grave compassion. Maud took a seat at the table without speaking. Her aunt sat down over against her. In perfect silence they partook of the milk and the bread. Miss Bygrave then cleared the table with her own hands, and took the things out of the room. Maud still kept her place. The child's manner was not at all constrained. She was evidently behaving in her wonted way. Her eyes wandered around the room with a rather dreamy gaze, and, as often as they fell upon her aunt's face, became very serious, though in no degree expressive of fear or even awe. Miss Bygrave returned and seated herself near the little girl, then remained thoughtful for some minutes. The breath from their lips was plainly visible on the air. Maud almost shivered now and then, but forced herself to suppress the impulse. Her aunt presently broke the silence, speaking in a low voice, which had nothing of tenderness, but was most impressive in its earnest calm. "I wish to speak to you before you go upstairs, Maud, to speak of things which you cannot understand fully as yet, but which you are old enough to begin to think about." Maud was surprised. It was the first time that her aunt had ever addressed her in this serious way. She was used to being all but ignored, though never in a manner which made her feel that she was treated unkindly. There was nothing like confidence between them. Only in care for her bodily wants did Miss Bygrave fill the place of the mother whose affection the child had never known. Maud crossed her hands on her lap, and looked up with respectful attention upon her pale, sweet face. "Do you wonder at all," Miss Bygrave went on, "why we never spend Christmas like your friends do in their homes, with eating and drinking and all sorts of merriment?" "Yes, aunt, I do." It was evidently the truth, and given with the simple directness which characterized the child. "Do you know what Christmas Day means, Maud?" "It is the day on which Christ was born." "And for what purpose did Christ come as a child on earth?" Maud thought for a moment. She had never had any direct religious teaching. All she knew of these matters was gathered from her regular attendance at church. She replied in a phrase which had rested in her mind, though probably conveying little, if any, meaning to her. "He came to make us free from sin, and so we should rejoice at his coming. But would it please him, do you think, to see us showing our joy by indulging in those very sins from which he came to free us? Maud looked with puzzled countenance. "Is it a sin to like cake and sweet things, Aunt?" The gravity of the question brought a smile to Miss Bygrave's close, strong lips. "Listen, Maud," she said, "and I will tell you what I mean. For you to like such things is no sin, as long as you are still too young to have it explained to you why you should overcome that liking. As I said, you are now old enough to begin to think of more than a child's foolishness, to ask yourself what is the meaning of the life which has been given to you, and what duties you must set before yourself as you grow up to be a woman. When once these duties have become clear to you, when you understand what the end of life is, and how you should seek to gain it, then many things become sinful which were not so before, and many duties must be performed which previously you were not ready for." Miss Bygrave spoke with effort, as if she found it difficult to express herself in sufficiently simple phraseology. Speaking, she did not look at the child, and when the pause came, her eyes were still fixed absently on the picture above the mantelpiece. "Keep in mind what I shall tell you," she proceeded with growing solemnity, "and some day you will better understand its meaning than you can now. The sin which Christ came to free us from was fondness for the world, enjoyment of what we call pleasure, desire for happiness on earth. He himself came to set us the example of one to whom the world was nothing, who could put aside every joy and make his life a life of sorrows. Even that was not enough. When the time had come and he had finished his teachings of the disciples whom he chose, he willingly underwent the most cruel of all deaths, to prove that his teaching had been the truth, and to show us that we must face any most dreadful suffering rather than desert what we believe to be right." She pointed to the crucified figure, and Maud followed the direction of her hand with an odd gaze. "And this," said Miss Bygrave, "is why I think it wrong to make Christmas a time of merriment. In the true Christian, every enjoyment which comes from the body is a sin. If you feel you like this or that, it is a sign that you must renounce it, give it up. If you feel fond of life, you must force yourself to hate it. For life is sin. Life is given to us that we may conquer ourselves. We are placed in the midst of sin, that we may struggle against its temptations. There is temptation in the very breath you draw, since you feel a dread if it is checked. You must live so as to be ready at any moment to give up your life with gladness as a burden which has been appointed to you to bear for a time. There is temptation in the love you feel for those around you. It makes you cling to life. You are tempted to grieve if you lose them, whereas death is the greatest blessing in the gift of God. And just because it is so, we must not snatch at it before our time. It would be a sin to kill ourselves, since that would be to escape from the tasks set us. Many pleasures would seem to be innocent, but even these it is better to renounce, since for that purpose does every pleasure exist. I speak of the pleasures of the world. One joy there is, which we may and must pursue, the joy of sacrifice. The more the body suffers, the greater should be the delight of the soul, and the only moment of perfect happiness should be that when the world grows dark around us, and we feel the hand of death upon our hearts. She was silent, and both sat in the cold room without word or motion. End of chapter 4. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 5 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 5. Possibilities. Christmas passed, and the beginning of the new year drew nigh, and one morning, as Mr. Woodstock was glancing up and down the pages of a ledger, a telegram was delivered to him. It was from a hospital in the northwest of London. "Your daughter is dying, and wishes to see you. Please come at once." Lottie's ailment had declared itself as pneumonia. She was frequently delirious, and the substance of her talk at such times led the attendant sister to ask her, when reason returned, whether she did not wish to have any relative to be sent for. Lottie was frightened, but, as long as she was told that there was still hope of recovery, declined to mention any name. The stubborn independence which had supported her through these long years asserted itself again as a reaction after her fruitless appeal. At moments she felt that she could die with her lips closed, and let what might happen to her child. But when she at length read upon the faces of those about her that her fate hung in the balance, and when she saw the face of little Ida come there, she knew not how, looking upon her from the bedside, then her purpose yielded, and in a whisper she told her father's address, and begged that he might be apprised of her state. Abraham Woodstock arrived at the hospital, but to no purpose. Lottie had lost her consciousness. He waited for some hours. There was no return of sensibility. When it had been long dark, and he had withdrawn from the ward for a little, he was all at once hastily summoned back. He stood by the bedside, his hands behind his back, his face set in a hard gaze upon the pale features on the pillow. Opposite to him stood the medical man, and a screen placed around the bed shut them off from the rest of the ward. All at once Lottie's eyes opened. It seemed as though she recognized her father, for a look of surprise came to her countenance. Then there was a gasping for breath, a struggle, and the eyes saw no more, for all their staring. Mr. Woodstock left the hospital. At the first public house he reached, he entered and drank a glass of whiskey. The barman had forgotten the piece of lemon, and was rewarded with an oath considerably stronger than the occasion seemed to warrant. Arrived at certain crossways, Mr. Woodstock paused. His eyes were turned downwards. He did not seem dubious of his way so much as in hesitation as to a choice of directions. He took a few steps hither, then back, began to wend thither, and again turned. When he at length decided, his road brought him to Milton Street, and up to the door on which stood the name of Mrs. Ledward. He knocked loudly, and the landlady herself opened. "Mrs. Starr lived here, I believe?" he asked. "She does live here, sir, but she's in the 'orspital at present, I'm sorry to say." "Is her child at home?" "She is, sir." "Let me see her, will you? In some room, if you please." Mrs. Ledward's squinting eyes took shrewd stock of this gentleman, and with much politeness she showed him into her own parlour. Then she summoned Ida from upstairs, and, the door being closed upon the two, she held her ear as closely as possible to the keyhole. Ida recognized her visitor with a start, and drew back a little. There were both fear and dislike in her face, fear perhaps predominating. "You remember coming to see me?" said Mr. Woodstock, looking down upon the child, a trifle askance. "Yes, sir," was Ida's reply. "I have just been at the hospital. Your mother is dead." His voice gave way a little between the first and the last letter of the last word. Perhaps the sound was more to his ear than the thought had been to his mind. Perhaps, also, he felt when it was too late that he ought to have made this announcement with something more of preparation. Ida's eyes were fixed upon his face, and seemed expanding. As they gazed, her lips had parted. She was the image of sudden dread. He tried to look away from her, but somehow could not. Then two great tears dropped upon her cheeks, and her mouth began to quiver. She put her hands up to her face and sobbed as a grown woman might have done. Mr. Woodstock turned away for a minute, and fingered a china ornament on the mantelpiece. He heard the sobs forcibly checked, and, when there was silence, again faced his grandchild. "You'll be left all alone now, you see," he said, his voice less hard. "I was a friend of your mother's, and I'll do what I can for you. You'd better come with me to my house." Ida looked at him in surprise, tempered with indignation. "If you were a friend of my mother's," she said, "why did you want to take me away from her, and never let her see me again?" "Well, you've nothing to do with that," said Abraham roughly. Go and put your things on. Come with me." "No," replied Ida firmly. "I don't want to go with you." "What you want has nothing to do with it. You will do as I tell you." Abraham felt strangely in this interview. It was as though time were repeating itself, and he was once more at issue with his daughter's childish wilfulness. Ida did not move. "Why won't you come?" asked Mr. Woodstock sharply. "I don't want to," was Ida's answer. "Look here, then," said the other, after brief consideration. "You'll have the choice, and you're old enough to see what it means. You can either come with me and be well cared for, or stay here and shift as best you can. Now, be sharp and make up your mind." "I don't wish to go with you. I'll stay here and do my best." "Very well." Mr. Woodstock whistled a bar of an air, stepped from the room, and then out into the streets. It was not his intention really to go at once. Irritation had made it impossible for him to speak longer with the child. He would walk the length of the street, and return to her and give her one more chance. Distracted in purpose as he had never been in his life before, he reached Marylebone Road. Rain was just beginning to fall, and he had no umbrella with him. He stood and looked back. Ida, once out of his sight, that impatient tenderness which her face inspired, failed before the recollection of her stubbornness. She had matched her will with his, as bad an omen as well could be. What was the child to him, or he to her? He did not feel capable of trying to make her like him, and what good in renewing the old conflicts and upsetting the position of freedom he had attained? Doubtless she inherited a fatal disposition. In his mind lurked the foreknowledge that he might come to be fond of this little outcast, but Woodstock was incapable as yet of understanding that love must and will be its own reward. The rain fell heavier, and at this moment an omnibus came up. He hailed it, saying to himself that he would think the matter over and come back on the morrow. The first part of his purpose he fulfilled, but to Milton Street he never returned. As soon as he had left the house, Mrs. Ledward bounced into the room where Ida stood. "You little idiot!" she exclaimed. "What do you mean by refusing an offer like that? Why, the gentleman's your own father." "My father!" repeated Ida in scornful astonishment. "My father died when I was a baby. Mother's told me so often." "Well, if you believe all your mother told you, well, well, you have been a little wooden head. What made you behave like that to him? Where does he live, eh?" "I don't know." "You do know. Why, I heard him say you'd been to see him. And what are you going to do, I'd like to know? You don't expect me to keep you, I suppose. Tell me at once where the gentleman lives, and let me take you there. The idea of your turning against your own father!" "He's not my father," cried Ida passionately. "My father is dead, and now my mother's dead, and I'm alone." She turned and went from the room, weeping bitterly. End of chapter 5. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 6 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 6. An Advertisement. In a morning newspaper of March 1870 that is to chapter, appeared a singular advertisement. Wanted, human companionship. A young man of 24 wishes to find a congenial associate of about his own age. He is a student of ancient and modern literatures, a free thinker in religion, a lover of art in all its forms, a hater of conventionalism. Would like to correspond in the first instance. Address: O.W. City Newsrooms, W.C. An advertisement which, naturally, might mean much or little, might be the outcome of an idle whim, or the despairing cry of a hungry heart. It could not be expected to elicit many replies, and brought, indeed, but one. Behind the counter of a chemist's shop in Oxford Street there served, day after day, a young assistant much observed of female customers. The young man was handsome, and not with that vulgar handsomeness which is fairly common among the better kind of shop-walkers and counter-keepers. He had rather long black hair, which arranged itself in silky ripples about a face of perfectly clear, though rather dark, complexion. When he smiled, as he frequently did, the effect was very pleasant. He spoke, too, with that musical intonation which is always more or less suggestive of musical thought. He did not seem by any means ideally adapted to the place he occupied here, yet filled it without suspicion of constraint or uneasiness. There was nothing in him to make one suppose that he had ever been accustomed to a better sphere of life. He lived in the house above the shop, and had done so for about 2 years. Previously, he had held a like position in a more modest establishment. His bedroom, which had to serve him as sitting-room also during his free hours, gave indications of a taste not ordinarily found in chemists' assistants. On the walls were several engravings of views in Rome, ancient and modern, and there were 2 bookcases filled with literature which had evidently known the second-hand stall. Most of the Latin poets, a few Italian books, and some English classics. Not a trace anywhere of the habits and predilections not unfairly associated with the youth of the shop. Not even a pipe or cigar holder. It was while sitting alone here one evening, half musing, half engaged in glancing over the advertisements in a paper 2 days old, that the assistant had been attracted by the insertion just quoted. He read and reread it, became more thoughtful, sighed slightly. Then he moved to the table and took some note-paper out of a writing-case. Still, he seemed to be in doubt, hesitated, and pressing a pen against his thumbnail, was on the point of putting the note-paper away again. Ultimately, however, he sat down to write. He covered 4 pages with a letter, which he then proceeded deliberately to correct and alter till he had cut it down by about half. Then came another period of doubt before he decided to make a fair copy. But it was finally made, and the signature at the foot was Julian Casti. He went out at once to the post. 2 days later he received a reply, somewhat longer than his own epistle. The writer was clearly keeping himself in a tentative attitude. Still, he wrote something about his own position and his needs. He was a teacher in a school in South London, living in lodgings, with his evenings mostly unoccupied. His habits, he declared, were bohemian. Suppose, by way of testing each other's dispositions, they were to interchange views on some book with which both were likely to be acquainted, say, Keats' poems? In conclusion, the O.W. of the advertisement signed himself Osmond Waymark. The result was that, a week after, Casti received an invitation to call on Waymark at the latter's lodgings in Walcott Square, Kennington. He arrived on a Saturday evening, just after 8 o'clock. The house he sought proved to be one of very modest appearance, small, apparently not too clean, generally uninviting. But a decent-looking woman opened the door and said that Mr. Waymark would be found in response to a knock at the first-floor front. The visitor made his way up the dark, narrow staircase and knocked as bidden. A firm voice summoned him to enter. From a seat by a table which was placed as near as possible to a very large fire rose a young man whose age might have been either 23 or 26. Most people would have inclined to give him the latter figure. He was rather above the average stature, and showed well-hung limbs, with a habit of holding himself which suggested considerable toughness of sinews. He moved gracefully, and with head well held up. His attire spoke sedentary habits, would have been decidedly shabby, but for its evident adaptation to easy chair and fireside. The pure linen and general tone of cleanliness were reassuring. The hand, too, which he extended was soft, delicate, and finely formed. The head was striking, strongly individual, set solidly on a rather long and shapely neck, a fine forehead, irregular nose, rather prominent jawbones, lips just a little sensual, but speaking good humour and intellectual character. A heavy moustache, no beard, eyes dark, keen, very capable of tenderness, but perhaps more often shrewdly discerning or cynically speculative. One felt that the present expression of genial friendliness was unfamiliar to the face, though it by no means failed in pleasantness. The lips had the look of being frequently gnawed in intense thought or strong feeling. In the cheeks, no healthy colour, but an extreme sallowness on all the features. Smiling, he showed imperfect teeth. Altogether, a young man upon whom one felt it difficult to pronounce in the earlier stages of acquaintance, whose intimacy but few men would exert themselves to seek, who, in all likelihood, was chary of exhibiting his true self, save when secure of being understood. Julian Casti was timid with strangers. His eyes fell before the other's look, and he shook hands without speaking. The contrast in mere appearance between the two was very pronounced. Both seemed in some degree to be aware of it. Waymark seemed more rugged than in ordinary companionship. The slightly effeminate beauty of Casti and his diffident, shyly graceful manners were more noticeable than usual. Waymark inspected his visitor closely and directly. The latter only ventured upon one or two quick side glances. Yet the results were, on the whole, mutually satisfactory. Julian's eyes glistened at the sight of two goodly bookcases reaching from floor to ceiling. There were, too, pictures of other than the lodging-house type, engraved heads of the great in art and science, and a few reproductions in pencil or chalk of known subjects, perchance their possessor's own work. On the table lay traces of literary occupation, sheets of manuscript, open books, and the like. On another table stood a tray with cups and saucers. A kettle was boiling on the fire. Waymark helped the conversation by offering a cup of coffee, which he himself made. "You smoke, I hope?" he asked, reaching some cigars from the mantelpiece. Julian shook his head with a smile. "No? How on earth do you support existence? At all events, you don't, as the railway carriage phrase has it, object to smoking?" "Not at all. I like the scent, but was never tempted to go further." Waymark filled his pipe and made himself comfortable in a low cane-bottomed chair, which had stood folded up against the wall. Talk began to range over various topics, Waymark leading the way, his visitor only gradually venturing to take the initiative. Theatres were mentioned, but Julian knew little of them, recent books, but with these he had small acquaintance, politics, but in these he had clearly no interest. "That's a point of contact, at all events," exclaimed Waymark. "I detest the very name of Parliament, and could as soon as read Todhunter on conic sections as the reports of a debate. Perhaps you are a mathematician?" This with a smile. "By no means," was the reply. "In fact," Casti went on, "I'm afraid you begin to think my interests are very narrow indeed. My opportunities have been small. I left a very ordinary school at 14, and what knowledge I have since got has come from my own efforts. I am sure the profit from our intercourse would be entirely on my side. I have the wish to go in for many things, however." "Oh," broke in the other, "don't suppose that I am a scholar in any sense of the word, or a man of more than average culture. My own regular education came to an end pretty much at the same age, and only a certain stubbornness has forced me into an intellectual life, if you can call it so. Not much intellect required in my everyday business, at all events. The school in which I teach is a fair type of the middle-class commercial academy, the headmaster a nincompoop and a charlatan. My fellow assistants poor creatures who must live, I suppose, though one doesn't well understand why. I always had a liking for Greek and Latin, and can make shift to read both in a way satisfactory to myself, though I dare say it wouldn't go for much with the college examiners. Then, as for my scribbling, well, it has scarcely yet passed the amateur stage. It will some day, simply because I've made up my mind that it shall. But as yet I haven't got beyond a couple of weak articles in weak magazines, and I don't exactly feel sure of my way. I rather think we shall approach most nearly in our taste for poetry. I liked much what you had to say about Keats. It decided me that we ought to go on." Julian looked up with a bright smile. "What did you think at first of my advertisement, eh?" cried Waymark, with a sudden burst of loud laughter. "Queer idea, wasn't it?" "It came upon me curiously. It was so like a frequent thought of my own, actually carried out." "It was! You have felt that same desperate need of congenial society?" "I have felt it very strongly indeed. I live so very much alone, and have always done so. Fortunately, I am of a very cheerful disposition, or I might have suffered much. The young fellows I see every day haven't much intellect, it must be confessed. I used to try to get them under the influence of my enthusiasms, but they didn't seem to understand me. They care only for things which either repel me or are utterly without interest. Ha! You understand what that means. Waymark had risen from his low chair and stood with his back to the fire. His eyes had a new life, and he spoke in a strong, emphatic way which suited well with his countenance. You know what it is to have to do exclusively with fools and brutes, to rave under the vile restraints of Philistine surroundings? Then you can form some notion of the state I was in when I took the step of writing that advertisement. I was, I firmly believe, on the verge of lunacy. For 2 or 3 days I had come back home from the school only to pace up and down the room in an indescribable condition. I get often like that, but this time things seemed reaching a head. Why, I positively cried with misery, absurd as it may sound. My blood seemed too hot, seemed to be swelling out the veins beyond endurance. As a rule, I get over these moods by furious walking about the streets half through the night. But I couldn't even do that. I had no money to go in for dissipation. That often helps me. Every book was loathsome to me. My landlady must have overheard something, for she came in and began a conversation about God knows what. I fear I mortally offended her. I could have pitched the poor old woman out of the window. Heavens! How did I get through those nights? And the fit has passed? Inquired Julian, when the other ceased. The Lord be praised, yes. Waymark laughed, half scornfully. There came an editor's note, accepting a thing that had been going from magazine to magazine for 3 months. This snatched me up into furious spirits. I rushed out to a theatre, drank more than was good for me, made a fool of myself in general, and then received your letter. Good luck never comes singly. Julian had watched the strange workings of Waymark's face with close interest. When the latter suddenly turned his eyes, as if to see the effect of all his frankness, Casti colored slightly and looked away, but with a look of friendly sympathy. "Do I shock you?" asked the other. "Do you think me rather too much of an animal for all my spiritual longings?" "Certainly not. I can well understand you, I believe." The conversation passed to quieter things. Julian seemed afraid of saying too much about his own experiences, but found opportunities of showing his acquaintance with English poetry, which is quite as extensive as that of his new friend, excepting in the case of a few writers of the day whom he had not been able to procure. He had taught himself Italian, too, and had read considerably in that language. He explained that his father was an Italian, but had died when he himself was still an infant. "You have been to Italy?" asked Waymark with interest. A strange look came over Julian's features, a look at once bright and melancholy. His fine eyes gleamed, as was their wont 8 years ago in the back parlour in Boston Street, when he was telling tales from Plutarch. "Not," he said in a low voice charged with feeling, "since I was 3 years old. You will think it strange, but I don't so much long for the modern Italy, for the beautiful scenery and climate, not even for the Italy of Raphael or of Dante. I think most of classical Italy. I am no scholar, but I love the Latin writers, and I can forget myself for hours, working through Livy or Tacitus. I want to see the ruins of Rome. I want to see the Tiber, the Clitumnus, the Aufidus, the Alban Hills, Lake Trasimenus, 1,000 places. It is strange how those old times have taken hold of me. The mere names in Roman history make my blood warm, and there is so little chance that I shall ever be able to go there. So little chance. Waymark had watched the glowing face with some surprise. "Why, this is famous!" he exclaimed. "We shall suit each other splendidly. Who knows, we may see Italy together, and look back upon these times of miserable struggle. By the by, have you ever written verses?" Julian reddened like a girl. "I have tried to," he said. "And do still?" "Sometimes." "I thought as much. Some day you shall let me hear them, won't you? And I will read you some of my own. But mine are in the savage vein, a mere railing against the universe, altogether too furious to be anything like poetry. I know that well enough. I have long since made up my mind to stick to prose. It is the true medium for a polemical egotist. I want to find some new form of satire. I feel capabilities that way which shall by no means rust unused. It has pleased Heaven to give me a splenetic disposition, and some day or other I shall find the tongue." It was midnight before Julian rose to leave, and he was surprised when he discovered how time had flown. Waymark insisted on his guests having some supper before setting out on his walk home. He brought out of a cupboard a tin of Australian mutton, which, with bread and pickles, afforded a very tolerable meal after 4 hours' talk. They then left the house together, and Waymark accompanied his friend as far as Westminster Bridge. "It's too bad to have brought you so far at this hour," said Julian as they parted. "Oh, it is my hour for walking," was the reply. "London streets at night are my element, depend upon it. Rome was poor in comparison." He went off laughing and waving his hand. End of chapter 6. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 7 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 7. Between Old and New. Julian Casti's uncle had been 3 years dead. It was well for him that he lived no longer. His business had continued to dwindle, and the last months of the poor man's life were embittered by the prospect of inevitable bankruptcy. He died of an overdose of some opiate, which the anguish of sleeplessness brought him into the habit of taking. Suicide it might have been, yet that was scarcely probable. He was too anxious on his daughter's account to abandon her in this way, for certainly his death could be nothing to her profit. Julian was then already 18, and quickly succeeded in getting a situation. Harriet Smales left London and went to live with her sole relative, except Julian, an aunt who kept a stationer's shop in Colchester. She was taught the business, and assisted her aunt for more than 2 years, when, growing tired of the life of a country town, she returned to London, and succeeded in getting a place at a stationer's in Gray's Inn Road. This was 6 months ago. Having thus established herself, she wrote to Julian and told him where she was. Julian never forgot the promise he had made to his uncle that Christmas night 8 years ago, when he was a lad of 13. Harriet he had always regarded as his sister, and never yet had he failed in brotherly duty to her. When the girl left Colchester, she was on rather bad terms with her aunt, and the latter wrote to Julian, saying that she knew nothing of Harriet's object in going to London, but that it was certainly advisable that some friend should be at hand, if possible, to give her advice, though advice, she went on to say, was seldom acceptable to Harriet. This letter alarmed Julian, as it was the first he had heard of his cousin's new step. The letter from herself at the end of a week's time greatly relieved him, and he went off as soon as possible to see her. He found her living in the house where she was engaged, apparently with decent people, and moderately contented. More than this could never be said of a girl. Since then, he had seen her at least once every week. Sometimes he visited her at the shop. When the weather was fine, they spent the Sunday afternoon in walking together. Harriet's health seemed to have improved since her return to town. Previously, as in her childhood, she had always been more or less ailing. From both her father and mother she had inherited an unhealthy body. There was a scrofulous tendency in her constitution, and the slightest casual ill health, a cold or any trifling accident, always threatened her with serious results. She was of mind corresponding to her body, restless, self-willed, discontented, sour-tempered, querulous. She certainly used no special pains to hide these faults from Julian, perhaps was not herself sufficiently conscious of them, but the young man did not seem to be repelled by her imperfections. He invariably treated her with gentle forbearance, pitied her sufferings, did many a graceful little kindness in hope of pleasing her. The first interview between Julian and Waymark was followed by a second a few days after, when it was agreed that they should spend each Sunday evening together in Kennington. Julian had no room in which he could well receive visitors. The next Sunday proved fine. Julian planned to take Harriet for a walk in the afternoon, then, after accompanying her home, to proceed to Walcot Square. As was the usual on these occasions, he was to meet his cousin at the Holborn end of Gray's Inn Road, and, as also was the rule, Harriet came some 20 minutes late. Julian was scrupulously punctual, and waiting irritated him not a little, but he never allowed himself to show his annoyance. There was always the same kind smile on his handsome face, and the pressure of his hand was warm. Harriet Smales was about a year younger than her cousin. Her dress showed moderately good taste, with the usual fault of a desire to imitate an elegance which she could not, in reality, afford. She wore a black jacket, fur-trimmed, over a light grey dress. Her black straw hat had a few flowers in front. Her figure was good, and her movements graceful. She was nearly as tall as Julian. Her face, however, could not be called attractive. It was hollow, and of a sickly hue, even the lips scarcely red. Grey eyes, beneath which were dark circles, looked about with a quick, suspicious glance. The eyebrows made almost a straight line. The nose was of a coarse type, the lips heavy and indicative of ill temper. The disagreeable effects of these lineaments was heightened by a long scar over her right temple. She evidently did her best to conceal it by letting her hair come forward very much on each side, an arrangement in itself unsuited to her countenance. I think I'm going to leave my place, was her first remark today, as they turned to walk westward. She spoke in a dogged way with which Julian was familiar enough, holding her eyes down as she walked, swinging her arms impatiently. "Well, I hope not," said her cousin, looking at her anxiously. "What has happened?" "Oh, I don't know. It's always the same. People treat you as if you was so much dirt. I haven't been accustomed to it, and I don't see why I should begin now. I can soon enough get a new shop." "Has Mrs. Ogle been unkind to you?" "Oh, I don't know, and I don't much care. You're expected to slave just the same, day after day, whether you're feeling well or not." This indirect and querulous mode of making known her grievances was characteristic of the girl. Julian bore with it very patiently. "Haven't you been feeling well?" he asked with the same kindness. "Well, no, I haven't. My head fairly splits now, and this sun isn't likely to make it any better." "Let us cross to the shady side." "'Twon't make any difference. I can't run to get out of the way of the horses." Julian was silent for a little. "Why didn't you write to me in the week?" she asked presently. "I'm sure it would be a relief to hear from somebody sometimes. It's like a year from one Sunday to another." "Did I promise to write? I really don't remember having done so. I'm very sorry. I might have told you about a new friend I've got." Harriet looked sharply into his face. Julian had made no mention of Waymark on the preceding Sunday. It had been a rainy day, and they had only spent a few minutes together in the parlour which Mrs. Ogle, the keeper of the shop, allowed them to use on these occasions. "What sort of friend?" the girl inquired rather sourly. "A very pleasant fellow, rather older than myself. I made his acquaintance by chance." Julian avoided the reference to the real circumstances. He knew well the difficulty of making Harriet understand them. "We're going to see each other every Sunday," he went on. "Then I suppose you'll give up coming for me?" "Oh no, not at all. I shall see him at night, always, after I have left you." "Where does he live?" "Rather far off, in Kennington." "What is he?" "A teacher in a school. I hope to get good from being with him. We're going to read together, and so on." "I wish you could find some pleasant companion of the same kind, Harriet. You wouldn't feel so lonely." "I dare say I'm better off without anybody. I shouldn't suit them. It's very few people I do suit, or else people don't suit me, one or the other. What's his name, your new friend's?" "Waymark." "And he lives in Kennington. Whereabouts?" "In Walcot Square." "I don't think you know that part, do you?" "What number?" Julian looked at her with some surprise. He found her eyes fixed with penetrating observation upon his face. He mentioned the number, and she evidently made a mental note of it. She was silent for some minutes. "I suppose you'll go out at nights with him," was her next remark. "It is scarcely likely. Where should we go to?" "Oh, I don't know, and I don't suppose it matters much to me." "You seemed vexed at this, Harriet. I'm very sorry. Really, it's the first friend I've ever had. I often felt the need of some such companionship." "I'm nobody?" she said, with a laugh, the first today. Julian's face registered very perfectly the many subtle phases of thought and emotion which succeeded each other in his mind. This last remark distressed him for a moment. He could not bear to hurt another's feelings. "Well, of course I meant male friend," he said quickly. "You're my sister." "No, I'm not," was the reply, and as she spoke Harriet glanced sideways at him, and a particularly unpleasant manner. She herself meant it to be pleasant. "Well, yes, you are, Harriet," he insisted humouredly. "We've been brother and sister ever since we can remember, haven't we?" "But we aren't, really, for all that," said the girl, looking away. "Well, now you've got somebody else to take you up, and I know very well I shall see less of you. You'll be making excuses to get out of the rides when the summer comes again." "Pray don't say or think anything of the kind, Harriet," urged Julian with feeling. "I should not think of letting anything put a stop to our picnics. It will soon be getting warm enough to think of the river, won't it? And then, if you would like it, there's no reason why my friend couldn't come with us sometimes." "Oh, nonsense! Why, you'd be ashamed to let him know me." "Ashamed? How can you possibly think so? But you don't mean it. You're joking." "I'm sure I'm not. I should make mistakes in talking, and all sorts of things. You don't think much of me as it is, and that would make you like me worse still." She tossed her head nervously and swung her arms with the awkward restlessness which always denoted some strong feeling in her. "Come, Harriet, this is too bad," Julian exclaimed, smiling. "Why, I shall have to quarrel with you to prove that we're good friends." "I wish you would quarrel with me sometimes," said the girl, laughing in a forced way. "You take all my bad temper always just in the same quiet way. I'd far rather you fell out with me. It's treating me too like a child, as if it didn't matter how I went on, and I wasn't anything to you." Of late, Harriet had been getting much into the habit of this ambiguous kind of remark when in her cousin's company. Julian noticed it, and it made him a trifle uneasy. He attributed it, however, to the girl's strangely irritable disposition, and never failed to meet such outbreaks with increased warmth and kindness of tone. To-day, Harriet's vagary seemed to affect him somewhat unusually. He became silent at times, and then tried to laugh away the unpleasantness, but the laughter was not exactly spontaneous. At length he brought back the conversation from the point from which it had started, and asked if she had any serious intention of leaving Mrs. Ogle. "I'm tired of being ordered about by people," Harriet exclaimed. "I know I shan't put up with it much longer. I only wish I'd a few pounds to start a shop for myself." "I hardly wish I had the money to give you," was Julian's reply. "Don't you save anything at all?" asked his cousin, with affected indifference. "A little, very little. At all events, I think we shall be able to have our week at the seaside when the time comes. Have you thought where you'd like to go?" "No, I haven't thought anything about it. What time shall you get back home to-night?" "Rather late, I dare say. We sit talking and forget the time. It may be after 12 o'clock." Harriet became silent again. They reached Hyde Park, and joined the crowds of people going in all directions about the walks. Harriet had always a number of ill-natured comments to make on the dress and general appearance of people they passed. Julian smiled, but with no genuine pleasure. As always, he did his best to lead the girl's thoughts away from their incessant object, herself. They were back again at the end of Gray's Inn Road by 4:30. "Well, I won't keep you," said Harriet, with a sour smile. "I know you're in a hurry to be off. Are you going to walk?" "Yes, I can do it in about an hour." The girl turned away without further leave-taking, and Julian walked southwards with a troubled face. Waymark expected him to tea. At this, their third meeting, the two were already on very easy terms. Waymark did the greater share of the talking, for Julian was naturally of fewer words. From the beginning it was clear that the elder of the friends would have the initiative in most things. Waymark unconsciously displayed something of that egoism which is inseparable from force of character, and to the other this was far from disagreeable. Julian liked the novel sensation of having a strong nature to rely on. Already he was being led by his natural tendency to hero worship into a fervid admiration for his friend. "What have you been doing with yourself this fine day?" Waymark asked, as they sat down to the table. "I always spend Sunday afternoon with a cousin of mine," replied Julian, with the unhesitating frankness which was natural to him. "Male or female?" "Female." There was a touch of colour on his face as he met the other's eye, and he continued rather quickly. "We lived together always as children, and were only separated at my uncle's death 3 years ago. She is engaged at a stationer's shop." "What is a fellow to do to get money?" Waymark explained when his pipe was well alight. "I'm growing sick of this hand-to-mouth existence. Now, if one had a bare competency, what glorious possibilities would open out! The vulgar saying has it that time is money. Like most vulgar sayings, putting the thing just the wrong way about. Money is time, I prefer to say. It means leisure and all that follows. Why don't you write a poem on money, Casti? I almost feel capable of it myself. What can claim precedence in all this world over hard cash? It is the fruitful soil wherein is nourished the root of the tree of life. It is the vivifying principle of human activity. Upon it luxuriate art, letters, science. Rob them of its sustenance, and they droop like withering leaves. Money means virtue. The lack of it is vice. The devil loves no lurking place like an empty purse. Give me £1,000 tomorrow, and I become the most virtuous man in England. I satisfy all my instincts freely, openly, with no petty makeshifts and vile hypocrisies. To scorn and revile wealth is the mere resource of splenetic poverty. What cannot be purchased with coin of the realm? First and foremost, freedom. The moneyed man is the sole king. The herds of the penniless are but as slaves before his footstool. He breathes with a sense of proprietorship in the whole globe-enveloping atmosphere, for is it not in his power to inhale it wheresoever he pleases? He puts his hand in his pocket and bids with security for every joy of body and mind. Even death he faces with the comforting consciousness that his defeat will only coincide with that of human science. He buys culture, he buys peace of mind, he buys love. You think not? I don't use the word cynically, but in very virtuous earnest. Make me a millionaire, and I will purchase the passionate devotion of any free-hearted woman the world contains." Waymark's pipe had gone out. He relit it, with the half-mocking smile which always followed upon any more vehement utterance. "That I am poor," he went on presently, "is the result of my own pig-headedness. My father was a stockbroker. In anything but flourishing circumstances he went in for some cursed foreign loan or other, I know nothing of such things, and ruined himself completely. He had to take a subordinate position, and died in it. I was about 17 then, and found myself alone in the world. A friend of my father's, also a city man, Woodstock by name, was left my guardian. He wanted me to begin a business career, and, like a fool, I wouldn't hear of it. Mr. Woodstock and I quarrelled. He showed himself worthy of his name, and told me plainly that, if I didn't choose to take his advice, I must shift for myself. That I professed myself perfectly ready to do. I was bent on intellectual life, forsooth, and couldn't see that the natural order of things was to make money first, and be intellectual afterwards. So, lad as I was, I got a place as a teacher, and that's been my business ever since." Waymark threw himself back and laughed carelessly. He strummed a little with his fingers on the arm of the chair, and resumed. "I interested myself in religion and philosophy. I became an aggressive disciple of free thought, as it is called. Radicalism of every kind broke out in me, like an ailment. I bought cheap free thought literature. To one or more papers of the kind I even contributed. I keep these effusions carefully locked up, for salutary self-humiliation at some future day, when I shall have grown conceited. Nay, I went further. I delivered lectures at working-men's clubs, lectures with violent titles. One, I remember, was called the Gospel of Rationalism, and I was enthusiastic in the cause, with an enthusiasm such as I shall never experience again. Can I imagine myself writing and speaking such things nowadays? Scarcely. Yet the spirit remains. It is only the manifestations which have changed. I am by nature combative. I feel the need of attacking the cherished prejudices of society. I have a joy in outraging what are called the proprieties, and I wait for my opportunity, which has, yet to come." "How commonplace my life has been, in comparison," said Julian, after an interval of thoughtfulness. "Your nature, I believe, is very pure, and therefore very happy. I am what Browning somewhere calls a beast with a speckled hide, and happiness, as I take it, I shall never know." Julian could see that his friend took something of a pleasure in showing and dwelling upon the worst side of his own character. "You will be happy," he said, "when you once find your true work, and feel that you are doing it well. But the motives, the motives. Never mind. I've talked enough of myself for one sitting. Don't think I've told you everything. Plenty more confessions to come when time and place shall serve. Little by little you will get to know me, and by then will most likely have had enough of me." "That is not at all likely. Rather the opposite." When they left the house together, shortly after 11, Julian's eye fell upon the dark figure of a girl standing by a gas lamp on the opposite side of the way. The figure held his gaze. Waymark moved on, and he had to follow, but still looked back. The girl had a veil half down her face. She was gazing after the two. She moved, and the resemblance to Harriet was so striking that Julian again stopped. As he did so, the figure turned away and walked in the opposite direction till it was lost in the darkness. Julian went on, and for a time was very silent. End of chapter 7. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 8 of The Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 8. Academical. The school in which Osmond Waymark taught was situated in a pleasant suburb of southern London, Brixton to wit, and had its spacious playground and gymnasium, the former a tolerable backyard, the latter a disused coach-house, and, as to educational features, offered, at the choice of parents and guardians, either the solid foundation desirable for those youths predestined to a commercial career, or the more liberal training adapted to minds of a professional bias. Anything further in the way of information was to be obtained by applying to the headmaster, Dr. Tootle. At present, the number of resident pupils was something under 40. The marvel was how so many could be accommodated in so small a house. 2 fair-sized bedrooms and a garret in which the servants could not be persuaded to sleep served as dormitories for the whole school, the younger children sleeping 2 together. Waymark did not reside on the premises. For a stipulated sum of £13 per quarter, he taught daily from 9 till 5, with an interval of an hour and a half at dinner time, when he walked home to Walcott Square for a meal as the state of his exchequer would allow. Waymark occupied a prominent place in Dr. Tootle's prospectus. As Osmond Waymark, B.A., the degree was a bona fide one of London University. He filled the position of Senior Classical Master. Anonymously, he figured as a teacher of drawing and a lecturer on experimental chemistry. The other 2 masters resident were Mr. O'Gree and Herr Egger, the former teacher of mathematics, assistant classical master, and professor of gymnastics, the latter teacher of foreign languages, of music, and of dancing. Dr. Tootle took upon himself the English branches and, of course, the arduous duty of general superintendence. He was a very tall, thin, cadaverous, bald-headed man. Somehow or other he had the reputation of having, at an earlier stage in his career, grievously overexerted his brain in literary labor. Parents were found, on the whole, ready to accept this fact as an incontestable proof of the doctor's fitness to fill his present office, though it resulted in entire weeks of retreat from the schoolroom under the excuse of fearful headaches. The only known product of the literary toil which had had such sad results was a very small English grammar, of course used in the school, and always referred to by the doctor as my little compendium. Now and then Waymark sought refuge from the loneliness of his room in a visit to his colleagues at the academy. The master's sitting-room was not remarkable for coziness, even when a fire burnt in the grate, and the world of school was for the time shut out. The floor was uncarpeted, the walls illustrated only with a few maps and diagrams. There was a piano, whereupon Herr Egger gave his music lessons. Few rooms in existence could have excelled this for draughts. At all times there came beneath the door a current of wind which pierced the legs like a knife. Impossible to leave loose papers anywhere with it, a chance of finding them in the same place 2 minutes after. When Waymark entered this evening, he found his colleagues seated together in silence. Mr. Philip O'Gree, Philip was his own pronunciation of the name, would have been worse than insignificant in appearance, but for the expression of good humor and geniality which possessed his irregular features. He was red-headed and had large red whiskers. Herr Egger was a gentleman of very different exterior, tall, thick, ungainly, with a very heavy, stupid face, coarse hands, outrageous lower extremities. A mass of coal-black hair seemed to weight down his head. His attire was un-English, and, one might suspect, had been manufactured in some lonely cottage away in the remote Swiss valley, which had, till lately, been the poor fellow's home. Dr. Tootle never kept his foreign masters long. His plan was to get hold of some foreigner without means and ignorant of English, who would come and teach French or German in return for mere board and lodging. When the man had learned a little English and was in a position to demand a salary, he was dismissed, and a new professor obtained. Egger had lately, under the influence of some desperate delusion, come to our hospitable clime in search of his fortune. Of languages, he could not be said to know any. His French and his German were of barbarisms, all compact. English, as yet, he could use only in a most primitive manner. He must have been the most unhappy man in all London, finding himself face to face with large classes of youngsters accustomed to no kind of discipline, and whom every word he uttered merely excited outrageous mirth. He was hourly brought to the very verge of despair. Constitutionally, he was lachrymose. Tears came from him freely when distress had reached a climax. And the contrast between his unwieldy form and this weakness of demeanor supplied inexhaustible occasion for mirth throughout the school. His hours of freedom were spent in abysmal brooding. Waymark entered in good spirits. At the sight of him, Mr. O'Gree started from the fireside, snatched up the poker, brandished it wildly about his head, and burst into vehement exclamations. "Ha, ha! You've come in time, sir. You've come in time to hear my resolution. I can't stand it any longer. I won't stand it a day longer. Mr. Waymark, you're a witness of the outrageous way in which I'm treated in this academy, the way I'm treated both by Dr. Tootle and by Mrs. Tootle. You were witness of his insulting behaviour this very afternoon. He openly takes the side of the boys against me. He ridicules me accent. He treats me as no gentleman can treat another, unless one of them's no gentleman at all. And, Mr. Waymark, I won't stand it." Mr. O'Gree's accent was very strong indeed, especially in his present mood. Waymark listened with what gravity he could command. "You're quite right," he said in reply. "Tootle's behaviour was especially scandalous to-day. I should certainly take some kind of notice of it." "Notice, sir? Notice? I'll take that amount of notice of it that all the metropolis shall hear of my wrongs. I'll assault him, sir. I'll assault him in the face of the school the very next time he dares to provoke me. I'll rise in my might and smite his bald crown with my own ruler. I'm not a tall man, Mr. Waymark, but I can reach his crown, and that he shall be aware before he knows it. He sets me at naught in my own class, sir. He pooh-poohs my mathematical demonstrations, sir. He encourages my pupils in insubordination. And Mrs. Tootle, bedad, if I don't invent some device for revenging myself on that supercilious woman, the very next time she presumes to address me disrespectfully at the dinner table, sir, I'll rise in my might, sir, see if I don't, and I'll say to her, Mrs. Tootle, ma'am, you seem to forget that I am a gentleman, and have a gentleman's susceptibilities. When I treat you with disrespect, ma'am, pray tell me of it, and I'll inform you you speak an untruth. Waymark smiled, with the result that the expression of furious wrath immediately passed from his colleague's countenance, giving place to a broad grin. "Waymark, look here!" exclaimed the Irishman, snatching up a piece of chalk and proceeding to draw certain outlines upon a blackboard. "Here's Tootle, a veritable Goliath, and here's me, as it were, David. Observe, Tootle holds in his hand his little compendium, raised in haughty superciliousness. Observe with me with a ruler. I am on tiptoe. I am taking aim. Here's the wrath in every sinew of my arm. My arm descends on the very centre of Tootle's bald pate. Mr. O'Gree." The tableau was most effective. Unnoticed by either the Irishman or Waymark, the door had opened behind them, and there had appeared a little red-faced woman in slatternly dress. It was Mrs. Tootle. She had overheard almost the whole of O'Gree's vivid comment upon his graphic illustration in silence, until at length she could hold her peace no longer, and gave utterance to the teacher's name in a voice which trembled with rage and mortification. "Mr. O'Gree, are you aware of my presence, sir?" The chalk dropped from O'Gree's fingers, but otherwise his attitude remained unaltered. Struck motionless with horror, he stood, pointing to the drawing on the board, his face pale, his eyes fascinated by those of Mrs. Tootle. The latter went on in a high note. "Well, sir, as soon as you have had enough of your insulting buffoonery, perhaps you will have the goodness to attend to me and to your duty. What do you mean by allowing the dormitories to get into this state of uproar? There's been a pillow fight going on for the last half-hour, and you pay no sort of attention. The very house is shaking." "I protest I had not heard a word, ma'am, or I should have—" "Perhaps you hear nothing now, sir, and the doctor is suffering from one of his very worst headaches, utterly unable to rest, even if the house were perfectly quiet." O'Gree darted to the door, past Mrs. Tootle, and was lost to sight. There was indeed a desperate uproar in the higher regions of the house. In a moment the noise increased considerably. O'Gree had rushed up without a light, and was battling desperately in the darkness with a score of pillow fighters, roaring out threats at the top of his voice. Mrs. Tootle retired from the master's room with much affectation of dignity, leaving the door open behind her. Waymark slammed it to, and returned with a laugh to the poor Swiss. "In low spirits to-night, I'm afraid, Mr. Egger." Egger let his chair tilt forward, rose slowly, drew a yellow handkerchief from his mouth, and wiped his eyes with it, then exclaimed in the most pitiful voice, "Meister Waymark, I have met my possible. I can no more." It was his regular phrase on these occasions. Waymark had also always much ado to refrain from laughter when he heard it repeated, but he did his best to be seriously sympathetic and to attempt consolation in such German as was at his command. Egger's despondency only increased, and he wept afresh to hear accents which were intelligible to him. Mr. O'Gree re-entered the room, and the Swiss retired to his corner. Philip was hot with excitement and bodily exertion. He came in mopping his forehead, and, without turning to Waymark, stood with eyes fixed on the chalk caricatures. Very gradually he turned round. Waymark was watching him. On his face was an expression of subdued mirth. Their looks met, and both exploded in laughter. "Bedad, me boy," exclaimed O'Gree, "I'm devilish sorry. I wouldn't have had it happen for a quarter's salary, though I sadly need a new pair of breeches. She's a supercilious cat o' mountain, and she loses no opportunity of insulting me. But, after all, she's a woman. By the by, Waymark," he added in a moment, "what a stunner the new governess is. You're a lucky dog to sit in the same room with her. What's her name, I say?" "Miss Enderby. You've seen her, have you?" "I caught a glimpse at her as she came downstairs. It was quite enough. She floored me. She's never been out of my thoughts for a minute since I saw her. I love her, and who shall dare to chide me for loving that teacher fair?" "Well, yes," said Waymark. "She has a tolerable face. Seems to me a long way too good to be teaching those unlicked cubs. The dragon wasn't too civil to her, though it was the first day." "Not civil to her! If I were present, and heard that woman breathe the slightest incivility, I'd—" He broke off in the midst of his vehemence with a startled look towards the door. "Ah, Mr. Egger!" he exclaimed. "A song! I beg a song! Come, I'll lead off." "Miss Enderby hath a beaming eye." "Bah! I'm not in voice to-night." Egger was persuaded to sit down to the piano. It was a mournful instrument, reduced to discordant wheeziness by 5-finger exercises, but the touch of the Swiss could still evoke from it some kind of harmony. He sang a Volkslied, and in a way which showed that there was poetry in the man's nature, though his outward appearance gave so little promise of it. His voice was very fair, and well suited to express the tender pathos of those inimitable melodies. Waymark always enjoyed this singing. His eyes brightened, and a fine emotion played about his lips. And as he walked along the dark ways to his lodgings, Egger's voice was still in his ears. "Der Mensch, wenn vergeht, der kommt nimmermehr." Heaven be thanked, no, the young man said to himself. Poverty was his familiar companion, and had been so for years. His rent paid each week, there often remained a sum quite insufficient for the absolute necessities of existence. For anything more, he had to look to chance pupils in the evenings, and what little he could earn with his pen. He wrote constantly, but as yet had only succeeded in getting 2 articles printed. Then it was a necessity of his existence to mix from time to time in the life of the town, and a stroll into the Strand after nightfall inevitably led to the expenditure of whatever cash his pocket contained. He was passionately fond of the theatre. The lights about the open entrance drew him irresistibly, and if, as so often, he had to choose between a meal and a seat in the gallery, the meal was sacrificed. Hunger, indeed, was his normal state. Semi-starvation, alternating with surfeits of cheap and unwholesome food, brought about an unhealthy condition of body. Often he returned to Walcott Square from his day-long drudgery and drew himself upon the bed, too exhausted to light a fire and to make his tea, for he was his own servant in all things except the weekly cleaning out of the room. Those were dark hours, and they had to be struggled through in solitude. Weary as he was, he seldom went to bed before midnight, sometimes long after, for he clung to those few hours of freedom with something like savage obstinacy. During this small portion of each day, at least, he would possess his own soul, be free to think and read. Then came the penalty of anguish unutterable when the morning had to be faced. These dark, foggy February mornings crushed him with a recurring misery, which often drove him to the verge of mania. His head throbbing with the torture of insufficient sleep, he lay in dull, half-conscious misery till there was no longer a time to prepare breakfast, and he had to hasten off to school after a mouthful of dry bread which choked him. There had been moments when his strength failed, and he found his eyes filling with tears of wretchedness. To face the hideous drudgery of the day's teaching often cost him more than it had cost many men to face the scaffold. The hours between 9 and 1, the hours between 2:30 and 5, Waymark cursed them minute by minute, as their awful length was measured by the crawling hands of the school clock. He tried sometimes, in mere self-defence, to force himself into an interest in his work, that the time might go the quicker, but the effort was miserably vain. His senses reeled amid the din and rattle of the classes, where discipline was unknown and intelligence almost indiscoverable. Not seldom his temper got the better even of sick lassitude. His face at such times paled with passion, and in ungoverned fury he raved at his tormentors. He awed them too, but only for the moment, and the waste of misery swallowed him up once more. Was this to be his life? He asked himself. Would this last forever? For some reason, the morning after the visit to the master's room just spoken of found him in rather better spirits than usual. Perhaps it was that he had slept fairly well. A gleam of unwonted sunshine had doubtless something to do with it. Yet there was another reason, though he would scarcely admit it to himself. It was the day on which he gave a drawing lesson to Dr. Tootle's 2 eldest children. These drawing lessons were always given in a room upstairs, which was also appropriated to the governess who came every morning to teach 3 other young Tootles, 2 girls and a boy, the latter considered not yet old enough to go into the school. On the previous day, Waymark had been engaged in the room for half an hour, touching up some drawings of boys in the school which were about to be sent home. He knew that he should find a fresh governess busy with the children, the lady hitherto employed having gone at a moment's notice after a violent quarrel with Mrs. Tootle, an incident which had happened not infrequently before. When he entered the room, he saw a young woman seated with her back to him, penning a copy, whilst the children jumped and rioted about her in their usual fashion. The late governess had been a mature person of features rather serviceable than handsome. That her successor was of a different type appeared sufficiently from the fair round head, the gracefully handed neck, the perfect shoulders, the slight, beautiful form. Waymark took his place, and waited with some curiosity till she moved. When she did so, and, rising, suddenly became aware of his presence, there was a little start on both sides. Miss Enderby, so Waymark soon heard her called by the pupils, had not been aware, owing to the noise, of a stranger's entrance, and Waymark, on his side, was so struck with the face presented to him. He had expected, at the most, a pretty girl of the commonplace kind. He saw a countenance in which refinement was as conspicuous as beauty. She was probably not more than 18 or 19. In speaking with the children, she rarely, if ever, smiled, but exhibited a gentle forbearance which had something touching in it. It was almost as though she appealed for gentleness in return, and feared a harsh word or look. "That's Mr. Waymark," cried out Master Percy Tootle, when his overquick eyes perceived that the two had seen each other. "He's our drawing master. Do you like the look of him?" Miss Enderby reddened, and laid her hand on the boy's arm, trying to direct his attention to a book. But the youngster shook off her gentle touch, and looked at his brothers and sisters with a much too knowing grin. Waymark had contented himself with a slight bow, and at once bent again over his work. Very shortly the two eldest children, both girls, came in, and with them their mother. The latter paid no attention to Waymark, but proceeded to cross-examine the new governess as to her methods of teaching, her experience, and so on, in the coarse and loud manner which characterized Mrs. Tootle. "You'll find my children clever," said Mrs. Tootle. "At least, that has been the opinion of all their teachers hitherto. If they don't make progress, it certainly will not be their own fault. At the same time, they are high-spirited and require to be discreetly managed. This, as I previously informed you, must be done without the help of punishment in any shape. I disapprove of those methods altogether. Now, let me hear you give them a lesson in geography." Waymark retired at this juncture. He felt that it would be nothing less than cruelty to remain. The episode, however, had lightened his day with an interest of a very unusual kind, and so it was that, on the following morning, not only the gleam of watery sunshine, but also the thought of an hour to be spent in the presence of that timid face, brought him on his way to school with an unwonted resignation. Unfortunately, his drawing lessons were only given on 2 mornings in the week. Still, there would be something in future to look forward to, a novel sensation at the Academy. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 9 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 9. the cousins. Harriet Smales had left home in a bad temper that Sunday afternoon, and when she came back to tea after her walk with Julian, her state of mind did not appear to have undergone any improvement. She took her place at the tea-table in silence. She and Mrs. Ogle were alone this evening. The latter's husband, he was a journeyman printer, and left entirely in his wife's hands the management of the shop in Gray's Inn Road, happened to be away. Mrs. Ogle was a decent, cheerful woman of motherly appearance. She made one or two attempts to engage Harriet in conversation, but, feeling, subsided into silence, only looking askance at the girl from time to time. When she had finished her tea and bread and butter, Harriet coughed, and, without facing her companion, spoke in a rather cold way. "I may be late back tonight, Mrs. Ogle. You won't lock the door?" "Well, I shan't go to bed until 11 myself," was the reply. "But it may be after 12 when I get back." "Where are you going to, Harriet?" "If you must know always, Mrs. Ogle, I'm going to see my friend in Westminster." "Well, it ain't no business of mine, my girl," returned the woman, not unkindly, "but I think it's only right that I should have some idea where you spend your nights. As long as you live in my house, I'm responsible for you in a way." "I don't want anyone to be responsible for me, Mrs. Ogle." "Maybe not, my girl, but young people ain't always the best judges of what's good for them and what isn't. I don't think your cousin would approve of your being out so late. I shall sit up for you, and you mustn't be after 12. It was said very decidedly. Harriet made no reply, but speedily dressed and went out. She took an omnibus eastward, and sought a neighborhood which most decently dressed people would have been chary of entering after nightfall, or indeed at any other time unless compelled to do so. The girl found the object of her walk in a dirty little public-house at the corner of two foul and narrow byways. She entered by a private door and passed into a parlor, which was behind the bar. A woman was sitting in the room, beguiling her leisure with a Sunday paper. She was dressed with vulgar showiness, and made a lavish display of jewelry, more or less valuable. 8 years ago she was a servant in Mr. Smales's house, and her name was Sarah. She had married in the meanwhile, and become Mrs. Sproul. She welcomed her visitor with a friendly nod, but did not rise. "I thought it likely you'd look in, as you missed last week. How's things going in your part of the world?" "Very badly," returned Harriet, throwing off her hat and cloak and going to warm her hands and feet at the fire. "It won't last much longer, that's the truth of it. Well, it's all in life. We all has our little trials and troubles, as the sayin' is." "How's the baby?" asked Harriet, looking toward a bundle of wrappers which lay on a sofa. "I doubt it's too good for this world," returned the mother, grinning in a way which made her ugly face peculiarly revolting. "Dessay it'll join its little brother and sister before long. Mike put it in the club yesterday." The burial club, Mrs. Sproul meant, and Harriet evidently understood the allusion. "Have you walked?" went on the woman, doubling up her paper, then throwing it aside. "Dessay you could do with something to take the cold off your chest. Liz!" she called out to someone behind the bar, with which the parlor communicated by an open door. "Two Irish!" The liquor was brought. Presently someone called to Mrs. Sproul, who went out. Leaning on the counter in one of the compartments was something which a philanthropist might perhaps have had the courage to claim as a human being, a very tall creature with bent shoulders and head seeming to grow straight out of its chest, thick, grizzled hair hiding almost every vestige of feature, with the exception of one dreadful red eye, its fellow being dead and sightless. He had laid on the counter, with palms downward as if concealing something, two huge, hairy paws. Mrs. Sproul seemed familiar with this appearance of this monster. She addressed him rather bad-temperedly, but otherwise much as she would have spoken to any other customer. "Oh, no, you don't, Slimy. No, you don't. What you have in this house you pay for in coppers, so you know. Next time I catch you trying to ring the changes, I'll have you run in, and then you'll get a warm bath, which you wouldn't particular care for." The creature spoke in hoarse, jumbled words, not so easy to catch unless you listened closely. "If you have any accusation to make agin me, Mrs. Sproul, perhaps you'll wait till you can prove it. I want change for 1/2 sovereign. Ain't that straight now?" "Straight or not, you won't get no change over this counter, so there you've got the straight tip. Now, sling your hook, Slimy, and get it somewhere else. If you have any accusation to make, hold your noise. What is it he's ordered, Liz?" "Pot o' old six," answered the girl. "Got sixpence, Slimy?" "No, I ain't, Mrs. Sproul," muttered the creature. "I have 1/2 sovereign." "Then go and get change for it. Now, once more, sling your hook." The man moved away, sending back a horrible glare from his one fiery eyeball. Mrs. Sproul re-entered the parlor. "I wish you'd take me on as a barmaid, Sarah," Harriet said, when she had drunk her glass of spirits. "Take you on!" exclaimed the other with surprise. "Why, have you fallen out with your cousin? I thought you was going to be married soon." "I didn't say for sure that I was. I only said I might be. Anyway, it won't be just yet, and I'm tired of my place in the shop." "Don't be a fool, Harriet," said the other with genial frankness. "You're well enough off. You stick where you are till you get married. You wouldn't make nothin' in our business. 'Tain't all sugar and lemon, and sittin' and drinking 2s of whiskey till further orders. You want a quiet, easy business. You do, and you've got it. If you keep worritin' yourself this way, you won't never make old bones, and that's the truth. You wait a bit, and give your cousin a chance to arst you, if that's what you're troublin' about." "I've given him lots of chances," said Harriet peevishly. Well, give him lots more, and it'll all come all right. We're all born, but we're not buried. Have another Irish?" Harriet allowed herself to be persuaded to take another glass. When the clock pointed to 9:30, she rose and prepared to depart. She had told Mrs. Sproul that she would take the bus and go straight home, but something seemed to have led her to alter her purpose, for when she made her way to Westminster Bridge and crossed the river, she made some inquiries of a policeman, and, in consequence, got into a Kennington omnibus. Very shortly she was set down close by Walcott Square. She walked about till, with some difficulty in the darkness, She had discovered the number at which Julian had told her his friend lived. The house found, she began to pace up and down on the opposite pavement, always keeping her eyes fixed on the same door. She was soon shivering in the cold night air, and quickened her walk. It was rather more than an hour before the door she was watching at length opened, and two friends came out together. Harriet followed them as closely as she could, until she saw that she herself was observed. Thereupon she walked away, and by a circuit ultimately came back into the main road, where she took a bus going northwards. Harriet's cousin, when alone of an evening, sat in his bedroom, the world shut out, his thoughts in long past times, rebuilding the ruins of a fallen empire. When he was 18, the lad had the good luck to light upon a cheap copy of Gibbon in a second-hand bookshop. It was the first edition, 6 noble quarto volumes, clean and firm in the old bindings. Often he had turned longing eyes upon newer copies of the great book, but the price had always put them beyond his reach. That very night he solemnly laid open the first volume at the first page, propping it on a couple of meaner books, and, after glancing through the short preface, began to read with a mind as devoutly disposed as that of any pious believer poring upon his Bible. In the 2nd century of the Christian era, the Empire of Rome comprehended the fairest part of the earth, and the most civilized portion of mankind. The frontiers of that extensive monarchy were guarded by ancient renown and disciplined valor. With what a grand epic roll, with what anticipations of solemn music, did the noble history begin. Far, far into the night, Julian turned over page after page, thoughtless of sleep and the commonplace duties of the morrow. Since then he had mastered his Gibbon, knew him from end to end, and joyed in him more than ever. Whenever he had a chance of obtaining any of the writers, ancient or modern, to whom Gibbon refers, he read them, and added to his knowledge. About a year ago he had picked up an old Claudian, and the reading of the poet had settled him to a task which he had before that doubtfully sought. He wanted to write either a poem or a drama on some subject taken from the Decline and Fall, and now, with Claudian's help, he fixed upon Stilicho for his hero. The form, he then decided, could be dramatic. Upon Stilicho he had now been engaged for a year, and tonight he is writing the last words of the last scene. Shortly after 12 he has finished it, and, throwing down his pen, he paces about the room with enviable feelings. He had not as yet mentioned to Waymark the work he was engaged upon, though he had confessed that he wrote verses at times. He wished to complete it, and then read it to his friend. It was now only the middle of the week, and, though he had decided previously to wait till his visit to Walcott Square next Sunday before saying a word about Stilicho, he could not refrain now from hastily penning a note to Waymark and going out to post it at once. When the day came, the weather would not allow the usual walk with Harriet, and Julian could not help feeling glad that it was so. He was too preoccupied to talk in the usual way with the girl, and he knew how vain it would be to try to make her understand his state of mind. Still, he went to see her as usual, and sat for an hour in Mrs. Ogle's parlor. At times throughout the week he had thought of the curious resemblance between Harriet and the girl he had noticed on leaving Waymark's house last Sunday. Now he asked her in a half-jesting way whether it had really been she. "How could it be?" said Harriet carelessly. "I can't be in two places at once." "Did you stay at home that evening?" "No, not all the evening." "What friends are they you go to when you are out at night, Harriet?" "Oh, some relations of the Colchester people. I suppose you've been spending most of your time in Kennington since Sunday." "I haven't left home. In fact, I've been very busy. I've just finished some work that has occupied me for nearly a year." After all, he could not refrain from speaking of it, though he had made up his mind not to do so. "Work? What work?" asked Harriet, with the suspicious look which came into her gray eyes whenever she heard something that she could not understand. "Some writing. I've written a play." "A play? Will it be acted?" "Oh, no, it isn't meant for acting." "What's the good of it, then?" "It's written in verse. I shall perhaps try to get it published." "Shall you get money for it?" "That is scarcely likely. In all probability, I shall not be able to get it printed at all." "Then what's the good of it?" repeated Harriet, still suspicious and a little contemptuous. "It has given me pleasure, that's all." Julian was glad when, at length, he could take his leave. Waymark received him with a pleased smile and much questioning. "Why did you keep it such a secret? I shall try my hand at a play some day or other, but, as you can guess, the material will scarcely be sought in Gibbon. It will be desperately modern, possibly not altogether in accordance with the views of the Lord Chamberlain. What's the time? 4 o'clock. We'll have a cup of coffee, and then fall to. I'm eager to hear your deep-chested music, your hollow O's and A's." The reading took some 3 hours. Waymark smoked a vast number of pipes the while, and was silent till the close. Then he got up from his easy-chair, took a step forward, and held out his hand. His face shone with the frankest enthusiasm. He could not express himself with sufficient vehemence. Julian sat with the manuscript rolled up in his hands, on his face a glow of delight. It's very kind of you to speak in this way," he faltered at length. "Kind? How the deuce should I speak? But come, we will have this off to a publisher's forthwith. Have you any ideas for the next work?" "Yes, but so daring that they hardly bear putting into words." "Try the effect on me." "I have thought," said Julian with embarrassment, "of a long poem, an epic. Virgil wrote of the founding of Rome. Her dissolution is as grand a subject. It would mean years of preparation, again years in the writing. The siege and capture of Rome by Alaric. What do you think?" "A work not to be raised from the heat of youth or the vapors of wine, but Who knows? There was high talk in Walcott Square that evening. All unknown to its other inhabitants, the poor lodging-house was converted into a temple of the Muses, and harmonies as from Apollo's lyre throbbed in the hearts of the two friends. The future was their inexhaustible subject, the seed plot of strange hopes and desires. They talked the night into morning, hardly daunted when, perforce, they remembered the day's work. End of chapter 9. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Chapter 10 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Ireland. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. The ruling spirit of the academy was Mrs. Tootle. Her husband's constitutional headache, and yet more constitutional laziness, left to her almost exclusively the congenial task of guiding the household and even of disciplining the school. In lesson time she would even flit about the classrooms and not scruple to administer sharp rebukes to a teacher whose pupils were disorderly, the effect of this naturally being to make confusion worse confounded. The boys, of course, hated her with the hatred of which schoolboys alone are capable, and many a practical joke was played at her expense, not, however, with impunity. Still more pronounced, if possible, was the animus entertained against Mrs. Tootle's offspring, and it was upon the head of Master Felix that the full energy of detestation concentrated itself. He was, in truth, as offensive a young imp as the soil of a middle-class boarding school could well produce. If Mrs. Tootle ruled the academy, he in turn ruled Mrs. Tootle, and on all occasions showed himself a most exemplary autocrat. His position, however, as is the case of certain other autocratic rulers, had its disadvantages. He could never venture to wander out of earshot of his father or mother, who formed his bodyguard, and the utmost prudence did not suffice to protect him from an occasional punch on the head or a nip in a tender part, meant probably as earnest of more substantial kindnesses to be conferred upon him at the very earliest opportunity. To poor Egger fell the unpleasant duty of instructing these young Tootles in the elements of the French language. For that purpose he went up every morning to the classroom on the first floor, and for a while relieved Miss Enderby of her charge. With anguish of spirit he felt the approach of the moment which summoned him to this dread duty, for, in addition to the lively spite of Master Felix and the other children, he had to face the awful superintendence of Mrs. Tootle herself, who was invariably present at these lessons. Mrs. Tootle had somehow conceived the idea that French was a second mother tongue to her, and her intercourse with Mr. Egger was invariably carried on in that language. Now this was a refinement of torture, seeing that it was often impossible to gather a meaning from her remarks, whilst to show any such difficulty was to incur her most furious wrath. Egger trembled when he heard the rustle of her dress outside. The perspiration stood on his forehead as he rose and bowed before her. "Bonjour, monsieur," she would come in exclaiming. "Quel un beau matin! Vous trouverez les jeunes dames et messieurs en bons esprits ce matin." The spirits of Master Felix had manifested themselves already in his skilfully standing a book upright on the teacher's chair, so that when Egger subsided from his obeisance he sat down on a sharp edge and was thrown into confusion. "Monsieur Felix," cried his mother, "que faites-vous là? Les jeunes messieurs anglais sont plus spirituels que les jeunes messieurs suisses, n'est-ce pas, Monsieur Heger? En effet, madame, muttered the teacher, nervously arranging his books. Monsieur Heger, exclaimed Mrs. Tootle with a burst of good humour. Est-ce que vrai, ce qu'on dit que les Suisses sont si excessivement sujets à être chez malades? The awful moment had come. What on earth did chez malade mean? Was he to answer yes or no? In his ignorance of her meaning, either reply might prove offensive. He reddened, fidgeted on his chair, looked about him with an anguished, mute appeal for help. Mrs. Tootle repeated her question with emphasis and a change of countenance which he knew too well. The poor fellow had not the tact to appear to understand, and, as he might easily have done, mystify her by some idiomatic remark. He stammered out his apologies and excuses with the effect of making Mrs. Tootle furious. Then followed a terrible hour, at the end of which poor Egger rushed down to the master's room, covered his head with his hands and wept, regardless of the boy strumming his exercises on the piano. Waymark shortly came in to summon him to some other class, whereupon he rose and with gestures of despair groaned out, Let me, I have made my possible, I can no more. Waymark alone feared neither Mrs. Tootle nor her hopeful son, and in turn was held in some little awe by both of them. The lady had at first tried the effect of interfering in his classes, as she did in those of the other masters, but the result was not encouraging. Don't you think, Mr. Waymark, she had said one day, as she walked through the schoolroom and paused to listen to our friend's explanation of some rule in English grammar, don't you think it would be better to confine yourself to the terms of the doctor's little compendium? The boys are used to it. In this case, replied Waymark calmly, I think the terms of the compendium are rather too technical for the fourth class. Still, it is customary in this school to use the compendium, and it has never yet been found unsatisfactory. Whilst you are discoursing at such length, I observe your class gets very disorderly. Waymark looked at her, but kept silence. Mrs. Tootle stood still. What are you waiting for, Mr. Waymark? She asked sharply. Till your presence has ceased to distract the boys' attention, Mrs. Tootle, was the straightforward reply. The woman was disconcerted, and, as Waymark preserved his calm silence, she had no alternative but to withdraw, after giving him a look not easily forgotten. But there was another person whose sufferings under the tyranny of mother and children was perhaps the keenest of all. Waymark had frequent opportunities of observing Miss Enderby under persecution, and learned to recognise in her the signs of acutest misery. Many times he left the room rather than add to her pain by his presence. Very often it was as much as he could do to refrain from taking her part and defending her against Mrs. Tootle. He had never been formally introduced to Miss Enderby, and during several weeks held no kind of communication with her beyond a good morning when he entered the room and found her there. The first quarter of a year was drawing to a close when there occurred the first conversation between them. Waymark had been giving some of the children their drawing lesson, whilst the governess taught the two youngest. The class time being over, the youngsters all scampered off. For a wonder, Mrs. Tootle was not present, and Waymark seized the opportunity to exchange a word with the young lady. I fear your pupils give you dreadful trouble, he said, as he stood by the window pointing a pencil. She started at being spoken to. They are full of life, she replied, in the low, sad voice which was natural to her. Which would all seem to be directed towards shortening that of others, said Waymark with a smile. They are intelligent, the governess ventured to suggest after a silence. It would be a pleasure to teach them if they were a little more orderly. Certainly, if their parents had only common sense. He stopped. A flush had risen to the girl's face, and a slight, involuntary motion of her hand seemed to warn him. The reason was that Mrs. Tootle stood in the doorway, to which he had his back turned. Miss Enderby said a quick good morning and left him. He was taking up some papers, preparatory to leaving the room, when he noticed that the governess had left behind her a little book in which she was accustomed to jot down lessons for the children. He took it up and examined it. On the first page was written Maud Enderby, South Bank, Regent's Park. He repeated the name to himself several times. Then he smiled, recalling the way in which the governess had warned him that Mrs. Tootle could overhear what he said. Somehow, this slight gesture of the girl's had seemed to bring them closer to each other. There was an unpremeditated touch of intimacy in the movement, which it pleased him to think of. This was by no means the first time that he had stood with thoughts busied about her, but the brief exchange of words and what had followed gave something of a new complexion to his feelings. Previously he had been interested in her. Her striking features had made him wonder what was the history which their expression concealed. But her extreme reticence and the timid coldness of her look had left his senses unmoved. Now he all at once experienced the awakening of quite a new interest. There had been something in her eyes as they met his which seemed to desire sympathy. He was struck with the possibilities of emotion in the face which this one look had revealed to him. Her situation seemed, when he thought of it, to affect him more strongly than hitherto. He felt that it would be more difficult henceforth to maintain his calmness when he saw her insulted by Mrs. Tootle or disrespectfully used by the children. Nor did the new feelings subside as rapidly as they had arisen. At home that night he was unable to settle to his usual occupations, and, as a visit to his friends in the master's room would have been equally distasteful, he rambled about the streets and so tired himself. His duties did not take him up to the children's classroom on the following morning, but he invented an excuse for going there, and felt rewarded by the very faint smile and the inclination of the head with which Miss Enderby returned his good morning. Day after day he schemed to obtain an opportunity of speaking with her again, and he fancied that she herself helped to remove any chances that might have occurred. Throughout his lessons his attention remained fixed upon her. He studied her face intently and was constantly discovering in it new meanings. When she caught his eyes thus busy with her, she evinced, for a moment, trouble and uneasiness. He felt sure that she arranged her seat so as to have her back to him more frequently than she had been accustomed to do. Her work appeared to him to be done with less self-forgetfulness than formerly. The rioting and impertinence of the children seemed to trouble her more. She bore Mrs. Tootle's interference with something like fear. Once, when Master Felix had gone beyond his wonted licence, in his mother's absence, Waymark went so far as to call him to order. As soon as he had spoken, the girl looked up at him in a startled way, and seemed silently to beg him to refrain. All this only strengthened the influence she exercised upon Waymark. Since the climax of wretchedness which had resulted in his advertisement and the forming of Julian Casti's acquaintance, a moderate cheerfulness had possessed him. Now he once more felt the clouds sinking around him, was aware of many a threatening portent, the meaning whereof he too well understood. There had been a week or two of prevailing bad weather, a state of things which always wrought harmfully upon him. His thoughts darkened under the dark sky, and the daily downpour of rain sapped his energies. It was within a few days of Easter, but the prospect of a holiday had no effect upon him. Night after night he lay in fever and unrest. He felt as though some voice were calling upon him to undertake a vaguely hazardous enterprise, which yet he knew not the nature of. On one of these evenings, Mr. O'Gree announced to him that Miss Enderby was going to give up her position at the end of the quarter. Philip had gathered this from a conversation heard during the day between Dr. Tootle and his wife. "The light of my life will be gone out," exclaimed O'Gree, "when I am no longer able to catch a glimpse of her as she goes past the schoolroom door. And I've never even had a chance of speaking to her. You know the tale of Raleigh and Queen Elizabeth. Suppose I were to rush out and throw my topcoat on the muddy doorstep just as she's going out. Do you think she'd say thank you?" "Probably," muttered Waymark, without knowing what he said. It was Mr. O'Gree's habit to affect this violent devotion to each new governess in turn, but Waymark did not seem to find the joke amusing at present. "Be dad, I'll do it then, or rather I would, if I'd 2 topcoats. Hang it, there's no behaving like a gentleman on £25 a year." Waymark walked about the streets the greater part of the night, and the next morning came to school rather late. Dr. Tootle had to consult with him about some matter as soon as he arrived. "You seem indisposed, Mr. Waymark," the doctor remarked, when he had in vain tried to elicit intelligible replies to his questions. "I am a little out of sorts," the other returned carelessly. "Perhaps we could talk about these things tomorrow." "As you please," said Dr. Tootle, a little surprised at his assistant's indifference. It was a drawing lesson morning. As he went upstairs, his ears apprised him of the state of things he would find in Miss Enderby's room. The approach of the Easter holidays was making the youngsters even more than usually uproarious, and their insubordination had passed beyond all pretence of attending to tasks. When Waymark entered, his first glance, as always, was towards the governess. She looked harassed and ill, was in vain endeavouring to exert some authority with her gentle voice. Her eyes showed unmistakable gratitude as the teacher appeared, for his approach meant that she would be relieved from the 3 younger children. Waymark called sharply to his pupils to come and take their places, but without any attention on their part. Master Felix openly urged the rest to assume a defiant attitude, and began to improvise melodies on a trumpet formed by rolling up a copybook. "Felix," said Miss Enderby, "give me your copybook and go to the drawing lesson." The boy removed the trumpet from his mouth, and waving it once around his head, sent it flying across the room at the speaker. It hit her on the cheek. In the same minute Waymark had bent across his knee a large pointer which stood in a corner of the room, and had snapped it into 2 pieces. Holding the lighter of these in one hand, with the other hand he suddenly caught Master Felix by the coat collar, and in a second had him out of the room and onto the landing. Then did the echoes of the academy wake to such a bellowing as they had probably never heard before. With a grip impossible even to struggle against, Waymark held the young imp under his arm, and plied the broken pointer with great vigour. The stripes were almost as loud as the roarings. There was a rush from the rooms below in the direction of the disturbance. All the boys were in a trice leaping about delightedly on the stairs, and behind them came O'Gree, Egger, and Dr. Tootle himself. From the room above rushed out all the young Tootles, yelling for help. Last of all, from still higher regions of the house, there swept down a vision of disorderly female attire, dishevelled hair and glaring eyes. It was Mrs. Tootle, disturbed at her toilet, forgetting all considerations of personal appearance at the alarming outcry. Just as she reached the spot, Waymark's arm dropped in weariness. He flung the howling young monkey into one corner, the stick into another, and deliberately pulled his coat sleeves into position once more. He felt vastly better for the exercise, and there was even a smile on his heated face. "You brutal ruffian!" shrieked Mrs. Tootle. "How dare you touch my child? You shall answer for this in the police court, sir." "Waymark!" cried her husband, who had struggled to the scene through the crowd of cheering boys. "What's the meaning of this? You forget yourself, sir. Who gave you authority to use corporal chastisement?" "The boy has long deserved a good thrashing," he said, "and I'm glad I lost my temper sufficiently to give him a portion of his deserts. If you wish to know the immediate cause, it simply was that he threw a book at his governess's head and hit her." "Mr. O'Gree," called out the doctor, "take your boys back to their duties, sir. I am quite unable to understand this disgraceful lack of discipline. Every boy who is not at his seat in 1 minute will have 500 verses of Psalms to write out. Mr. Waymark, I shall be obliged to you if you will step into my study." 5 minutes after, Waymark was closeted with Dr. Tootle. The latter had all at once put off his appearance of indignation. "Really," he began, "it's a great pity you let yourself be carried away like that. I think it very probable indeed that Felix deserved castigation of some kind. But you would have done much better to report him to me, you know, and let me see to it. You have put me in an awkward position. I fear you must make an apology to Mrs. Tootle, and then perhaps the matter can be allowed to blow over." "I think not," replied Waymark, whose mind was evidently made up. There was a look of recklessness on his face, which one could at any time have detected lurking beneath the hard self-control which usually marked him. "I don't feel disposed to apologise, and I'm tired of my position here. I must give it up." Dr. Tootle was annoyed. It would not be easy to get another teacher of the kind at so cheap a rate. "Come, you don't mean this," he said. "You were out of temper for the moment. Perhaps the apology could be dispensed with. I think I may promise that it can be. The lad will be no worse for his little correction. Possibly we can come to some more satisfactory arrangements for the future." "No," interposed Waymark. "I have quite made up my mind. I mean to give up teaching altogether. It doesn't suit me. Of course, I am willing to come as usual the next 2 days." "You are aware that this notice should have been given me at the beginning of the quarter," hinted the principal. "Oh yes, of course you will legally owe me nothing. I am prepared for that." "Well, I shall have to consider it, but still I think that you—" "As far as I am concerned, the matter is decided. I go at Easter." "Very well. I think you are blind to your own interests, but of course you do as you please. If Mrs. Tootle should press me to take out a summons against you for assault, of course I— Good morning, Dr. Tootle." The summons was not taken out, but Waymark's resolution suffered no change. There was another interview between him and the principal, from which he issued with the sum of £6.10 in his pocket, being half the quarter's salary. He had not applied for this, but did not refuse it when it was offered, seeing that the total amount of cash previously in his possession was something less than 5 shillings. He did wisely perhaps to compromise with his dignity, and let Dr. Tootle come out of the situation with a certain show of generosity. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 11. By the Wayside. So, there ends another chapter. How many more to the end of the story? How many more scenes till the farce is played out? There is something flattering to one's vanity in this careless playing with fate. It is edifying, moreover, to sot circumstances at defiance in this way, now and then, to assert one's freedom. Freedom! What a joke the word must be to whoever is pulling the wires and making us poor puppets dance at his pleasure. Pity that we have to pay the piper so heavily for our involuntary jigging. A passage from the letter Waymark wrote to his friend Casti on the evening when his schoolwork came to an end. That night he sought rest early, and slept well. The sensations with which he woke the next morning were such as he had not experienced for a long time. He was at liberty, with £6.10 in his pocket. He could do what he liked, and go whither he liked, till lack of a dinner should remind him that a man's hardest master is his own body. He dressed leisurely, and, having dressed, treated himself to an egg for breakfast. Absolutely no need for hurry. The thought of school hours dismissed forever, a horizon quite free from the vision of hateful toil. In the real sky overhead, a gleam of real sunshine, as if to make credible this sudden change. His mood was still complete recklessness, a revolt against the idea of responsibility, indifference to all beyond the moment. It was Thursday. The morrow would be Good Friday. After that, the intervention of 2 clear days before the commencement of a new week. In the meantime, the sun was really shining. The fresh spring air invited to the open ways. Waymark closed the door of his room behind him, and went downstairs whistling to himself. But before reaching the bottom, he turned and went back again. It seemed warm enough to sit in one of the parks and read. He laid his hand on a book, almost at haphazard, to put in his pocket. Then he walked very leisurely along Kennington Road, and on, till he had crossed the river. Wondering in which direction he should next turn, he suddenly found himself repeating, with unaccountable transition of thought, the words, "South Bank, Regent's Park." In all likelihood, he said to himself presently, they were suggested by some inscription on a passing omnibus, noted unconsciously. The address was that he had read in Miss Enderby's notebook. Why not ramble in that direction as well as another, and amuse himself by guessing which house it was that the governess lived in? He had not seen her since the uproar which had terminated his connection with the young Tootles. Was it true that she had then already decided to give up her position? If not, his outbreak of temper had, doubtless, resulted unpleasantly for her, seeing that Mrs. Tootle would almost certainly dismiss her out of mere spite. Several times during the last 2 days he had thought of conveying to her a note by some means, to express in some way or other this fear, and the regret it caused him. The real motive, he knew well enough, would be a hope of receiving a reply from her. But now she had perhaps left the school, and he did not know her exact address. He made his way across the park in the direction of St. John's Wood, and had soon reached South Bank. He had walked once the length of the road, and was looking at the nearest houses before he turned, when a lady came round the corner and paused to avoid him as he stood in the middle of the pavement. It was Miss Enderby herself. Her embarrassment was apparently not as great as his own. She smiled with friendliness, seemed indeed in a happier frame of mind than any in which Waymark had as yet seen her. But she did not offer her hand, and the other, having raised his hat, was almost on the point of passing on, when he overcame his diffidence and spoke. But she did not offer her hand, and the other, having raised his hat, was almost on the point of passing on, when he overcame his diffidence and spoke. "I came here to try and discover where you lived, Miss Enderby." There was something grotesque in this abruptness. His tone only saved it from impertinence. The girl looked at him with frank surprise. "Pray don't misunderstand me," he went on hurriedly. "I wished, if possible, to tell you that I feared I acted thoughtlessly the other day, without regard, I mean, to any consequences it might have for yourself." "Oh, rather. I ought to thank you for defending me. It made no difference in the way you mean. It had already been decided that I should leave. I did not suit Mrs. Tootle." It was very pleasant to look down into her earnest face, and to watch it as she spoke in this unrestrained way. She seemed so slight and frail, evidently thought so depreciatingly of herself, looked as though her life had in it so little joy, that Waymark had speedily assumed a confident attitude, and gazed at her as a man does at one whom he would gladly guard and cherish. "You were certainly unsuited for the work in every way," he said with a smile. "Your efforts were quite wasted there. Still, I am sorry you have left." "I am going into a family," were her next words, spoken almost cheerfully. "It is in the country, in Essex. There are only 2 children, quite young. I think I shall succeed the better with them. I hope so." "Then I suppose," Waymark said, moving a little and keeping his eyes fixed on her with an uneasy look, I must say good-bye to you for the last time?" A scarcely heard "yes" fell from her lips. Her eyes were cast down. "I am going to make a bold request," Waymark exclaimed with a sort of recklessness, though his voice expressed no less respect than hitherto. "Will you tell me where you are going to?" She told him without looking up, and with a recurrence to the timid manner which had marked her in the schoolroom. This gave Waymark encouragement. His confidence grew as hers diminished. "Will you let me write to you occasionally? Would you let me keep up our acquaintance in this way, so that, if you return to London, I might look forward to meeting you again some time?" The girl answered timidly, "I should be glad to keep up our acquaintance. I shall be glad to hear from you." Then, at once, feeling that she had gone too far, her confusion made her pale. Waymark held out his hand as if to take leave. "Thank you very much," he said warmly. "I am very grateful." She gave him a quick "good-bye," then passed on. Waymark moved at once in the opposite direction, turning the corner. Then he wished to go back and notice which house she entered, but would not do so lest she should observe him. He walked straight forwards. How the aspect of the world had changed for him in these few minutes! What an incredible revolution had come to pass in his own desires and purposes! The intellectual atmosphere he breathed was of his own creation. The society of cultured people he had never had the opportunity of enjoying. A refined and virtuous woman had hitherto existed for him merely in the sanctuary of his imagination. He had known not one such. If he passed one in the street, the effect of the momentary proximity was only to embitter his thoughts, by reminding him of the hopeless gulf fixed between his world and that in which such creatures had their being. In revenge, he tried to soil the purity of his ideals, would have persuaded himself that the difference between the two spheres was merely in externals, that he was imposed upon by wealth, education, and superficial refinement of manners. Happily, he had never really succeeded in thus deceiving himself, and the effort had only served to aggravate his miseries. The habit of mind, however, had shown itself in the earlier stages of his acquaintance with Miss Enderby. The first sight of her had moved him somewhat, but scarcely with any foreshadowing of serious emotion. He felt that she was different from any woman with whom he had ever stood on an equal footing, but at the same time the very possibility of establishing more or less intimate relations with her made him distrustful of his judgment. In spite of himself, he tried to disparage her qualities. She was pretty, he admitted, but then of such a feeble, characterless type. Doubtless her understanding corresponded with the weakness of her outward appearance. None the less, he had continued to observe her keenly, and had noted with pleasure every circumstance which contradicted his wilful depreciation of her. His state of mind after the thrashing he gave to young Tootle had been characteristic. What had been the cause of his violence? Certainly not uncontrollable anger, for he had in reality been perfectly cool throughout the affair. Simply, then, the pleasure of avenging Miss Enderby, and for this he had sacrificed his place and left himself without resources. He had acted absurdly, certainly would not have repeated the absurdity had the scene been to act over again. This was not the attitude of one in love, and he knew it. Moreover, though he had thought of writing her, it would in reality have cost him nothing if she had forthwith passed out of his sight and knowledge. Now how all this had been altered by a mere chance meeting. The doubts had left him. She was indeed the being from a higher world that he would have liked to believe her from the first. The mysterious note of true sympathy had been struck in that short exchange of words and looks, and though they had taken leave of each other for who could say how long, mutual knowledge was just beginning, real intercourse about to be established between them. He might write to her, and of course she would reply. He walked without much perception of time or distance, and found himself at home just before nightfall. He felt disposed for a quiet evening to be spent in the companionship of his thoughts. But when he had made his coffee and eaten with appetite after the day's rambling, restlessness again possessed him. After all, it was not retirement that he needed. These strange new imaginings would consort best with motion and the liveliness of the streets. So he put out his lamp and once more set forth. The night air freshened his spirits, he saying to himself as he went along. It was a long time since he had been to a theatre, and just now he was so hopelessly poor that he could really afford a little extravagance. So he was soon sitting before the well-known drop of a favourite playhouse, as full of light-hearted expectancy as a boy who was enjoying a holiday. The evening was delightful and passed all too quickly. The play over, he was in no mood to go straight home. He lit a cigar and drifted with the current westward out of the Strand and into Pall Mall. A dispute between a cab driver and his fare induced him to pause for a moment under the colonnade, and when the little cluster of people had moved on, he still stood leaning against one of the pillars, enjoying the mild air and the scent of his cigar. He felt his elbow touched, and, looking round with indifference, met the kind of greeting for which he was prepared. He shook his head and did not reply. Then the sham gaiety of the voice all at once turned to a very real misery, and the girl began to beg instead of trying to entice him in the ordinary way. He looked at her again, and was shocked at the ghastly wretchedness of her daubed face. She was ill, she said, and could scarcely walk about, but must get money somehow. If she didn't, her landlady wouldn't let her sleep in the house again, and she had nowhere else to go. There could be no mistake about the genuineness of her story, at all events as far as bodily suffering went. Waymark contrasted her state with his own, and took out what money he had in his pocket. It was the change out of a sovereign which he had received at the theatre, and he gave her it all. She stared and did not understand. "Are you coming with me?" she asked, feeling obliged to make a hideous attempt at professional coaxing in return for such generosity. "Good God, no!" Waymark exclaimed. "Go home and take care of yourself." She thanked him warmly and turned away at once. As his eye followed her, he was aware that somebody else had drawn near to him from behind. This was also a girl, but of a different kind. She was well dressed and of graceful, rounded form. A veil almost hid her face, but enough could be seen to prove that she had good looks. "A friend of yours?" she asked abruptly, and the voice was remarkably full, clear, and sweet. Waymark answered with a negative, looking closely at her. "Then why did you give her all that money?" "How do you know what I gave her?" "I was standing just behind here, and could see." "Well?" "Nothing. Only I should think you are 1 out of 1,000. You saved me a sovereign, too. I've watched her begging of nearly 12 people, and I couldn't have stood it much longer." "You would have given her a sovereign?" "I meant to if she failed with you." "Is she a friend of yours?" "Never saw her before tonight." "Then you must be 1 of 1,000." The girl laughed merrily. "In that case," she said, "we ought to know each other, shouldn't we?" "If we began by thinking so well of each other," returned Waymark, smiling, "we should not improbably suffer a grievous disappointment before long." "Well, you might. You have to take my generosity on trust. But I have proof of yours." "You're an original sort of girl," said Waymark, throwing away the end of his cigar. "Do you talk to everybody this way?" Oh, of course not. I shouldn't be worth much if I couldn't suit my conversation to the man I want to make a fool of. Would you rather have me talk in the usual way? Shall I say, I had rather not? I knew that. And how? Well, you don't wear a veil if I do. You can read faces. A little. I flatter myself. Can you? Give me a chance of trying. She raised her veil, and he inspected her for some moments, then looked away. Excellently well, if God did all, he observed with a smile. That's out of a play, she replied quickly. I heard it a little time ago, but I forget the answer. I'd have given anything to be able to cap you. Then you'd have to put me down for a clever woman, and I should have lived on the reputation henceforth and forever. But it's all my own, indeed. I'm not afraid of crying. Do you ever cry? I can't easily imagine it. Oh, yes, sometimes, she answered, sighing, and at the same time lowering her veil again. But you haven't read my face for me. It's a face I'm sorry to have seen. Why? She asked, holding her hands clasped before her, the palms turned outwards. I shall think of it often after tonight, and I imagine it with all its freshness gone, and marks of suffering and degradation upon it. Suffering, perhaps. Degradation, no. Why should I be degraded? You can't help yourself. The life you have chosen brings its inevitable consequences. Chosen, she repeated with an indignant face. How do you know I had any choice in the matter? You have no right to speak contemptuously like that. Perhaps not. Certainly not. I should have said, the life you are evidently leading. Well, I don't know that it makes so much difference. I suppose everybody has a choice, at all events, between life and death. And you mean that I ought to have killed myself rather than come to this. That's my own business, however, and a man had just passed behind them, and, catching the sound of the girl's voice, had turned suddenly to look at her. She, at the same moment, looked towards him, and stopped all at once in her speech. Are you walking up Regent Street? She asked Waymark in quite a different voice. Give me your arm, will you? Waymark complied, and they walked together in the direction she suggested. What is the matter with you? He asked. Why are you trembling? Don't look round. It's that fellow behind us. I know he is following. Somebody you know? Yes, and hate. Worse than that, I'm afraid of him. Will you keep with me till he's gone? Of course I will. What harm can he do you, though? None that I know of. It's a strange, stupid feeling I have. I can't bear the sight of him. Don't look round. Has he been a friend of yours? No, not in that way. But he follows me about. He'll drive me out of London, I know. They had reached Piccadilly Circus. Look back now, she said, and see if he's following still. Waymark turned his head. The man was at a little distance behind. He stopped when he saw himself observed, and stood on the edge of the pavement, tapping his boot with his cane. He was a tall and rather burly fellow, well dressed, with a clean-shaven face. "Let's make haste round the corner," the girl said, "and get into the restaurant. You must have some supper with me." "I should be very happy had I a penny in my pocket." "See how easily good deeds are forgotten," returned the other, laughing in the old way. "Now comes my turn to give proof of generosity. Come and have some supper, all the same." "No, that's out of the question." "Fiddlestick! Surely you won't desert me when I ask your protection. Come along, and pay me back another time, if you like." They walked round the corner. Then the girl started, and ran at her full speed. Waymark followed in the same way, somewhat oppressed by a sense of ridiculousness. They reached the shelter of the restaurant, and the girl led the way upstairs, laughing immoderately. Supper was served to them, and honoured with due attention by both. Waymark had leisure to observe his companion's face in clearer light. It was beautiful, and, better still, full of character. He presently bent forward to her and spoke in a low voice. "Isn't this the man who followed us just coming in now? Look, he has gone to the table on the right." She looked round hastily and shuddered, for she had met the man's eyes. "Why did you tell me?" she exclaimed impatiently. "Now I can't finish my supper. Wait till he has given his order, and then we will go." Waymark examined this mysterious persecutor. In truth, the countenance was no good one, and a woman might well dislike to have such eyes turned upon her. It was a strong face, coarse originally, and in addition to the faults of nature, it now bore the plainest traces of hard living. As soon as he perceived Waymark and his companion, he fixed them with his eyes, and scarcely looked away as long as they remained in the room. The girl seemed shrinking under this gaze, though she sat almost with her back to him. She ceased talking, and as soon as she saw that Waymark had finished, made a sign to him to pay quickly with a sovereign she pushed across the table, and let them be gone. They rose accordingly and left. The man watched them, but remained seated. "Are you in a hurry to get home?" the girl asked when they were in the street again. "No, time is of no consequence to me." "Do you live far off?" "In Kennington. And you?" "If you like, I'll show you. Let us walk quickly. I feel rather cold." She led the way into the Strand. At no great distance from the Temple Bar, she turned off into a small court. "This is a queer place to live in," observed Waymark as he looked up at the dark houses. "Don't be afraid," was the good-humoured reply, as she opened the door with a latch key. They went up 2 flights of stairs, then entered a room where a bright fire was burning. Waymark's conductor held a piece of paper to the flame, and lit a lamp. It was a small, pleasantly furnished sitting-room. "Do you play?" Waymark asked, seeing an open piano with music upon it. "I only wish I could. My landlady's daughter is giving me lessons, but I think I'm getting on. Listen to me do this exercise." She sat down, and, with much conscientious effort, went over some simple bars. Then she looked up at her companion and caught him smiling. "Well," she exclaimed in a pet, "you must begin at the beginning in everything, mustn't you? Come and let me hear what you can do." "Not even so much." "Then don't laugh at a poor girl doing her best. You have such a queer smile, too. It seems both ill-natured and good-natured at the same time. Now, Wait a minute till I come back." She went into an inner room and closed the door behind her. In 5 minutes it opened again. She appeared in a dressing gown, and with her feet in slippers. Her fine hair fell heavily about her shoulders. In her arms she held a beautiful black cat, with white throat and paws. "This is my child. Don't you admire him? Shake hands, Grim." "Why Grim?" "It's short for Grimalkin, the name of a cat in a book of fairy tales I used to be fond of reading. Don't you think he's got a beautiful face, and a good deal more intelligent than some people we could mention? I picked him up on our doorstep 2 months ago. Oh, you never saw such a wretched little object, dripping with rain, and with such a poor, starved little face, and bones almost coming through the skin. He looked up at me, and begged me as plain could be, to have pity on him and help him. Didn't you, Grimmy? And so I brought him upstairs and made him comfortable, and now we shall never part. Do you like animals?" "Yes." The door of the room was suddenly opened, and there sprang in a fresh-coloured young girl in hat and jacket, short, plump, pretty, and looking about 17. She started back on seeing that the room was occupied. "What is it, Sally?" asked Grim's mistress, with a good-natured laugh. "Why, Mrs. Walter told me you wasn't in yet. I'm awful sorry. I beg your pardon." She spoke with a strong southwest country accent. "Do you want me?" "It's only for Grim," returned Sally, showing something which she held wrapped up in a paper. "I thought I'd bring him home a bit of fish, a nice bit without bone. It'll just suit he." "Then come and give it he," said the other, with a merry glance at Waymark. "But he mustn't make a mess on the hearth-rug." "Oh, trust him for that," cried Sally. "He won't pull it off the paper." Grim was accordingly provided with his supper, and Sally ran away with a "Good night." "Who's that?" Waymark asked. "Where on earth does she come from?" "She's from Weymouth. They talk queerly there, don't they? She lives in the house and goes to business. Sally and I are great friends." "Do you come from the country?" Waymark inquired, as she sat down in an easy chair and watched the cat eating. "No, I'm a London girl. I've never been out of the town since I was a little child." "And how old are you now?" "Guess."
"Not 20."
18 a month ago. All my life before me, isn't it?" Waymark kept silence for a moment. "How do you like my room?" she asked, suddenly looking around.
"It's very comfortable. I always thought there were nothing but business places all around here. I should rather like to live in the very middle of the town, like this."
"Should you? That's just what I like. Oh, how I enjoy the noise and the crowds! I should be ill if I had to live in one of those long, dismal streets where the houses are all the same shape, and costermongers go bawling about all day long. I suppose you live in a place like that?"
"Very much the same."
And taking his handkerchief out, Waymark just happened to feel a book in his overcoat pocket. He drew it forth to see what it was, having forgotten entirely that he had been carrying the volume about with him since morning. "What's that?" asked the girl. "Will you let me look? Is it a tale? Lend it me, will you?" "Do you read books?" "Oh, yes. Why not? Let me keep this till you come again. Is this your name written here? Osmond Waymark?" "Yes. And what is your name?" "Ida Starr." Ida, that's a beautiful name. I was almost afraid to ask you, for fear it should be something common. And why shouldn't I have a common name? Because you are by no means a common girl. You think not? Well, perhaps you are right. But may I keep the book till I see you again? I had better give it you, for it isn't very likely you will see me again. Why not? My acquaintance would be anything but profitable to you. I often haven't enough money to live on, and Ida stooped down and played for a few moments with Grim, who turned over lazily onto his back and stroked his mistress's hand delicately with his soft white paws. "But you are a gentleman," she said, rising again and rustling over the pages of the book she still held. "Are you in the city?" "The Lord deliver me!" "What then?" "I am nothing." "Then you must be rich." "It by no means follows. Yesterday I was a teacher in a school. Today I am what is called out of work." "A teacher? But I suppose you'll get another place." "No. I've given it up because I couldn't endure it any longer." "And how are you going to live?" "I have no idea." "Then you must have been very foolish to give away your money like that tonight." "I don't pretend to much wisdom. If I had had another sovereign in my pocket, no doubt I should have given it you before this, and you wouldn't have refused it." "How do you know?" she asked sharply. "Why should you think me selfish?" "Certainly I have no reason to. And, by the by, I already owe you money for the supper. I will send it you tomorrow." "Why not bring it?" "Better not. I have a good deal of an unpleasant quality which people call pride, and I don't care to make myself uncomfortable unnecessarily." "You can't have more pride than I have. Look." She held out her hands. "Will you be my friend, really my friend? You understand me?" "I think I understand, but I doubt whether it is possible." "Everything is possible. Will you shake hands with me? And when you come to see me again, let us meet as if I were a modest girl, and you had got to know me in a respectable house, and not in the street at midnight." "You really wish it? You're not joking?" "I am in sober earnest, and I wish it. You won't refuse?" "If I did, I should refuse a great happiness." He took her hand and again released it. "And now look at the time," said she, pointing to a clock on the mantelpiece. 1:30. How will you get home?" "Walk. It won't take me more than an hour. May I light my pipe before I start?" "Of course you may. When shall I see you again?" "Shall we say this night next week?" "Very well. Come here any time you like in the evening. I will be at home after 6, and then I can give you your book back." Waymark lit his pipe, stooped to give Grim a stroke, and buttoned up his coat. Ida led the way downstairs. They shook hands again and parted. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 12. Rent Day. It was much after his usual hour when Waymark awoke on Good Friday morning. He had been troubled throughout the night with a strangely vivid dream, which seemed to have repeated itself several times. When he at length started into consciousness, the anguish of the vision was still upon him. He rose at once and dressed quickly, doing his best to shake off the clinging misery of sleep. In a little while it had passed, and he tried to go over in his mind the events of the preceding day. Were they, too, only fragments of a long dream? Surely so many and strange events could not have crowded themselves into one period of 12 hours. And for him, whose days passed with such dreary monotony, the interview with Maud Enderby seemed so unnaturally long ago, that with Ida Starr so impossibly fresh and recent. Yet both had undoubtedly taken place. He who but yesterday morning had felt so bitterly his loneliness in the world, and above all the impossibility of what he most longed for, woman's companionship, found himself all at once on terms of at least friendly intimacy with two women, both young, both beautiful, yet so wholly different. Each answered to an ideal which he cherished, and the two ideals were so diverse, so mutually exclusive. The experience had left him in a curious frame of mind. For the present he felt cool, almost indifferent to both his new acquaintances. He had asked and obtained leave to write to Maud Enderby. What on earth could he write about? How could he address her? He had promised to go and see Ida Starr on a most impracticable footing. Was it not almost certain that before the day came round her caprice would have vanished, and his reception would prove anything but a flattering one? The feelings which both girls had at the time excited in him seemed artificial. In his present mood he in vain tried to resuscitate his interest either in one or the other. It was as though he had over-exerted his emotional powers, and they lay exhausted. Weariness was the only reality of which he was conscious. He must turn his mind to other things. Having breakfasted, he remembered what day it was, and presently took down a volume of his Goethe, opening at the Easter morning scene in Faust, favorite reading with him. This inspired him with a desire to go into the morning air. It was a bright day, and there would be life in the streets. Just as he began to prepare himself for walking, there came a knock at his door, and Julian Casti entered. "Hello!" Waymark cried. "I thought you told me you were engaged with your cousin to-day." "I was, but I sent her a note yesterday to say I was unable to meet her." "Then why didn't you write at the same time to tell me you were coming? I might have gone out for the day." "I had no intention of coming then. What's the matter? You look out of sorts." "I don't feel in very good spirits. By the by, I heard from the publishers yesterday. Here's the note." It simply stated that Messrs. So-and-so had given their best attention to the play of Stilicho, which Mr. Casti had been so good as to submit to them, and regretted their inability to make any proposal for its publication, seeing that its subject was hardly likely to excite popular interest. They thanked the author for offering it to them, and begged to return the manuscript. Well, it's a disappointment, said Waymark, but we must try again. I myself am so hardened to this kind of thing that I fear you will think me unsympathetic. It's like having a tooth out. You never quite get used to it, but you learn after 2 or 3 experiments to gauge the moment's torture at its true value. Redirect your parcel, and fresh hope beats out the old discouragement. It wasn't altogether that which was making me feel restless and depressed, Casti said when they had left the house and were walking about. I suppose I'm not quite right in health just at present. I seem to have lost my natural good spirits of late. The worst of it is, I can't settle to my day's work as I used to. In fact, I have just been applying for a new place, that of dispenser at the All Saints Hospital. If I get it, it would make my life a good deal more independent. I should live in lodgings of my own, and have much more time to myself. Waymark encouraged the idea strongly, but his companion could not be roused to the wonted cheerfulness. After a long silence, he all at once put a strange question in an abashed way. Waymark, have you ever been in love? Osmond laughed and looked at his friend curiously. Many thousand times, was his reply. No, but seriously, urged Julian, with desperate seriousness, for 2 or 3 days at a time. Never longer. Well, now, answer me in all earnestness. Do you believe it possible to love a woman whom in almost every respect you regard as your inferior, who you know can't understand your thoughts and aspirations, who has no interest in anything above daily needs? Impossible to say. Is she good-looking? Suppose she is not, yet not altogether plain. Then does she love you? Julian reddened at the direct application. Suppose she seems to. Seems to, eh? On the whole, I should say that I couldn't declare it possible or on the contrary till I had seen the girl. I myself should be very capable of falling desperately in love with a girl who hadn't an idea in her head, and didn't know her letters. All I should ask would be passion in return, and, well, yes, a pliant and docile character. You are right. The character would go for much. Never mind, we won't speak any more of the subject. It was an absurd question to ask you. Nevertheless, you've made me very curious. I will tell you more some other time. Not now. Tell me about your own plans. What decisions have you come to? Waymark professed to have formed no plan whatever. This was not strictly true. For some months now, ever and again, as often indeed as he had felt the burden of his schoolwork more than usually intolerable, his thoughts had turned to the one person who could be of any assistance to him, and upon whom he had any kind of claim. That was Abraham Woodstock, his father's old friend. He had held no communication with Mr. Woodstock for 4 years, did not even know whether he was living, but of him he still thought, now that absolute need was close at hand, and as soon as Julian Casti had left him to-day, he examined a directory to ascertain whether the accountant still occupied the house in St. John Street Road. Apparently he did, and the same evening Waymark made up his mind to visit Mr. Woodstock on the following day. The old gentleman was sitting alone when the servant announced a visitor. In personal appearance he was scarcely changed since the visit of his little granddaughter. Perhaps the eye was not quite so vivid, the skin on forehead and cheeks a trifle less smooth, but his face had the same healthy color. There was the same repose of force in the huge limbs, and his voice had lost nothing of its resonant firmness. "Ah!" he exclaimed as Waymark entered. "You! I've been wondering where you were to be found." The visitor held out his hand, and Abraham, although he did not rise, smiled not unpleasantly as he gave his own. "You wanted to see me?" Waymark asked. "Well, yes. I suppose you've come about the mines." "Mines? What mines?"
"Oh, then you haven't come about them. You didn't know that the Lig Valley people have begun to pay a dividend?"
Waymark remembered that one of his father's unfortunate speculations had been the purchase of certain shares in some Welsh mines. The money thus invested had remained for the last 9 years wholly unproductive. Mr. Woodstock explained that things were looking up with the company in question, who had just declared a dividend of 4% on all their paid-up shares.
"In other words," exclaimed Waymark eagerly, "they owe me some money. Which you can do with, eh?"
said Abraham, with a twinkle of good-humoured commiseration in his eye.
"Perfectly. What are the details?" "They are 50 £10 shares. Dividend, accordingly, £20.
By jingo! How's it to be got at?"
"Do you feel disposed to sell the shares?"
asked the old man, looking up sideways and still smiling.
"No, on the whole I think not." "Ho, ho! Osmond, where have you learnt prudence, eh? Why don't you sit down? If you didn't come about the mines, why did you come, eh?"
"Not to mince matters," said Waymark, taking a chair and speaking in an offhand way which cost him much effort, "I came to ask you to help me to some way of getting a living."
"Hullo!"
exclaimed the old man, chuckling.
"Why, I should have thought you'd made your fortune by this time. Poetry doesn't pay, it seems."
"It doesn't. One has to buy experience. It's no good saying that I ought to have been guided by you 5 years ago. Of course I wish I had been, but it was impossible. The question is, do you care to help me now?"
"What's your idea?"
asked Abraham, playing with his watch guard, a smile as of inward triumph flitting about his lips. "I have none. I only know that I've been half starved for years in the cursed business of teaching, and that I can't stand it any longer. I want some kind of occupation that will allow me to have 3 good meals every day, and leave me my evenings free. That isn't asking much, I imagine. Most men manage to find it. I don't care what the work is, not a bit. If it's a kind which gives me a prospect of getting on, all the better. If that's out of the question, well, 3 good meals and a roof shall suffice."
"You're turning into a devilish sensible man, Osmond,"
said Mr. Woodstock, still smiling.
"Better late than never, as they say. But I don't see what you can do. You literary chaps get into the way of thinking that any fool can make a man of business, and that it's only a matter of condescending to turn your hands to desk work, and the way's clear before you. It's a mistake, and you're not the first that'll find it out."
"This much I know," replied Waymark with decision. "Set me to anything that can be learnt, and I'll be perfect in it in a quarter the time it would take the average man."
"You want your evenings free?"
asked the other, after a short reflection.
"What will you do with them?"
"I shall give them to literary work."
"I thought as much.
"And you think you can be a man of business and a poet at the same time? No go, my boy. If you take up business, you drop poetizing. Those 2 horses never yet pulled at the same shaft, and never will." Mr. Woodstock pondered for a few moments. He thrust out his great legs, with feet crossed on the fender, and with his hands jingled coin in his trouser pockets. "I'll tell you what," he suddenly began. "There's only one thing I know of at present that you're likely to be able to do. Suppose I gave you the job of collecting my rents down east." "Weekly rents?" "Weekly. It's a rough quarter, and they're a shady lot of customers. You wouldn't find the job over pleasant, but you might try, eh?" "What would it bring me in? To go at once to the point." "The rents average £25. Your commission would be 7%. You might reckon, I dare say, on 35 a week." "What is the day for collecting?" "Mondays, but there's lots of 'em you'd have to look up several times in a week. If you like, I'll go round myself on Tuesday. Easter Monday's no good, and you can come with me." "I will go, by all means," exclaimed Waymark. Talk continued for some half hour. When Waymark rose at length, he expressed his gratitude for the assistance promised. "Well, well," said the other, "wait till we see how things work. I shouldn't wonder if you throw it up after a week or two. However, be here on Tuesday at 10, and be prompt. Mind, I don't wait for any man." Waymark was punctual enough on the following Tuesday, and the two drove in a hansom eastward. It was a rather foggy morning, and things looked their worst. After alighting, they had a short walk. Mr. Woodstock stopped at the end of an alley. "You see," he said, "that's Litany Lane. There are 16 houses in it, and they're all mine. Half-way down, on the left, runs off Elm Court, where there are 14 houses, and those are all mine, too." Waymark looked. Litany Lane was a narrow passage, with houses only on one side. Opposite to them ran a long, high wall, apparently the limit of some manufactory. Two posts set up at the entrance to the lane showed that it was no thoroughfare for vehicles. The houses were of 3 stories. There were 2 or 3 dirty little shops, but the rest were ordinary lodging-houses, the front doors standing wide open, as a matter of course, exhibiting a dusky passage, filthy stairs, with generally a glimpse right through into the yard in the rear. In Elm Court the houses were smaller, and had their fronts whitewashed. Under the archway which led into the court were fastened up several written notices of rooms to be let at this or that number. The paving was in evil repair, forming here and there considerable pools of water, the stench and the colour whereof led to the supposition that the inhabitants facilitated domestic operations by emptying casual vessels out of the windows. The dirty little casements on the ground floor exhibited without exception a rag of red or white curtain on the one side, prevailing fashion evidently requiring no corresponding drapery on the other. The court was a cul-de-sac, and at the far end stood a receptacle for ashes, the odour from which was intolerable. Strangely enough, almost all the window-sills displayed flower-pots, and, despite the wretched weather, several little bird-cages hung out from the upper stories. In one of them a lark was singing briskly. They began their progress through the tenements, commencing at the top of Litany Lane. Many of the rooms were locked, the occupiers being away at their work, but in such case the rent had generally been left with some other person in the house, and was forthcoming. But now and then neither rent nor tenant was to be got at, and dire were the threats which Abraham bade the neighbours convey to the defaulters on their return. His way with one and all was curt and vigorous. To Waymark it seemed needlessly brutal. A woman pleading inability to make up her total sum would be cut short with a thunderous oath, and the assurance that, if she did not pay up in a day or two, Every stick would be carried off. Pitiful pleading for time had absolutely no effect on Abraham. Here and there a tenant would complain of high rent, and point out a cracked ceiling, a rotten piece of stairs, or something else imperatively calling for renovation.
"If you don't like the room, clear out,"
was the landlord's sole reply to all such speeches. In one place they came across an old Irish woman engaged in washing. The room was hung with reeking clothes from wall to wall. For a time it was difficult to distinguish objects through the steam, and Waymark, making his way in, stumbled and almost fell over an open box. From the box at once proceeded a miserable little wail, broken by as terrible a cough as a child could be afflicted with, and Waymark then perceived that the box was being used as a cradle, and in which lay a baby gasping in the agonies of some throat disease, whilst drops from the wet clothing trickled onto its face. On leaving this house they entered Elm Court. Here, sitting on the doorstep of the first house, was a child of apparently 9 or 10, and seemingly a girl, though the nondescript attire might have concealed either sex. The face was absolutely sexless in its savagery. Her hair was cut short, and round her neck was a bit of steel chain, fastened with string. On seeing the two approach, she sprang up and disappeared with a bound into the house.
"That's the most infernal little devil in all London, I do believe,"
said Mr. Woodstock as they began to ascend the stairs.
"Her mother owes 2 weeks, and if she don't pay something to-day, I'll have her out. She'll be shamming illness, you'll see." The child ran up to prepare her.
The room in question was at the top of the house. It proved to be quite bare of furniture. On a bundle of straw in one corner was lying a woman, to all appearances in extremis. She lay looking up to the ceiling, her face distorted into the most ghastly anguish, her lips foaming, her whole frame shivered incessantly.
"Ha! I thought so!"
exclaimed Abraham as he entered.
"Are you going to pay anything this week?"
The woman seemed to be unconscious.
"Have you got the rent?"
asked Mr. Woodstock, turning to the child, who had crouched down in another corner.
"No, we ain't,"
was the reply, with a terribly fierce glare from eyes which rather seemed to have looked on 90 years than 9.
"Then out you go. Come, you, get up now. Do you hear? Very well, come along, Waymark. You take hold of that foot, and I'll take this. Now, drag her out on to the landing."
They dragged her about halfway to the door, when suddenly Waymark felt the foot he had hold of withdrawn from his grasp, and at once the woman sprang upright. Then she fell on him, tooth and nail, screaming like some evil beast. Had not Abraham forthwith come to the rescue, he would have been seriously torn about the face, but just in time. The woman's arms were seized in a giant grip, and she was flung bodily out of the room, falling with a crash upon the landing. Then from her and the child arose a most terrific uproar of commination. Both together yelled such foulness and blasphemy as can only be conceived of by those who have made a special study of this vocabulary, and the vituperation of the child was, if anything, richer in quality than the mother's. The former, moreover, did not confine herself to words, but all at once sent her clenched fist through every pane of glass in the window, heedless of the fearful cuts she inflicted upon herself, and uttering a wild yell of triumph at each fracture. Mr. Woodstock was too late to save his property, but he caught up the creature like a doll, flung her out also onto the landing, then coolly locked the door behind him and put the key in his pocket, and, letting Waymark pass on first, descended the stairs. The yelling and screeching behind them continued as long as they were in the court, but it drew no attention from the neighbours, who were far too accustomed to this kind of thing to heed it. In the last house they had to enter, they came upon a man asleep on a bare bedstead. It was difficult to wake him. When he at length was aroused, he glared at them for a moment with one bloodshot eye. The other was sightless, looking much like a wild beast which doubts whether to spring or to shrink back.
"Rent, Slimy!"
said Woodstock with more good humour than usual. The man pointed to the mantelpiece, where the pieces of money were to be found lying. Waymark looked round the room. Besides the bedstead, the table was the only article of furniture, and on it stood a dirty jug and glass. Lying about was a strange collection of miscellaneous articles, heaps of rags and dirty paper, bottles, boots, bones. There were one or two chairs in process of being new caned. There was a wooden frame for holding glass, such as is carried about by itinerant glaziers, and finally there was a knife-grinding instrument, adapted for wheeling about the streets. The walls were all scribbled over with obscene words and drawings. On the inside of the door had been fitted two enormous bolts, one above and one below.
"How's trade, Slimy?"
inquired Mr. Woodstock.
"Which trade, Mr. Woodstock?"
asked the man in return in a very husky voice.
"Oh, trade in general. There never was such time since old Scratch died,"
replied Slimy, shaking his head.
"No chance for an honest man."
"Then you're in luck. This is the new collector, d'ye see?"
"I've been looking at him,"
said Slimy, whose one eye, for all that, had seemed busy all the time in quite a different direction.
"I've seen him somewheres, but I can't just make out where."
"Not many people you haven't seen, I think," said Abraham, nodding as he went out of the room. Waymark followed, and was glad to get into the open streets again. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 13. A Man Trap. Julian Casti was successful in his application for the post of dispenser at the All Saints Hospital, and shortly after Easter he left the shop in Oxford Street, taking lodgings in Beaufort Street, Chelsea. His first evening there was spent in Waymark's company, and there was much talk of the progress his writing would make now that his hours of liberty were so considerably extended. For the first time in his life he was enjoying the sense of independence. Waymark talked of moving from Walcott Square in order to be nearer to his friend. He, too, was possessed of more freedom than had been the case for a long time, and his head was full of various fancies. They would encourage each other in their work, afford, by mutual appreciation, that stimulus which is so essential to the young artist. But in this world, though man may propose, it is woman who disposes, and at this moment Julian's future was being disposed of in a manner he could not well have foreseen. Harriet Smales had heard with unconcealed pleasure of his leaving the shop and taking lodgings of his own. She had been anxious to come and see the rooms, and Though the following Sunday was appointed for her visit, she could not wait so long, but, to her cousin's surprise, presented herself at the house one evening, and was announced by the landlady, who looked suspicious. Julian, with some nervousness, hastened to explain that the visitor was a relative, which did not in the least alter his landlady's preconceived ideas. Harriet sat down and looked about her with a sigh of satisfaction. If she could but have such a home! Girls had no chance of getting on as men did. If only her father could have lived, things would have been different. Now she was thrown on the world, and had to depend upon her own hard work. Then she gave way to an hysterical sob, and Julian, who felt sure that the landlady was listening at the door, could only beg her nervously not to be so downhearted. "Whatever success I have," he said to her, "you will share it." "If I thought so!" she sighed, looking down at the floor, and moving the point of her umbrella up and down. Harriet had saturated her mind with the fiction of penny weeklies, and owed to this training all manner of awkward affectations, which she took to be the most becoming manifestations of a susceptible heart. At times she would express herself in phrases of the most absurdly high-flown kind, and lately she had got into the habit of heaving profound sighs between her sentences. Julian was not blind to the meaning of all this. His active employments during the past week had kept his thoughts from brooding on the matter, and he had all but dismissed the trouble it had given him. But this visit, and Harriet's demeanour throughout it, revived all his anxieties. He came back from accompanying his cousin part of her way home in a very uneasy frame of mind. What could he do to disabuse the poor girl of the unhappy hopes she entertained? The thought of giving pain to any most humble creature was itself a pain unendurable to Julian. He was one of those natures to which self-sacrifice is infinitely easier than the idea of sacrificing another to his own desires or even necessities, a vice of weakness, often more deeply and widely destructive than the vices of strength. The visit having been paid, it was arranged that on the following Sunday Julian should meet his cousin at the end of Gray's Inn Road as usual. On that day the weather was fine, but Harriet came out in no mood for a walk. She had been ailing for a day or two, she said, and felt incapable of exertion. Mrs. Ogle was away from the home for the day, too, and it would be better they should spend the afternoon together in the house. Julian, of course, assented as always, and they established themselves in the parlour behind the shop. In the course of talk, the girl made mention of an engraving Julian had given her a week or two before, and said that she had had it framed and hung it in her bedroom. "Do come up and look at it," she exclaimed. "There's no one in the house. I want to ask you if you can find a better place for it. It doesn't show so well where it is." Julian hesitated for a moment, but she was already leading the way, and he could not refuse to follow. They went up to the top of the house, and entered a little chamber, which might have been more tidy, but was decently furnished. The bed was made in a slovenly way, the mantelpiece was dusty, and the pictures on the wall hung askew. Harriet closed the door behind him, and proceeded to point out the new picture, and discuss the various positions which had occurred to her. Julian would have decided the question as speedily as possible, and once or twice moved to return downstairs, but each time the girl found something new to detain him. Opening a drawer, She took out several paltry little ornaments which she wished him to admire, and, in showing them, stood very close by his side. All at once the door of the room was pushed open, and a woman ran in. On seeing the stranger present, she darted back with an exclamation of surprise. "Oh, Miss Smales! I didn't know you wasn't alone. I heard you moving about, and come just to arst you to lend me, but never mind. I'm so sorry. Why didn't you lock the door?" And she bustled out again, apparently in much. Harriet had dropped the thing she held in her hand, and stood looking at her cousin as if dismayed. "I never thought any one was in," she said nervously. "It's Miss Mould, the lodger. She went out before I did, and I never heard her come back. Whatever will she think?" "But of course," he stammered, "you will explain everything to her. She knows who I am, doesn't she?" "I don't think so, and even if she did—" She stopped and stood with eyes on the ground, doing her best to display maiden confusion. Then she began to cry. "But surely there is no need to trouble yourself," exclaimed Julian, almost distracted, beginning to be dimly conscious of all manner of threatening possibilities. "I will speak to the woman myself, and clear you of every— Oh, but this is all nonsense. Let us go down at once, Harriet. What a pity you asked me to come up here." It was the nearest to a reproach that he had ever yet addressed to her. His face showed clearly how distressed he was, and that on his own account more than hers, for he could not conceive any blame save on himself for being so regardless of appearances. "Go as quietly as ever you can," Harriet whispered. "The stairs creak. Step very softly." This was terrible to the poor fellow. To steal down in this guilty way was as bad as a confession of evil intentions, and he so entirely innocent of a shadow of evil even in his thought. Yet he could not but do as she bade him. Even on the stairs she urged him in a very loud whisper to be yet more cautious. He was out of himself with mortification, and felt angry with her for bringing him into such ignominy. In the back parlour once more, he took up his hat at once. "You mustn't go yet," whispered Harriet. "I'm sure that woman's listening on the stairs. You must talk a little. Let's talk so that she can hear us. Suppose she should tell Mrs. Ogle." "I can't see that it matters," said Julian with annoyance. "I will myself see Mrs. Ogle." "No, the idea! I should have to leave at once. Whatever shall I do if she turns me away and won't give me a reference or anything?" Even in a calmer mood, Julian's excessive delicacy would have presented an affair of this kind in a grave light to him. At present he was wholly incapable of distinguishing between true and false, or of gauging these fears at their true value. The mere fact of the girl making so great a matter of what should have been so easy to explain and have done with caused an exaggeration of the difficulty in his own mind. He felt that he ought, of course, to justify himself before Mrs. Ogle, and would have been capable of doing so had only Harriet taken the same sensible view. But her apparent distress seemed even to him so much more like conscious guilt than troubled innocence that such a task would cost him the acutest suffering. For nearly an hour he argued with her, trying to convince her how impossible it was that the woman who had surprised them should harbor any injurious suspicions. "But she knows," began Harriet, and then stopped, her eyes falling. "What does she know?" demanded her cousin in surprise, but could get no reply to his question. However, his argument seemed at length to have a calming effect, and as he took leave he even affected to laugh at the whole affair. For all that, he had never suffered such mental trouble in his life as during this visit and through the evening which followed. The mere thought of having been obliged to discuss such things with his cousin filled him with inexpressible shame and misery. Waymark came to spend the evening with him, but found poor entertainment. Several times Julian was on the point of relating what had happened and asking for advice, but found it impossible to broach the subject. There was an ever-recurring anger against Harriet in his mind, too, for which at the same time he reproached himself. He dreaded the next meeting between them. Harriet, though herself quite innocent of fine feeling and nice complexities of conscience, was well aware of the existence of such properties in her cousin. She neither admired nor despised him for possessing them. They were of unknown value, indifferent to her, indeed, until she became aware of the practical use that might be made of them. Like most narrow-minded girls, she became a shrewd reader of character when her affections and interests were concerned, and could calculate Julian's motives and the course wherein they would lead him with much precision. She knew too well that he did not care for her in the way that she desired, but at the same time she knew that he was capable of making almost any sacrifice to spare her humiliation and trouble, especially if he felt that her unhappiness was in any way caused by himself. Thus it came about that, on the Tuesday evening of the ensuing week, Julian was startled by his landlady's announcing another visit from Miss Smales. Harriet came into the room with a veil over her face, and sank on a chair, sobbing. What she had feared had come to pass. The lodger had told Mrs. Ogle of what had taken place in her absence on the Sunday afternoon, and Harriet had received notice that she must find another place at once. Mrs. Ogle was a woman of severe virtue, and would not endure the suspicion of wrong doing under her roof. To whom could she come for advice and help but to Julian? Julian was overwhelmed. His perfectly sincere nature was incapable of suspecting a far more palpable fraud. He started up with the intention of going forthwith to Gray's Inn Road, but Harriet clung to him and held him back. The idea was vain. The lodger, Miss Mould, had long entertained a spite against her, Harriet said, and had so exaggerated the story in relating it to Mrs. Ogle that the latter and her husband had declared that Casti should not as much as put foot in their shop again. "If you only knew what they've been told," sobbed the girl, still clinging to Julian. "They wouldn't listen to a word you said, and if I could have thought of such a thing happening, and that woman to say all the bad things of us that she can turn her tongue to, I shan't never get another place. I'm thrown out on the wide world." It was a phrase that she had got out of her penny fiction, and very remarkable indeed was the mixture of acting and real sentiment which marked her utterance throughout. Julian's shame and anger began to turn to compassion. A woman in tears was a sight which always caused him the keenest distress. "But," he cried, with tears in his own eyes, "it is impossible that you should suffer all this through me, and I not even make an attempt to clear you of such vile charges. It was my own fault. I was thoughtless. I ought to have known that people's always ready to think harm, but I'd think of nothing when I'm with you, Julian." He had disengaged himself from her hands and was holding one of them in his own. But as she made this last confession, she threw her arms around his neck and drooped her head against his bosom. "Oh, if you only felt to me like I do to you," she sobbed. No man can hear without some return of emotion a confession from a woman's lips that she loves him. Harriet was the only girl whom Julian had ever approached in familiar intercourse. She had no rival to fear amongst living women. The one rival to be dreaded was altogether out of the sphere of her conceptions, the ideal love of a poet's heart and brain. But the ideal is often least present to us when most needed. Here was love. Offer but love to a poet, and does he pause to gauge its quality? The sudden whirl of conflicting emotions left Julian at the mercy of the instant's impulse. She was weak. She was suffering through him. She loved him. "Be my wife, then," he whispered, returning her embrace, "and let me guard you from all who would do you harm." She uttered a cry of delight, and the cry was a true one. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 14. Near and Far. Osmond Waymark was light-hearted, and with him such a state meant something not at all to be understood by those with whom lightness of heart is a chronic affection. The man who dwells for long periods face to face with the bitter truths of life learns so to distrust a fleeting moment of joy, gives habitually so cold a reception to the tardy messenger of delight, that, when the bright guest outdares his churlishness and perforce tarries with him, there ensues a passionate revulsion unknown to hearts which open readily to every fluttering elusive bliss. Illusion, it, of course, remains, is ever recognized as that, but illusion so sweet and powerful that he thanks the God that blinds him, and counts off with sighs of joy the hours thus brightly winged. He awaited with extreme impatience the evening on which he would again see Ida. Distrustful always, he could not entirely dismiss the fear that his first impressions might prove mistaken in the second interview. Yet he tried his best to do so, and amused himself with imagining for Ida a romantic past, for her and himself together a yet more romantic future. In spite of the strange nature of their relations, he did not delude himself with the notion that the girl had fallen in love with him at first sight, and that she stood before him to take or reject as he chose. He had a certain awe of her. He divined in her a strength of character which made her his equal. It might well be his superior. Take, for instance, the question of the life she was at present leading. In the case of an ordinary pretty and good-natured girl falling in his way as Ida Starr had done, he would have exerted whatever influence he might acquire over her to persuade her into better paths. Any such direct guidance was, he felt, out of the question here. The girl had independence of judgment. She would resent anything said by him on the assumption of her moral inferiority, and for aught he knew with justice. The chances were at least as great that he might prove unworthy of her, as that she should prove unworthy of him. When he presented himself at the house in the little court by Temple Bar, it was the girl Sally who opened the door to him. She beckoned him to follow, and ran before him upstairs. The sitting-room presented the same comfortable appearance, and Grim, rising lazily from the hearth-rug, came forward purring a welcome, but Ida was not there. "She was obliged to go out," said Sally, in answer to his look of inquiry. "She won't be long. She said you was to make yourself comfortable till she came back." On the little side table stood cups and saucers and a box of cigars. The latter Sally brought forward. "I was to ask you to smoke, and whether you'd like a cup of coffee with it," she asked, with the curious naivete which marked her mode of speech. "The kettle's boiling on the side," she added, seeing that Waymark hesitated. "I can make it in a minute." "In that case I will." "You don't mind me having one as well?" "Of course not." "Shall I talk, or shall I keep quiet? I'm not a servant here, you know," she added, with an amusing desire to make her position clear. "Ida and me's friends, and she'd do just as much for I." "Talk, by all means," said Waymark, smiling as he lit his cigar. The result was that, in a quarter of an hour, Sally had related her whole history. As Ida had said, she came from Weymouth, where her father was a fisherman and an owner of bumboats. Her mother kept a laundry, and the family had all lived together in easy circumstances. She herself had come to London, well, just for a change. And what was she doing? Oh, getting her living as best she could. In the daytime she worked in a city workroom. "And how much do you think I earn a week?" she asked. 15 shillings or so, I suppose. "Ah, that's all you know about it. Now, last week was the best I've had yet, and I made 7 shillings. "What do you do?" "Machine work. Making ulsters. How much do you think we get, now, for making an ulster? One like this," pointing to one which hung behind the door. "Have no idea." "Well, 4 pence. There now." "And how many can you make in a day?" "I can't make more than 2. Some make 3, but it's blessed hard work. But I get a little job now and then to do at home." "But you can't live on 7 shillings a week." "I should think not, indeed. We have to make up the rest the best we can, Snuff." "But your employers must know that." "In course. What's the odds? All us girls are the same. We have to keep on the 2 jobs at the same time. But I'll give up the day work before long, Snuff. I come home at night that tired out I ain't fit for nothing. I feel all eyes, as the saying is, and it's hard to have time to go out into the Strand when you're like that." "But do they know all about this at home?" "No fear. If father knew, he'd be down here precious soon, and the house wouldn't hold him. But I shall go back some day, when I've got a good fit out." The door opened quietly, and Ida came in. "Well, young people, so you are making yourselves at home." The sweet face, the eyes and lips with their contained mirth, the light, perfect form, the graceful carriage. Waymark felt his pulses throb at the sound of her voice and the touch of her hand. "You didn't mind waiting a little for me? I really couldn't help it. And then, after all, I thought you mightn't come."
"But I promised you."
"Promises, promises. Oh, dear," laughed Ida. "Sally, here's an orange for you." Ah, you are a duck, was the girl's reply as she caught it, and with a nod to Waymark left the room. And so you've really come, Ida went on, sitting down and beginning to draw off her gloves.
You find it surprising? To begin with, I have come to pay my debts.
Is there another cup of coffee? She asked, seeming not to have heard. I'm too tired to get up and see. Waymark felt a keen delight in waiting upon her, in judging to a nicety the true amount of sugar and cream, and drawing the little table just within her reach. Mr. Waymark, she exclaimed all at once, if you had had supper with a friend, and your friend had paid the bill, should you take out your purse and pay him back at your next meeting?
It would depend entirely on the circumstances.
Just so. Then the present circumstances don't permit anything of the kind, and there is an end of that matter. Light another cigar, will you?
You don't dislike the smoke?
If I did, I should say so. Having removed her outer garments one by one, she rose and took them into the inner room. On reappearing, she went to the sitting-room door and turned the key in the lock. Could you let me have some more books to read? She asked. I have brought one, thinking you might be ready for it. It was Jane Eyre. She glanced over the pages eagerly. I don't know how it is, she said. I have grown so hungry for reading of late. Till just now I never cared for it. When I was a child and went to school, I didn't like my lessons. Still, I learned a good deal, and for a little girl, and it has stayed with me. And oh, it seems so long ago. Never mind. Perhaps I will tell you all about that some day. They were together for an hour or so. Waymark, uneasily watching his companion's every movement, rose as soon as she gave sign of weariness, and Ida did not seek to detain him.
I shall think much of you,
he said. The less the better, was Ida's reply. For his comfort, yes, Waymark thought as he walked homewards. Ida had already a dangerous hold upon him. She possessed his senses and set him on fire with passionate imaginings. Here, as on every hand, his cursed poverty closed against him the possibilities of happiness. That she should ever come to love him seemed very unlikely. The alliance between them could only be a mere caprice on her part, such as girls of her kind are very subject to. He might perhaps fill up her intervals of tedium, but would have no share in her real life, and the thought of that life fevered him with jealousy. She might say what she liked about never having known love, but it was of course impossible that she should not have a preference among her lovers. And to think of the chances before such a girl, so blessed with rare beauty and endless charms, in the natural order of events, she would become the mistress of some rich man, might even, as at times happens, be rescued by marriage. In either case, their acquaintance must cease. And, indeed, what right had he to endeavour to gain her love, having nothing but mere beggarly devotion to offer her in return? He had not even the excuse of one who could offer her married life in easy circumstances, supposing that to be an improvement on her present position. Would it not be better at once to break off these impossible relations? How often had he promised himself in moments of clear thought never again to enter on a course which would obviously involve him in futile suffering. Why had he not now the strength to obey his reason, and continue to possess his soul in the calm of which he had enjoyed a brief taste? The novel circumstances of the past week had almost driven from his mind all thought of Maud Enderby. He regretted having asked and obtained permission to write to her. She seemed so remote from him, their meeting so long past. What could there be in common between himself and that dim, quiet little girl, who had excited his sympathy merely because her pretty face was made sad by the same torments which had afflicted him? He needed some strong, vehement, original nature, such as Ida Starr's. How would Maud's timid conventionality, doubtless she was absolutely conventional, suit with the heresies of which he was all compact? Still, he could not well ignore what had taken place between them, and after all there would be a certain pleasant curiosity in awaiting her reply. In any case, he would write just such a letter as naturally came from him. If she were horrified, well, there was an end of the matter. Accordingly, he sat down on the morning after his visit to Ida, and, after a little difficulty in beginning, wrote a long letter. It was mainly occupied with a description of his experiences in Litany Lane and Elm Court. He made no apology for detailing such unpleasant matters, and explained that he would henceforth be kept in pretty close connection with this unknown world. Even this, he asserted, was preferable to the world of Dr. Tootle's academy. Then he dwelt a little on the contrast between this life of his and that with which Maud was doubtless leading in her home on the Essex coast, and finally he hoped she would write to him when she found leisure, and be able to let him know that she was no longer so unhappy as formerly. This he posted on Friday. On the following Monday morning the post brought 2 letters for him, both addressed in female hand, one bearing a city, the other a country postmark. Waymark smiled as he compared the 2 envelopes, on one of which his name stood in firm, upright characters, on the other in slender, sloping, delicate writing. The former he pressed to his lips, then tore open eagerly. It was the promised intimation that Ida would be at home after 8 o'clock on Wednesday and Friday evenings, nothing more. The second letter he allowed to lie by till he had breakfasted. He could see that it contained more than one sheet. When at length he opened it, he read this: "Dear Mr. Waymark, I have an hour of freedom this Sunday afternoon, and I will spend it in replying as well as I can to your very interesting letter. My life is, as you say, very quiet and commonplace compared with that you find yourself suddenly entering upon. I have no such strange and moving things to write about, but I will tell you in the first place how I live and what I do, then put down some of the thoughts your letter has excited in me. The family I am with consists of very worthy but commonplace people. They treat me with more consideration than I imagine governesses usually get, and I am grateful to them for this. But their conversation, especially that of Mrs. Epping, I find rather wearisome. It deals with very trivial concerns of everyday life, in which I vainly endeavour to interest myself. And then there is the religious formalism of the Eppings and their friends. They are high church. They discuss with astonishing vigour and at dreadful length, what seems to me the most immaterial points in the church service, and just at present an impulse is given to their zeal by the fact of their favourite clergyman being threatened with a prosecution for ritualistic practices. Of course, I have to feign a becoming interest in all this, and to take part in all their religious forms and ceremonies. And indeed, it is all so new to me that I have scarcely yet got over the first feelings of wonder and curiosity. Have I not, then, you will ask, the courage of my opinions? But indeed, my religious opinions are so strangely different from those which prevail here, that I fear it would be impossible to make my thoughts clear to these good people. They would scarcely esteem me a Christian, and yet I cannot but think that it is they who are widely astray from Christian belief and practice. The other evening the clergyman dined with us, and throughout the meal discussions of the rubric alternated with talk about delicacies of the table. That the rubric should be so interesting amazes me, but that an earnest Christian should think it compatible with his religion to show the slightest concern in what he shall eat or drink is unspeakably strange to me. Surely, if Christianity means anything, it means asceticism. My experience of the world is so slight. I believe this is the first clergyman I ever met in private life. Surely they cannot all be thus. I knew well how far the world at large had passed from true Christianity. That has been impressed upon me from my childhood. But how strange it seems to me to hear proposed as a remedy the formalism to which my friends here pin their faith. How often have I burned to speak up among them and ask, "What think ye then of Christ? Is he or is he not our exemplar? Was not his life meant to exhibit to us the ideal of the completest severance from the world, which is consistent with human existence? To follow him, should we not, at least in the spirit, cast off everything which may tempt us to consider life precious? We cannot worship both God and the world, and yet nowadays Christians seem to make a merit of doing so. When I conceive a religious revival, my thought does not in the least concern itself with forms and ceremonies. I imagine another John the Baptist inciting the people with irresistible fervour to turn from their sins, that is, from the world and all its concerns, and to purify themselves by renunciation. What they call progress, I take to be the veritable kingdom of Antichrist. The world is evil, life is evil. Only by renunciation of the very desire for life can we fulfill the Christian idea. What, then, of the civilization which endeavours to make the world more and more pleasant as a dwelling place, life more and more desirable for its own sake? And so I come to the contents of your own letter. You say you marvel that these wretched people you visited do not, in a wild burst of insurrection, overthrow all social order and seize for themselves a fair share of the world's goods. I marvel also, all the more that their very teachers in religion seem to lay such stress on the joys of life. And yet, what profit would a real Christian preacher draw for them from this very misery of their existence? He would teach them that herein lay their supreme blessing, not their curse, that in their poverty and nakedness lay means of grace and salvation such as the rich can scarcely by any means attain to. That they should proudly, devoutly accept their heritage of woe, and daily thank God for depriving them of all that can make life dear. Only awaken the spirit in these poor creatures, and how near might they be to the true kingdom of heaven! And surely such a preacher will yet arise, and there will be a reformation very different from the movement that we now call by that name. But I weary you, perhaps. It may be that you have no interest at all in this. Yet I think you would wish me to write from what I am. It would interest me to hear your further experiences in the new work. Believe me to be your sincere friend, Maud Enderby. Waymark read, and thought, and wondered. Then it was time to go and collect his rents. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 15. Up the River. Here is an extract from a letter written by Julian Casti to Waymark in the month of May. By this time they were living near to each other, but something was about to happen which Julian preferred to communicate in writing. This will be the beginning of a new life for me. Already I have felt a growth in my power of poetical production. Verse runs together in my thoughts without effort. I feel ready for some really great attempt. Have you not noticed something of this in me these last few days? Come and see me to-night, if you can, and rejoice with me. This meant that Julian was about to be married. Honeymoon journey was out of the question for him. He and his wife established themselves in the lodgings which he was already occupying, and the new life began. Waymark had made Harriet's acquaintance a couple of weeks before. Julian had brought her with him one Sunday to his friend's room. She was then living alone, having quitted Mrs. Ogle the day after that decisive call upon Julian. There was really no need for her to have done so, Mrs. Ogle's part in the comedy being an imaginary one of Harriet's devising. But Julian was led entirely by his cousin, and, as she knew quite well, there was not the least danger of his going on his own account to the shop in Gray's Inn Road. He dreaded the thought of such an interview. Waymark was not charmed with Miss Smales. The more he thought of this marriage, the more it amazed him, for, of course, he deemed it wholly of his friend's bringing about. The marriage affected their intercourse. Harriet did not like to be left alone in the evening, so Julian could not go to Waymark's as he had been accustomed to, and conversation in Mrs. Casti's presence was, of course, under restraint. Waymark bore this with impatience, and even did his best to alter it. One Sunday afternoon, about 3 weeks after the marriage, he called and carried Julian off to his room across the street. Harriet's face sufficiently indicated her opinion of this proceeding, and Julian had difficulty in appearing at his case. Waymark understood what was going on, and tried to discuss the matter freely, but the other shrank from it. "I am grievously impatient of domestic arrangements," Waymark said. "I fancy it would never do for me to marry unless I had limitless cash, and my wife were as great a Bohemian as myself. By the way, I have another letter from Maud. Her pessimism is magnificent. This intense religiousness is no doubt a mere phase. It will pass, of course. I wonder how things would arrange themselves if she came back to London. Why shouldn't she come here to sit and chat, like you do?" "That would naturally lead to something definite," said Casti, smiling. "Oh, I don't know. Why should it? I'm a believer in friendship between men and women. Of course, there is in it the spice of the difference of sex, and why not accept that as a pleasant thing? How much better if, when we met a woman we liked, we could say frankly, 'Now let us amuse each other without any arrière-pensée. If I married you to-day, even though I feel quite ready to, I should 10 to 1 see someone next week who would make me regret having bound myself. So would you, my dear. Very well. Let us tantalize each other agreeably, and be at ease in the sense that we are on the right side of the illusion. You laugh at the idea?" Julian laughed, but not heartily. They passed to other things. "I'm making an article out of Elm Court," said Waymark. "Semi-descriptive, semi-reflective, wholly cynical. Maybe it will pay for my summer holiday. And, apropos of the same subject, I've got great ideas. This introduction to such phases of life will prove endlessly advantageous to me, artistically speaking. Let me get a little more experience, and I will write a novel such as no one has yet ventured to write, at all events in England. I begin to see my way to magnificent effects. Ye gods, such light and shade! The fact is, the novel of everyday life is getting worn out. We must dig deeper, get to untouched social strata. Dickens felt this, but he had not the courage to face his subjects. His monthly numbers had to lie on the family tea-table. Not Virginibus Puerisque will be my book, I assure you, but for men and women who like to look beneath the surface, and who understand that only as artistic material has human life any significance. Yes, that is the conclusion I am working round to. The artist is the only sane man. Life for its own sake? No, I would drink a pint of laudanum to-night. But life as the source of splendid pictures, inexhaustible material for effects, that can reconcile me to existence, and that only. It is a delight followed by no bitter aftertaste, and the only such delight I know." Harriet was very quiet when Julian returned. She went about getting the tea with a sort of indifference. She let a cup fall and break, but made no remark, and left her husband to pick up the pieces. "Waymark thinks I'm neglecting him," said Julian, with a laugh, as they sat down together. "It's better to neglect him than to neglect me, I should think," was Harriet's reply, in a quiet, ill-natured tone which she was mistress of. "But couldn't we find out some way of doing neither, dear?" went on Julian, playing with this spoon. "Now suppose I give him a couple of hours one evening every week. You could spare that, couldn't you? Say from 8 till 10 on Wednesdays?" "I suppose you'll go if you want to," said Harriet, rising from the tea-table and taking a seat sulkily by the window. "Come, come, we won't say any more about it if it's so disagreeable to you," said Julian, going up to her and coaxing her back to her place. "You don't feel well to-day, do you? I oughtn't to have left you this afternoon, but it was difficult to refuse, wasn't it?" "He had no business to ask you to go. He could see I didn't like it." Waymark grew so accustomed to receiving Ida's note each Monday morning, that, when for the first time it failed to come, he was troubled seriously. It happened, too, that he was able to attach a particular significance to the omission. When they had last parted, instead of just pressing her hand as usual, he had raised it to his lips. She frowned and turned quickly away, saying no word. He had offended her by this infringement of the conditions of their friendship, for once before, when he had uttered a word which implied more than she was willing to allow, Ida had engaged him in the distinct agreement that he should never do or say anything that approached love-making. As, moreover, it was distinctly understood that he should never visit her save at times previously appointed, he could not see her till she chose to write. After waiting in the vain expectation of some later post bringing news, he himself wrote, simply asking the cause of her silence. The reply came speedily. I have no spare time in the week. I thought you would understand this. I.S. It was her custom to write without any formal beginning or ending, yet Waymark felt that this note was briefer than it would have been, had all been as usual between them. The jealousy which now often tortured him awoke with intolerable vehemence. He spent a week of misery. But late on Saturday evening came a letter addressed in the well-known hand. It said, "Sally and I are going up the river to-morrow, if it is fine. Do you care to meet us on the boat which reaches Chelsea Pier at 10:30? I.S." It seemed he did care. At all events, he was half an hour too soon at the pier. As the boat approached, his eye soon singled out two very quietly dressed girls, who sat with their backs to him, and neither turned nor made any sign of expecting any addition to their party. With like undemonstrativeness, he took a seat at Ida's side, and returned Sally's nod and smile. Ida merely said, "Good morning." There was nothing of displeasure on her face, however, and when he began to speak of indifferent things, she replied with the usual easy friendliness. It was the first time he had seen her by daylight. He had been uncertain whether she used any artificial colour on her cheeks. Seemingly she did, for now she looked much paler than usual. But the perfect clearness of her complexion, the lustre of her eyes, appeared to indicate complete health. She breathed the fresh sunlit air with frank enjoyment, and smiled to herself at objects on either side of the river. "By the way," Waymark said, when no words had been exchanged for some minutes, "you didn't tell me where you were going, so I took no ticket, and left matters to fate." "Are you a good walker?" Ida asked. "Fairly good, I flatter myself." "Then this is what I propose. It's a plan I carried out 2 or 3 times by myself last summer, and enjoyed. We get off at Putney, walk through Roehampton, then over the Park into Richmond. By that time we shall be ready for dinner, and I know a place where we can have it in comfort." There was little thought of weariness throughout the delightful walk. All three gave themselves up for the time to simple enjoyment. Their intercourse became that of children. The troubles of passion, the miseries of self-consciousness, the strain of mutual observation fell from them as the city dropped behind. They were, once more, creatures for whom the external world alone had reality. There was a glorious June sky. There were country roads scented with flower and tree, the wide gleaming common with its furze and bramble, then the great park with felled trunks to rest upon, and prospects of endlessly varied green to soothe the eye. The girls exhibited their pleasure, each in her own way. Sally threw off restraint and sprang about in free happiness, like one of the young roes, the sight of which made her utter cries like a delighted child. She remembered scenes of home, and chattered in her dialect of people and places strange enough to both her companions. She was in constant expectation of catching a glimpse of the sea. In spite of all warnings, it was a great surprise and disappointment to her that Richmond Hill did not end in cliffs and breakers. Ida talked less, but every now and then laughed in her deep enjoyment. She had no reminiscence of country life. It was enough that all about her was new and fresh and pure. Nothing to remind her of Regent Street and the Strand. Waymark talked of he knew not what, cheerful things that came by chance to his tongue, trifling stories, descriptions of places, ideal plans for spending of ideal holidays, but nothing of London, nothing of what at other times his thoughts most ran upon. He came back to himself now and then, and smiled as he looked at the girls, but this happened seldom. The appetites of all three were beyond denying when they had passed the Star and Garter, and began to walk down into the town. Waymark wondered whither their guide would lead them, but asked no questions. To his surprise, Ida stopped at a small inn half-way down the hill. "You are to go straight in," she said with a smile to Waymark, "and are to tell the first person you meet that 3 people want dinner. There's no choice, roast beef and vegetables, and some pudding or other afterwards. Then you are to walk straight upstairs, as if you knew your way, and we will follow." These directions were obeyed, with the result that all reached an upper chamber, wherein a table was cleanly and comfortably laid, as if expecting them. French windows led out onto a quaint little veranda at the back of the house, and the view thence was perfect. The river below, winding between wooded banks, and everywhere the same splendor of varied green which had delighted their eyes all morning. Just below the veranda was the tiled roof of an outhouse, whereon lay a fine black and white cat, basking in the hot sun. Ida clapped her hands. "He's like poor old Grim," she cried; then, turning to Waymark, "if you are good, you may bring out a chair and smoke a cigar here after dinner." They had just begun to eat, when footsteps were heard coming up the stairs. "Oh, bother!" exclaimed Sally. "There's some one else a-comin', Snuff." There was. The door opened, and two gentlemen walked in. Waymark looked up, and to his astonishment recognised his old friends O'Gree and Egger. Mr. O'Gree was mopping his face with a handkerchief, and looked red and hungry. Mr. Egger was resplendent in a very broad-brimmed straw hat, the glistening newness of which contrasted with the rest of his attire, which had known no variation since his first arrival at Dr. Tootle's. He, too, was perspiring profusely, and, as he entered, was just in the act of taking out the great yellow handkerchief which Waymark had seen him chewing so often in the bitterness of his spirit. "Hullo, Waymark, is it you?" cried Mr. O'Gree, forgetting the presence of the strangers in his astonishment. "Sure, and they told us we'd find a gentleman here." "And I was the last person you would have thought of as answering that description?" "Well, no, I didn't mean that. I meant there was no mention of the ladies." Waymark flashed a question at Ida with his eyes, and understood her assent in the smile and slight motion of the head. "Then let me introduce you to the ladies." The newcomers accordingly made the acquaintance of Miss Starr and Miss Fisher, that was Sally's name, and took seats at the table, to await the arrival of their dinners. Both were on their good behaviour. Mr. O'Gree managed to place himself at Sally's left hand, and led the conversation with the natural ease of an Irishman, especially delighted if Sally herself seemed to appreciate his efforts to be entertaining. "Now, who'd have thought of the like of this?" he exclaimed. "And we came in here by the merest chance. Sure, there's a fatality in these things. We've walked all the way from Hammersmith." "And we from Putney," said Waymark. "You don't mean it? It's been a warm undertaking. How did you find the walk, Mr. Egger?" "Bedad," replied the gentleman, who had got hold of his friend's exclamation, and used it with killing effect, "I made my possible, but bedad I could not much more." "You both look warm," Waymark observed, smiling. "I fear you hurried. You should have been leisurely, as we were." "Now that's cruel, Waymark. You needn't have reflected upon our solitariness. If we'd been blessed with society such as you had, we'd have come slow enough. As it was, we thought a good deal of our dinners." No fresh guests appeared to disturb the party. When all had appeased their hunger, Waymark took a chair out onto the veranda for Ida. He was spared the trouble of providing in the same way for Sally by Mr. O'Gree's ready offices. Poor Egger, finding himself deserted, opened a piano there was in the room, and began to run his finger over the keys. "Let us have one of your German songs, my boy," cried O'Gree. "But it is the Sunday, and we are still in England," said the Swiss, hesitating. "Pooh, never mind," said Waymark. "We'll shut the door. Sing my favourite, Mr. Egger, Wenn's mal Luftel." When they left the inn, Waymark walked first with Ida, and Mr. O'Gree followed with Sally. Egger brought up the rear. He had relapsed into a dreamy mood, and his mind seemed occupied with unearthly things. With no little amusement, Waymark had noted Sally's demeanour under Mr. O'Gree's attention. The girl had evidently made up her mind to be absolutely proper. The Irishman's respectful delicacy was something so new to her and so pleasant, and the question with her was how she could sufficiently show her appreciation without at the same time forfeiting his good opinion for becoming modesty. All so new to her, accustomed to make an art of forwardness, and to school herself in the endurance of brutality. She was constantly blushing in her most unfeigned way at his neatly turned little compliments, and when she spoke, did so with a pretty air of self-distrust, which sat quite charmingly on her. Fain would O'Gree have proposed to journey back to London by the same train, but good taste and good sense prevailed with him. At the ticket barrier there was a parting. "How delightful it would be, Miss Fisher," said Mr. O'Gree, in something like a whisper, "if this lucky chance happened again. If I only knew when you were coming again. There's no telling but it might." Sally gave her hand, smiled, evidently wished to say something, but ended by turning away and running after her companions. Chapter 16.
Chapter 16 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 16. Example without precept. Waymark was grateful for the help Mr. Woodstock had given him. Indeed, the two soon began to get on very well together. In a great measure, of course, this was due to the change in Waymark's philosophy. Whereas his early idealism had been revolted by what he then deemed Mr. Woodstock's crass materialism and vulgarity, the tolerance which had come with widened experience now made him regard these characteristics with far less certainty of condemnation. He was often merely amused at what had formerly enraged and disgusted him. At the same time, there were changes in Abraham himself, no doubt, at all events in his manner to the young man. He, on his side, was also far more tolerant than in the days when he had growled at Osmond for a conceited young puppy. One Sunday morning in early July, Waymark was sitting alone in his room when he noticed that a cab stopped before the house. A minute after, there was a knock at his door, and, to his great surprise, Mr. Woodstock entered, bearing a huge volume in his arms. Abraham deposited it on a chair, wiped his forehead, and looked round the room. "You smoke poor tobacco," was his first remark, and as he sniffed the air. "The good tobacco happens to be expensive," was the reply. "Will you sit down?" "Yes, I will." The chair creaked under him. "And so here you hang out, eh? Only one room?" "As you see." "Devilish unhealthy, I should think." "But economical." Ugh. The grunt meant nothing in particular. Waymark was eyeing the mighty volume on the chair, and had recognized it. Some fortnight previously he had come upon Abraham in the latter's study, turning over a collection of Hogarth's plates, and greatly amusing himself with the realism which so distinctly appealed to his taste in art. The book had been pledged in the shop, and by lapse of time was become Abraham's property. It was the first time that Waymark had had an opportunity of examining Hogarth. The pictures harmonized with his mood. They gave him a fresh impulse in the direction his literary projects were taking. He spent a couple of hours in turning the leaves, and Mr. Woodstock had observed his enjoyment. What meant the arrival of the volume here in Beaufort Street? Abraham lit a cigar, still looking about the room.
You live alone?" he asked in a matter-of-fact way. "At present." "Ha! Didn't know but how you might have found it lonely. I used to, at your age."
Then, after a short silence,
"By the by, it's your birthday."
"How do you know?"
"Well, I shouldn't have done, but for an old letter I turned up by chance the other day. How old are you?"
25.
"Huh! I'm 69. You'll be a wiser man when you get to my age. Well, if you can find room anywhere for that book there, perhaps you'd like to keep it."
Waymark looked up in astonishment. "A birthday present!" he exclaimed.
"It's 10 years since I had one. Upon my word, I don't well know how to thank you." "Do you know what the thing was published at?"
asked Abraham in an offhand way. "No."
£50.
"I don't care about the value. It's the kindness. You couldn't have given me anything either that would have delighted me so much."
"All right, keep it. And there's an end of the matter. And what do you do with yourself all day, eh? I didn't think it very likely I'd find you in."
"I'm writing a novel."
"Shall you get anything for it?"
"Can't say. Hope so."
"Look here. Why don't you go in for politics?"
"Neither know nor care anything about them."
"Would you like to go into Parliament?"
"Wouldn't go if every borough in England called upon me tomorrow."
"Why not?"
"Plainly, I think myself too good for such an occupation. If you once succeed in getting outside the world, you have little desire to go back and join in its most foolish pranks."
"That's all damn nonsense. How can anyone be too good to be in Parliament? The better men you have there, the better the country will be governed, won't it?"
"Certainly. But the best man in this case is the man who sees the shortest distance before his nose. If you think the world worth all the trouble it takes to govern it, go in for politics, neck and crop, by all means, and the world will no doubt thank you in its own way." Abraham looked puzzled and half disposed to be angry.
"Then you think novel writing better than governing the country?"
he asked.
"On its own merits, vastly so." "And suppose there was no government? What about your novels, then?"
"I'd make a magnificent one out of the spectacle of chaos."
"But you know very well you're talking bosh,"
exclaimed Abraham, somewhat discomfited.
"There must be government, and there must be order. Say what you like. It's nature that the strong should rule over the weak, and show them what's for their own good. What else are we here for? If you're going to be a parson, well and good. Then cry down the world as much as you please, and think only about heaven and hell. But as far as I can make out, there's government there too. The devil rebelled and was kicked out. Serve him right. If he wasn't strong enough to hold his own, he ought to have kept quiet."
"You are a conservative, of course," said Waymark, smiling. "You believe only in keeping the balance. You don't care about reform."
"Don't be so sure about that."
"Let me have the chance and the power, I'd reform hard enough many a thing." "Well, one might begin on a small scale. Suppose one took in hand Litany Lane and Elm Court. Suppose we exert our right as the stronger, and, to begin with, do a little whitewashing. Then sundry stairs and ceilings might be looked to. No doubt there'd be resistance, but on the whole it would be for the people's own good.
A little fresh draining mightn't be amiss, or what's the devil's all this to do with politics? Cried Abraham, whose face had grown dark. I should imagine a good deal, returned Waymark, knocking out his pipe. If you're for government, you mustn't be above considering details. And so you think you have a hit at me, eh? Nothing of the kind. These are affairs of private contract, and no concern of government at all. In private contract, a man has only a right to what he's strong enough to exact. If a tenant tells me my house ain't fit to live in, I tell him to go where he'll be better off, and I don't hinder him. I know well enough in a day or two there'll come somebody else. 10 to 1, he can't go, and he don't. Then why should I be at unnecessary expense in making the places better? As soon as I can get no tenants, I'll do so. Not till then. You don't believe in works of mere humanity. What the devil's humanity got to do with business? Cried Abraham. True, was Waymark's rejoinder. Say, we won't talk of these kinds of things, said Mr. Woodstock. That's just what we always used to quarrel about, and I'm getting too old for quarreling. Got any engagement this afternoon? I thought of looking in to see a friend here in the street. Male or female? Both, man and wife. Ah, then you've got some friends. So had I when I was your age. They go somehow when you get old. Your father was the last of them, I think. But you're not much like him, except a little in face. True, he was a radical, but you, well, I don't know what you are. If you'd been a son of mine, I'd have you in Parliament by now, somehow or another. I think you never had a son? Said Waymark, observing the note of melancholy which now and then came up in the old man's talk. No. But you had some children, I think. Yes, they're dead. He had walked to the window and suddenly turned round with a kind of impatience. Never mind the friend today. Come and have some dinner with me. I seem to want a bit of company. This was the first invitation of the kind Waymark had received. He accepted it, and they went out together. It's a pleasant part, this, Mr. Woodstock said, as they walked by the river. One might build himself a decent house somewhere about here, eh? Do you think of doing so? I think of doing so. What's the good of a house and nobody to live in it? Waymark studied these various traits of the old man's humour, and constantly felt more of kindness toward him. On the following day, just as he had collected his rents and was on his way out of Litany Lane, Waymark was surprised at coming face to face with Mrs. Casti, yet more surprised when he perceived that she had come out from a public-house. She looked embarrassed, and for a moment seemed about to pass without recognizing him. But he had raised his hat, and she could not but move her head in reply. She so obviously wished to avoid speaking that he walked quickly on in another direction. He wondered what he could be doing in such a place as this. It could hardly be that she had acquaintances or connections here. Julian had not given him any particulars of Harriet's former life, and his friend's marriage was still a great puzzle to him. He knew well that the girl had no liking for himself. It was not improbable that this casual meeting would make their intercourse yet more strained. He thought for a moment of questioning Julian,
but decided that the matter was no business of his. It was so rare for him to meet an acquaintance in the streets that a second chance of the same kind only a few minutes later surprised him greatly. This time the meeting was a pleasant one. Somebody had run across him from over the way, and he saw that it was Sally Fisher. She looked pleased. The girl had preserved a good deal of her seaside complexion through the year and a half of town life, and, when happy, glowed all over her cheeks with the healthiest hue. She held out her hand in the usual frank, impulsive way. "Oh, I thought it was you. You won't see I no more at the old place." "No, how's that?" "I'm leaving on to-morrow. I've got a place in a shop just by here, a chandler's shop. I'm going to live in." "Indeed. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I dare say you'll be better off." "Oh, I say, you know your friend?" "The Irishman?" "Yes." "What about him?" asked the other, smiling as he looked into the girl's pretty face. "Well," said Sally, "I don't mind telling you where I live now, if you like. Look, there's the address on that paper. You can take it." "Oh, I see. In point of fact, you wish me to tell him?" "Oh, I don't care. I dare say he don't want to know anything about but you can if you like." "I will be sure to, and no doubt he will be delighted. He's been growing thin since I told him you declined to renew his acquaintance." "Oh, don't talk. And now I must be off. Good-bye. I dare say I shall see you sometimes." "Without a doubt. We'll have another Sunday at Richmond soon. Good-bye." It was about 4 in the afternoon when Sally reached home, and she ran up at once to Ida's room, and burst in, crying out, "I've got it! I've got it!" with much dancing about and joyous singing. Ida rose with a faint smile of welcome. She had been sitting at the window, reading a book lent her by Waymark. "They said they liked my appearance," Sally went on, "and 'd give me a try. I go in to-morrow. I won't be over easy place, neither. I've got to do all the cleaning in the house, and there's a baby to look after when I'm not in the shop." "And what will they give you?"
10 shillings a month for the first half year, then a rise."
"And you're satisfied?"
"Oh, it'll do till something better turns up. Oh, I say, I met your friend just after I'd come away."
"Did you?" said Ida quietly.
"Yes, and I told him he could tell his friend where I was, if he liked."
"His friend?"
"The Irishman, you know,"
explained Sally, moving about the room. "I told you he'd been asking after me." Ida seemed all at once to awaken from a dream. She uttered a long "Ah!" under her breath, and for a moment looked at the girl like one who was struck with an unexpected explanation. Then she turned away to the window and again gazed up at the blue sky, standing so nearly for a minute.
"Are you engaged to-night?"
Sally asked presently. "No. Will you sit with me?"
"You're not feeling very well to-day, are you?"
"I think not," replied Ida, passing her hand over her forehead. "I've been thinking of going out of London for a few days, perhaps to the seaside."
"Go to Weymouth!" cried Sally, delighted at the thought. "Go and see my people, and tell 'em how I'm getting on. they'll make you hide within all the time you're there. Snuff isn't a big house, but it's comfortable. And see if our mother wouldn't look after you. It's 3 weeks since I wrote. If I don't mind, there'll be our father up here looking after I. Now, do go."
"No, it's too far. Besides, if I go, I shall want to be quite alone." On the following evening, Waymark was expected. At his last visit, he had noticed that Ida was not in her usual spirits. To-night he saw that something was clearly wrong, and when Ida spoke of going to the seaside, he strongly urged her to do so. "Where should you go?" he asked. "I think to Hastings. I went there once when I was a child with my mother. I believe I told you. I had rather go there than anywhere else."
"I feel the need of a change myself," he said, a moment after, without looking at her. "Suppose I were to go to Hastings too, at the same time that you're there. Would you dislike it?"
She merely shook her head, almost indifferently. She did not care to talk much to-night, and frequently nodded instead of replying with words.
"But you would rather I didn't?"
he urged. "No, indeed," still in the same indifferent way. "I should have company if I found it dull."
"Then let us go down by the same train. Will you, Ida?"
As far as she remembered, it was the first time he had ever addressed her thus by her name. She looked up and smiled slightly. "If you like," was her answer. End of chapter 16. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 17 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 17. The Missing Years.
"Why shouldn't life always be like this?"
said Waymark, lying on the upper beach and throwing pebbles into the breakers, which each moment drew a little further back and needed a little extra exertion of the arm to reach them. There was a small disturbance by people passing, here some 2 miles up the shore eastward from Hastings. A large shawl spread between 2 walking sticks, stuck upright, gave, at this afternoon hour, all the shade needful for 2 persons lying side by side, and, even in the blaze of unclouded summer, there were pleasant airs flitting about the edge of the laughing sea.
"Why shouldn't life always be like this? It might be sunshine or fireside, if men were wise.
Leisure is the one thing that all desire, but they strive for it so blindly that they frustrate one another's hope, and so at length they have come to lose the end in the means, and are mad enough to set the means before them as in itself an end. We must work to forget our troubles," said his companion simply.
"Why, yes, and those very troubles are the fit reward of our folly.
We have not been content to live in the simple happiness of our senses. We must
be learned and wise, forsooth. We were not content to enjoy the beauty of the greater and the lesser light. We must understand whence they come and whither they go. After that, what they are made of and how much they weigh. We thought for such a long time that our toil would end in something, that we might become as gods, knowing good and evil. Now we are at the end of our tether. We see clearly enough that it has all been worse than vain. How good if we could unlearn it all, scatter the building of phantasmal knowledge in which we dwell so uncomfortably. It is too late. The gods never take back their gifts. We wearied them with our prayers in granting us with this one, and now they sit in the clouds and mock us. Ida looked and kept silent, perhaps scarcely understood. People kill themselves in despair, Waymark went on. That is, when they have drunk to the very dregs the cup of life's bitterness. If they were wise, they would die at that moment, if it ever comes, when joy seems supreme and stable. Life can give nothing further. It has no more hellish misery than disillusion following upon delight. Did you ever seriously think of killing yourself? Ida asked, gazing at him closely. Yes, I have reached at times the point when I would not have moved a muscle to escape death. And from that it is not far to suicide. But my joy had never come, and it is hard to go away without that one draught. And you? I went so far once as to buy poison, but neither had I tasted any happiness, and I could not help but hoping. And you still wait and hope? Ida made no direct answer. She gazed far off at the indistinguishable borderland of sea and sky, and when she spoke it was in a softened tone. When I was here last, I was 7 years old. Now I am not quite 19. How long I have lived since then! How long! Yet my life did not really begin till I was about 11. Till then I was a happy child, understanding nothing. Between then and now, if I have discovered little good either in myself or in others, I have learned by heart everything that is bad in the world. Nothing in meanness or vileness or wretchedness is a secret to me. Compare me with other girls of 19, perhaps still at school. What sort of a companion should I be for one of those, I wonder? What strange thoughts I should have if ever I talked with such a girl. How old I should feel myself beside her. Your knowledge is better in my eyes than their ignorance. My ideal woman is the one who, knowing every darkest secret of life, keeps yet a pure mind, as you do, Ida. She was silent so long that Waymark spoke again. Your mother died when you were 11. Yes, and that was when my life began. My mother was very poor,
but she managed to send me to a pretty good school. But for that, my life would have been very different. I should not have understood myself as well as I always have done. Poor mother! Good, good mother! Oh, if I could but have her now, and thank her for all her love, and give her but 1 year of quiet happiness. To think that I can see her as if she were standing before me, and yet that she is gone, is nowhere, never to be brought back to me, if I break my heart with longing. Tears stood in her eyes. They meant more than she could ever say to another, however close and dear to her. The secret of her mother's life lay in the grave and in her own mind. The one would render it up as soon as the other, for never would Ida tell in words of that moment when there had come to her maturing intelligence, clear insight into her mother's history, when the fables of childhood had no longer availed to blind her, and every recalled circumstance pointed but to one miserable truth. "She's happier than we are," Waymark said solemnly. "Think how long she has been resting." Ida became silent, and presently spoke with a firmer voice. "They took her to a hospital in her last illness, and she died there. I don't know where her grave is." "And what became of you? Had you friends to go to?" "No one. I was quite alone. We had been living in lodgings. The landlady told me of course I couldn't stay on there. She couldn't afford to keep me. I must go and find a home somewhere. Try and think what that meant to me. I was so young and ignorant that such an idea as that I might one day have to earn my own living had never entered my mind. I was fed and clothed like everyone else, a good deal better, indeed, than some of the children at school. And I didn't know why it shouldn't always be so. Besides, I was a vain child. I thought myself clever. I had even begun to look at myself in the glass and think I was handsome. It seemed quite natural that every one should be kind and indulgent to me. I shall never forget the feeling I had when the landlady spoke to me in that hard, sharp way. My whole idea of the world was overset all at once. I seemed to be in a miserable dream. I sat in my mother's bedroom hour after hour, and every step I heard on the stairs, I thought it must be my mother coming back home to me. It was impossible to believe that I was left alone, and could look to no one for help and comfort. Next morning the landlady came up to me again, and said if I liked, she could tell me of a way of earning my living. It was by going as a servant to an eating-house in a street close by, where they wanted someone to wash up dishes and do different kinds of work, not too hard for a child like me. I could only do as I was advised. I went at once, and was engaged. They took off the dress I was wearing, which was far too good for me then, and gave me a dirty, ragged one. Then I was set to work at once, and cleaned some knives. Nothing was said about wages, or anything of that kind, only I understood that I should live in the house, and have all given to me that I needed. Of course, I was very awkward. I tried my very hardest to do everything that was set me, but only got scolding for my pains, and it soon came to boxes on the ear and even kicks. The place was kept by a man and wife. They had a daughter older than I, and they treated her just like a hired servant. I used to sleep with the girl in a wretched kitchen underground, and the poor thing kept me awake every night with crying and complaining of her hard life. It was no harder than mine, and I can't think she felt it more, but I had even then a kind of stubborn pride which kept me from showing what I suffered. I couldn't have borne to let them see what a terrible change it was for me, all this drudgery and unkindness. I felt it would have been like taking them into my confidence, opening my heart to them, and I despised them too much for that. I even tried to talk in a rough, rude way, as if I had never been used to anything better. "That was fine! That was heroic!" broke in Waymark admiringly. "I only knew it was miserable enough, and things got worse instead of better. The master was a coarse, drunken brute, and he and his wife used to quarrel fearfully. I have seen them throw knives at each other, and do worse things than that, too. The woman seemed somehow to have a spite against me from the first, and the way her husband behaved to me made her hate me still more. Child as I was, he did and said things which made her jealous. Often, when she had gone out of an evening, I had to defend myself against him, and call the daughter to protect me, and so it went on, till, what with fear of him, and fear of her, and misery and weariness, I resolved to go away, become of me what might. One night, instead of undressing for bed as usual, I told Jane that was the daughter, that I couldn't bear it any longer, and was going away as soon as I thought the house was quiet. She looked at me in astonishment, and asked me if I had anywhere to go. Will you believe that I said yes, I had? I suppose I spoke in a way which didn't encourage her to ask questions. She only lay down on the bed and cried as usual. "Jane," I said in a little, "if I were you, I'd run away as well." "I will!" she cried out, starting up. "I will this very night. We'll go out together." It was my turn to ask her if she had anywhere to go. She said she knew a girl who lived in a good home at Tottenham, who'd do something for her, she thought. At any rate, she'd rather go to the workhouse than stay where she was. So about 1 o'clock we both crept out by a back way and ran into Edgware Road. There we said good-bye, and she went one way and I another. All that night I walked about for fear of being noticed loitering by a policeman. When it was morning, I had come round to Hyde Park, and though it was terribly cold just in March, I went to sleep on a seat. I woke about 10 o'clock, and walked off into the town, seeking a poor part where I thought it more likely that I could find something to do. Of course, I asked first of all at eating-houses, but no one wanted me. It was nearly dark, and I hadn't tasted anything. Then I begged of one or two people. I forgot everything but my hunger. They gave me a few coppers. I bought some bread, and still wandered about. There are some streets into which I can never bear to go now. The thought of walking about them 8 years ago is too terrible to me. Well, I walked till midnight, and then could stand up no longer. I found myself in a dirty little street, where the house doors stood open all night. I went into one, and walked up as far as the first landing, and there fell down in a corner and slept all night. Poor child, said Waymark, looking into her face, which had become very animated as the details of the story succeeded each other in her mind. I must have looked a terrible little savage on that next morning, Ida went on, smiling sadly. Oh, how hungry I was! I was awoke by a woman who came out of one of the rooms, and I asked her if she'd give me something to eat. She said she would, if I'd light her fire for her and clean up the grate. I did this gladly enough. Then she pretended I had done it badly, and gave me one miserable little dry crust, and told me to be off. Well, that day I found another woman who said she'd give me 1 meal and 2 pence a day for helping her chop wood and wash vegetables. She had a son who was a costermonger, and the stuff he sold had to be cleaned each day. I took the work gladly. She never asked me where I spent the night. The truth was, I chose a different house each night, where I found the door open, and went up and slept on the stairs. I often found several people doing the same thing, and no one disturbed us. I lived so for a fortnight. Then I was lucky enough to get into another eating-house. I lived there nearly 2 months, and had to leave for the very same reason as at the first place. I only half understood the meaning of what I had to resist, but my resistance led to other unbearable cruelties, and again I ran away. I went about 8 o'clock in the evening. The thought of going back to my old sleeping places on the stairs was horrible. Besides, for some days a strange idea had been in my head. I had not forgotten my friend Jane, and I wondered whether, if I went to Tottenham, if it would be possible to find her. Perhaps she might be well off there, and could help me. I had made inquiries about the way to Tottenham, and the distance, and when I left the eating-house I had made up my mind to walk straight there. I started from Hoxton, and went on, till I had left the big streets behind. I kept asking my way, but often went long distances in the wrong direction. I knew that Tottenham was quite in the country, and my idea was to find a sleeping place in some field, then to begin my search on the next day. It was summer, but still I began to feel cold, and this drew me away out of my straight road to a fire which I saw burning a little way off. I thought it would be nice to sit down by it and rest. I found that the road was being mended, and by the fire lay a watchman in a big tub. Just as I came up, he was eating his supper. He was a great, rough man, but I looked in his face and thought it seemed good, so I asked him if he'd let me rest a little. Of course he was surprised at seeing me there, for it must have been midnight, and When he asked me about myself, I told him the truth, because he spoke in a kind way. Then he stopped eating, and gave me what was left. It was a bit of fat bacon and some cold potatoes, but how good it was, and how good he was! To this moment I can see that man's face. He got out of his tub and made me take his place, and he wrapped me up in something he had there. Then he sat by the fire and kept looking at me, I thought, in a sad sort of way. And he said over and over again, it's bad to be born a little girl. Pity you wasn't a boy." Oh, how well I can hear his voice this moment. And as he kept saying this, I went off to sleep. She stopped and played with the pebbles. "And in the morning?" asked Waymark. "Well, when I woke up it was light, and there were a lot of other men about, beginning their work on the road. I crept out of the tub, and when they saw me, they laughed in a kind sort of way, and gave me some breakfast. I suppose I thanked them. I hope I did. The watchman was gone, but no doubt he had told the others my story, for they showed me the way to Tottenham, and wished me luck." "And you found your friend Jane?" "No, no. How was it likely that I should? I wandered about until I could stand no longer, and then I went up to the door of a house which stood in a garden, and begged for something to eat. The servant who opened was sending me away when her mistress heard and came to the door. She stood looking at me for some time, and then told me to come in. I went into the kitchen, and she asked me all about myself. I told her the truth. I was too miserable now to do anything else. Well, the result was, she kept me there." "For good?" "Indeed, for good. In that very house I lived for 6 years. Oh, she was the queerest and kindest little body. At first I helped her servant in the kitchen. She lived quite by herself, with one servant, but little by little she made me a sort of lady's maid, and I did no more rough work. You wouldn't believe the ridiculous fancies of that dear old woman. She thought herself a great beauty, and often told me so very plainly, and she used to talk to me about her chances of being married to this and the other person in the neighbourhood, and the result of all this was that she had to spend I don't know how long every day in dressing herself, and then looking at herself in the glass. And I had to learn how to do her hair, and put paint and powder on her face, and all sorts of wonderful things. She was as good to me as she could be, and I never wanted for anything. And so 6 years passed, and one morning she was found dead in her bed. Well, that was the end of the happiest time of my life. In a day or two, some relatives came to look after things, and I had to go. They were kind to me, however. They gave me money, and told me I might refer to them if I needed to. I came to London, and took a room, and wondered what I should do. I advertised, and answered advertisements, but nothing came. My money was going, and I should soon be as badly off as ever. I began to do what I had always thought of as the very last thing, look for needlework, either for home or in a workroom. I don't know how it is that I have always hated sewing. For one thing, I really can't sew. I was never taught as a child, and few girls are as clumsy with a needle as I am. I've always looked upon a work girl's life as the most horrible drudgery. I'd far rather scrub floors. I suppose I've a rebellious disposition, and just because sewing is looked upon as a woman's natural slavery, I rebelled against it. By this time I was actually starving. I had one day to tell my landlady I couldn't pay my rent. She was a very decent woman, and she talked to me in a kind way. What was better, she gave me help. She had a sister who kept a laundry, and she thought I might perhaps get something to do there. At all events, she would go and see. The result was I got work. I was in the laundry nearly 6 months, and became quite clever in getting up linen. Now this was a kind of work I liked. You can't think what a pleasure it was to me to see shirts and collars turning out so spotless and sweet. Waymark laughed. "Oh, but you don't understand. I do so like cleanliness. I have a sort of feeling when I'm washing anything that I'm really doing good in the world, and the dazzling white of linen after I'd ironed it seemed to thank me for my work." Yes, I understand well enough," said Waymark earnestly. "For all that, I couldn't stay. I was restless. I had a foolish notion that I shouldn't like to be with For all that, I couldn't stay. I was restless. I had a foolish notion that I should like to be with a better kind of people again. I mean, people in a higher position. I still kept answering advertisements for a lady's maid's place, and at last I got what I wanted. Oh, yes, I got it." She broke off laughing bitterly, and remained silent. Waymark would not urge her to continue. For a minute it seemed as if she would tell no more. She looked at her watch, and half arose. "Oh, I may as well tell you all, now I've begun," she said, falling back again in a careless way. "You know what the end's going to be. Never mind. At all events, I'll try and make you understand how it came. The family I got into was a lady and her 2 grown-up daughters, and a son of about 25. They lived in a small house at Shepherd's Bush. My wages were very small, and I soon found out that they were a kind of people who keep up a great deal of show on very little means. Of course, I had to be let into all the secrets of their miserable shifts for dressing well on next to nothing at all, and they expected me, mother and daughters, to do the most wonderful and impossible things. I had to turn old rags into smart new costumes, to trim worn-out hats into all manner of gaudy shapes, even to patch up boots in a way you couldn't imagine. And they used to send me with money to buy things they were ashamed to go and buy themselves, Then, if I hadn't laid out their few pence with marvellous result, they all but accused me of having used some of the money for myself. I had fortunately learned a great deal with the old lady in Tottenham, or I couldn't have satisfied them for a day. I'm sure I did what few people could have done, and for all that, they treated me, from almost the first, very badly. I had to be a housemaid as well as a lady's maid. The slavery left me every night worn out with exhaustion, and I hadn't even enough to eat. As time went on, they treated me worse and worse. They spoke to me often in a way that made my heart boil, as if they were so many queens, and I was some poor mean wretch who was honoured by being allowed to toil for them. Then they quarrelled among themselves unceasingly, and, of course, I had to bear all the bad temper. I never saw people hate another like those three did. The sisters even scratched each other's faces in their fits of jealousy, and sometimes they both stormed at their mother till she went into hysterics, just because she couldn't give them more money. The only one in the house who ever spoke decently to me was the son, Alfred Bolter, his name was. I suppose I felt grateful to him. Once or twice, when he met me on the stairs, he kissed me. I was too miserable even to resent it. I went about day after day in a dazed state, trying to make up my mind to leave the people, but I couldn't. I don't know how it was. I had never felt so afraid of being thrown out into the world again. I suppose it was bodily weakness, for want of proper food, and overwork. I began to feel that the whole world was wronging me. Was there never to be anything for me but slaving? Was I never to have any enjoyment of life like other people? I felt a need of pleasure. I didn't care how or what. I was always in a fever. Everything was exaggerated to me. What was going to be my future? I kept asking myself, was it only to be hard work, miserably paid, till I died? And should I die at last without having known what it was to enjoy my life? When I was allowed to go out, it was very seldom, I walked aimlessly about the streets, watching all the girls I passed, and fancying they all looked so happy, all enjoying their life so. I was growing thin and pale. I coughed, and began to think I was consumptive. A little more of it, and I believe I should have become so really. It came to an end, suddenly and unexpectedly. All three, mother and daughters, had been worrying me through a whole morning, and at last one of them called me a downright fool, and said I wasn't worth the bread I ate. I turned on them. I can't remember a word I said, but speak I did, and in a way that astonished them. They shrank back from me, looking pale and frightened. I felt in that moment that I was 1,000 times their superior. I believe I told them so. Then I rushed up to my room, packed my box, and went out into the street. I had just turned a corner when someone came up to me, and it was Mr. Bolter. He had followed me from the house. He laughed, said I had done quite right, and asked me if I had any money. I shook my head. He walked on by me and talked. The end was that he found me rooms and provided for me. I had not the least affection for him, but he had pleasant, gentlemanly ways, and it scarcely even occurred to me to refuse his offers. I was reckless. What happened to me mattered little, as long as I had not to face hard work. I needed rest. For one in my position there was, I saw well enough, only one way of getting it. I took that way. Ida had told this in a straightforward, unhesitating manner, not meeting her companion's gaze, yet not turning away. One would have said that judgments upon her story were indifferent to her. She simply related past events. In a moment she resumed. "Do you remember, on the night when you first met me, a man following us in the street?" Waymark nodded. "He was a friend of Alfred Bolter's, and sometimes we met him when we went to the theatre and such places. That is the only person I ever hated from the first sight, hated and dreaded in a way I could not possibly explain." "But why do you mention him?" asked Waymark. "What is his name?" "His name is Edwards," returned Ida, pronouncing it as if the sound excited loathing in her. "I had been living in this way for nearly half a year, when one day this man called and came up to my sitting-room. He said he had an appointment with Mr. Bolter, who would come presently. I sat scarcely speaking, but he talked on. Presently Mr. Bolter came. He seemed surprised to find the other man with me, and almost at once turned round and went out again. Edwards followed him, saying to me that he wondered what it all meant. The meaning was made clear to me a few hours after. There came a short note from Mr. Bolter, saying that he had suspected that something was wrong, and that, under the circumstances, he could of course only say good-bye. I can't say that I was sorry. I can't say that I was glad. I despised him for his meanness, not even troubling myself to try and make sure of what had happened. The same night Edwards came to see me again, made excuses, blamed his friend, shuffled here and there, and gave me clearly to understand what he wanted. I scarcely spoke, only told him to go away, and that he need never speak to me anywhere or at any time. It would be useless. Well, I changed my lodgings for those I now have, and simply began the life I have been leading. Work was more impossible for me than ever, and I had a need to feed and clothe myself." "How long ago was that?" asked Waymark, without looking up. 4 months. Ida rose from the beach. The tide had gone down some distance. There were stretches of smooth sand, already dry in the sunshine. "Let us walk back to the sands," she said, pointing. "You are going home?" "Yes, I want to rest a little. I will meet you again about 8 o'clock, if you like." Waymark accompanied her as far as the door, then strolled on to his own lodgings, which were near at hand. It was only the second day that they had been in Hastings, yet it seemed to him as if he had been walking about on the seashore with Ida for weeks. For all that, he felt that he was not as near to her now as he had been on certain evenings in London, when his arrival was to her a manifest pleasure, and their talk unflagging from hour to hour. She did not show the spirit of holiday, seemed weary from time to time, was often too preoccupied and indisposed to talk. True, she had at length fulfilled her promise of telling him the whole of her story, but even this increase of confidence Waymark's uneasy mind strangely converted into fresh source of discomfort to himself. She had made this revelation, he half believed, on purpose to keep up the distance between them, to warn him how slight occasion had led her from what is called the path of virtue, that he might not delude himself into exaggerated estimates of her character. Such a thought could of course only be due to the fact that Ida's story had indeed produced something of this impression upon her hearer. Waymark had often busied himself with inventing all manner of excuses for her, had exerted his imagination to the utmost to hit upon some most irresistible climax of dolorous circumstances to account for her downfall. He had yet to realize that circumstances are as relative in their importance as everything else in this world, and that oftentimes the greatest tragedies revolve on apparently the most insignificant outward events, personality being all. He spent the hours of her absence in moving from place to place, fretting in mind. At one moment he half determined to bring things to some issue by disregarding all considerations and urging his love upon her. Yet this he felt he could not do. Surely, he asked himself angrily, was he not still so much in the thraldom of conventionality as to be affected by his fresh reminder of her position and antecedents? Perhaps not quite so much prejudice as experience which disturbed him. He was well acquainted with the characteristics of girls in this class. He knew how all but impossible it is for them to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And there was one thing particularly in Ida's story that he found hard to credit. Was it indeed likely that she had not felt more than she would confess for this man whose mistress she had become so easily? If she had not, if what she said were true, was not this something like a proof of her lack of that refined sentiment which is the capacity for love in its real sense? Torturing doubts and reasonings of this kind, once set going in a brain already confused with passion, there is no limit to the range of speculation opened. Waymark found himself, in spite of everything, entertaining all his old scepticism. In any case, had he the slightest ground for the hope that she might ever feel to him as warmly as he did to her? He could not recall one instance of Ida's having betrayed a trace of fondness in her intercourse with him. The mere fact of their intercourse he altogether lost sight of, whereas an outsider would, under the circumstances, have been justified in laying the utmost stress on this. Waymark had grown to accept it as a matter of course, and only occupied himself with Ida's absolute self-control, her perfect calmness in all situations, the ease with which she met his glance, the looseness of her hand in his, the indifference with which she heard him when he had spoken of his loneliness and frequent misery. Where was the key of her character? She did not care for admiration. It was quite certain that she was not leading him about just to gratify her own vanity. Was it not purely an intellectual matter? She was a girl of superior intellect, and having found in him someone with whom she could satisfy her desire for rational converse, did she not on this account keep up their relations? For the rest, well, she liked ease and luxury. Above all, ease. Of that she would certainly make no sacrifice. How well he could imagine the half-annoyed, half-contemptuous smile which would rise to her beautiful face if he were so foolish as to become sentimental with her. That, he felt, would be a look not easy to bear, humiliation he dreaded. When 8 o'clock came, he was leaning over the end of the pier, at the appointed spot, still busy in thought. There came a touch on his arm. "Well, are you thinking how you can make a book out of my story?" The touch, the voice, the smile, how all his sophistry was swept away in a rush of tenderness and delight. "I must wait for the end of it," he returned, holding out his hand, which she did not take. "The end? Oh, you must invent one. Ends in real life are so commonplace and uninteresting." "Commonplace or not," said Waymark, with some lack of firmness in his voice, "the end of your story should not be an unhappy one. If I had the disposing of it, and I might have, but for one thing." "What's that?" she asked, with sudden interest. "My miserable poverty. If I only had money. Money!" "Money!" she exclaimed, turning away almost angrily. Then she added, with the coldness which she did not often use, but which, when she did, chilled and checked him, "I don't understand you." He pointed with a bitter smile down to the sands. Look at that gold of the sunset in the pools the tide has left. It is the most glorious color in nature, but it makes me miserable by reminding me of the metal it takes its name from." She looked at him with eyes which had in them a strange wonder, sad at first, then full of scorn, of indignation, and then she laughed, drawing herself away from him. The laugh irritated him. He experienced a terrible revulsion of feeling from the warmth and passion which had possessed him to that humiliation which he could not bear. And just now a number of people came and took their stands close by in a gossiping group. Ida had half turned away, and was looking at the golden pools. He tried to say something, but his tongue was dry, and his word would not come. Presently she faced him again, and said, in very much her ordinary tone, "I was going to tell you that I have just had news from London, which makes it necessary for me to go back to-morrow. I shall have to take an early train." "This is because I have offended you," Waymark said, moving nearer to her. "You had no thought of going before that." "I am not surprised that you refuse to believe me," returned Ida, smiling very faintly. "Still, it is the truth. And now I must go in again. I am very tired." "No," he exclaimed as she moved away. "You must not go in till you have forgotten me. At least come away to a quiet place where I can speak freely to you. These people—" "To-morrow morning," she said, waving her hand wearily. "I can't talk now, and indeed there is no need to speak of this at all. I have forgotten it." "No, you have not. How could you? And you will not go to-morrow. You shall not." "Yes, I must," she returned firmly. "Then I shall go with you." "As you like." "I shall leave by the express at 9:05. Then I shall be at the station. But at least I may walk home with you." "No, please. If you wish me to think you are sincere, if you wish us still to be friends, stay till I have left the pier. Good night." He muttered a return, and stood watching her as she walked quietly away. When it was nearly midnight, Ida lay on her bed, dressed as she had lain since her return home. For more than an hour she had cried and sobbed in blank misery, cried as never since the bitter days long ago, just after her mother's death. Then, the fit over, something like a reaction of calm followed, and as she lay perfectly still in the darkness, her regular breathing would have led one to believe her asleep. But she was only thinking, and, indeed, very far from sleep. The long day in the open air had so affected her eyes that, as she looked up at the ceiling, it seemed to her to be a blue space, with light clouds constantly flitting across it. Presently this impression became painful, and a growing restlessness made her rise. The heat of the room was stifling, for just above was the roof, upon which all day the sun had poured its rays. She threw open the window and drank in the air. The night was magnificent, flooded with warm moonlight and fragrant with sea breathings. Ida felt an irresistible desire to leave the house and go down to the shore, which she could not see from her window. The tide, she remembered, would just now be full, and to walk by it in the solitude of midnight would bring her that peace and strength of soul she so much needed. She put on her hat and cloak and went downstairs. The front door was only latched, and, as she had her key, no doubt she would be able to let herself in at any hour. The streets were all but deserted, and when she came to the beach, no soul was anywhere visible. She walked toward the place where she had spent the afternoon with Waymark, then onwards still further to the east, till there was but a narrow space between the water and the cliffs. Breakers there were none, not more ripple at the clear tide edge than on the border of a little lake. So intense was the silence that every now and then could be distinctly heard a call on one of the fishing boats flying some distance from the shore. The town was no longer in sight. It was close even here. What little breeze there was brushed the face like the warm wing of a passing bird. Ida dipped her hands in the water and sprinkled it upon her forehead. Then she took off her boots and stockings and walked with her feet in the ripples. A moment after she stopped and looked all around, as if hesitating at some thought, and wishing to see that her solitude was secure. Just then the sound of a clock came very faintly across the still air, striking the hour of 1. She stepped from the water at a few paces, and began hastily to put off her clothing. In a moment her feet were again in the ripples, and she was walking out from the beach till her gleaming body was hidden. Then she bathed, breasting the full flow with delight, making the sundered and broken water flash myriad reflections of the moon and stars. Waymark was at the station next morning, half an hour before train time. He waited for Ida's arrival before taking his ticket. She did not come. He walked about in feverish impatience, plaguing himself with all manner of doubt and apprehension. The train came into the station, and yet she had not arrived. It started, and no sign of her. He waited yet 5 minutes, then walked hastily into the town, and to Ida's lodgings. Miss Starr, he was told, had left very early that morning. If he was Mr. Waymark, there was a note to be delivered to him. "I thought it better that I should go to London by an earlier train, for we should not have been quite at our ease with each other. I beg you will not think my leaving you is due to anything but necessity. Indeed, it is not. I shall not be living at my old place, but any letter you send there I shall get. I cannot promise to reply at once, but hope you will let me do so when I feel able to. I.S." Waymark took the next train to town. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The Enderbys. Some 20 years before the date we have reached, the Reverend Paul Enderby, a handsome young man, endowed with moral and intellectual qualities considerably above the average, lived and worked in a certain small town of Yorkshire. He had been here for 2 years, an unmarried man. Now it was made known that this state of things was to come to an end. Moreover, to the disappointment of not a few households, it was understood that the future of Mrs. Enderby had been chosen from among his own people in London. The lady came, and there was a field day of criticism. Mrs. Enderby looked very young, and was undeniably pretty. She had accomplishments, and evidently liked to exhibit them before her homely visitors. She exaggerated the refinement of her utterance, that it might all the more strike off against the local accent. It soon became clear that she would be anything but an assistance to her husband in his parochial work. 1 or 2 attempts were made, apparently with good will, at intercourse with the poor parishioners, but the enterprise was distinctly a failure. It had to be definitely given up. Presently a child was born in the parsonage, and for a little while the young mother's attention was satisfactorily engaged at home. The child was a girl, and received the name of Maud. Paul Enderby struggled to bate no jot of his former activity, but a change was obvious to all. No less obvious the reason of it. Mrs. Enderby's reckless extravagance had soon involved her husband in great difficulties. He was growing haggard, his health was failing, his activity shrank within the narrowest possible limits. He shunned men's gaze. Yet all at once there happened something which revived much of his old zeal, and, in spite of everything, brought him once more prominently forward. A calamity had visited the town. By a great explosion in a neighbouring colliery, numbers of homes had been rendered destitute, and aid of every kind was imperatively called for on all sides. In former times Paul Enderby would have been just the man for this occasion, and even now he was not wanting. Extensive subscriptions were raised, and he, as chief man in the committee which had been formed, had chief control of the funds. People said afterwards that they had often remarked something singular in his manner as he went about in these duties. Whether that was true or not, something more than singular happened when, 2 months later, accounts were being investigated and cleared up. Late one evening Mr. Enderby left home, and never returned to it. It was very soon known that he must have appropriated to his own use considerable sums which had reached his hands for charitable purposes, and the scandal was terrific. Mrs. Enderby and her child disappeared in a day or two. It was said that ladies from London had come and fetched her away, and she was no more heard of in that little town. Miss Bygrave, an elder sister of Mrs. Enderby, had received a letter from Paul summoning her to the wife's aid, and this letter, dated from Liverpool, after disclosing in a few words the whole situation, went on to say that the writer, though he would never more be seen by those who knew him, would not fail to send his wife what money he could, as often as he could, and after half a year sums had begun to be remitted in envelopes bearing a Californian postmark. They were not much use, however, to Mrs. Enderby. A few days after her arrival at her home in London, she had been discovered hanging, with a rope round her neck, from a nail behind her bedroom door. Cut down in time, her life was saved, but reason had forsaken her. She was taken away to an asylum, and remained there for 5 years. By that time she seemed to have quite recovered. Her home now was to be with her sister, Teresa Bygrave. Her child, Maud Enderby, was nearly 7 years old. Mrs. Enderby returned to the world not quite the same woman as when she left it. She had never lacked character, and this now showed itself in one immutable resolution. Having found that the child had learnt nothing of its parents, she determined that this ignorance should continue, or rather that it should be exchanged for the belief that those parents were both long dead. She dwelt apart, supported by her sister. Finally, after 10 years' absence, Paul Enderby returned to England and lived again with his wife. But Maud, their daughter, still believed herself alone in the world, save for her aunt, Miss Bygrave. At the time when Waymark and Ida were together at Hastings, Mrs. Enderby called one evening at Miss Bygrave's house, the house of Maud's childhood, still distinguished by the same coldness, bareness, and gloom, the same silence echoing to a strange footfall. Teresa Bygrave had not greatly altered. Tall, upright, clad in the plainest black garment, she walked into the room with silent dignity, and listened to a suggestion made by her brother-in-law. "We have talked it over again," said Paul, "and we have decided to take this step." He paused and watched the listener's face eagerly, glancing away as soon as she looked up. "And you still wish me to break it to Maud, and in the way you said?" "If you will. But I do so wish you would let me know your own thoughts about this. You have so much claim to be considered. Maud is in reality yours far more than she is ours. Will it? Do you think now it will really be for our own happiness? Will the explanation you are able to give be satisfactory to her? What will be her attitude towards us? You know her character. You understand her. If the future could be all as calm as the past year has been, said Miss Bygrave, I should have nothing to urge against your wishes. And this will contribute to it, exclaimed Enderby. This would give Emily the very support she needs. Miss Bygrave looked into his face, which had a pleading earnestness, and a deep pity lay in her eyes. Let it be so, she said with decision. I myself have much hope from Maud's influence. I will write and tell her not to renew her engagement, and she will be with us at the end of September. But you will not tell her anything till she comes? No. Miss Bygrave lived in all but complete severance from the world. When Maud Enderby was at school, she felt strongly and painfully the contrast between her own home life and that of her companions. The girl withdrew into solitary reading and thinking, grew ever more afraid of the world, and by degrees sought more of her aunt's confidence, feeling that here was a soul that had long since attained to the peace which she was vainly seeking. But it was with effort that Miss Bygrave brought herself to speak to another form of her faith. After that Christmas night when she addressed Maud for the first time on matters of religion, she had said no second word. She waited the effect of her teaching, and the girl's spontaneous recurrence to the subject. There was something in the very air of the still, chill house, favourable to ascetic gravity. A young girl living under such circumstances must either pine away eating her own heart, or become a mystic and find her daily food in religious meditation. Only when her niece was 17 years old did Miss Bygrave speak to her of worldly affairs. Her own income, she explained, was but just sufficient for their needs, and would terminate upon her death. Had Maud thought at all of what course she would choose when the time for the decision came? Naturally, only one thing could suggest itself to the girl's mind, and that was to become a teacher. To begin with, she took subordinate work in the school where she had been a pupil. Later, she obtained the engagement at Dr. Tootle's. An education of this kind, working upon Maud Enderby's natural temperament, resulted in an abnormal character, the chief trait of which was remarkable as being in contradiction to the spirit of her time. She was oppressed with the consciousness of sin. Every most natural impulse of her own heart she regarded as a temptation to be resisted with all her strength. Her ideal was the same as Miss Bygrave's, but she could not pursue it with the latter's assured calm. At every moment the voice of her youth spoke within her, and became to her the voice of the enemy. Her faith was scarcely capable of formulation in creeds. Her sins were not of omission or commission in the literal sense. It was an attitude of soul which she sought to attain, though ever falling away. What little she saw of the world in London, and afterwards at her home by the seaside, only served to increase the trouble of her conscience, making her more aware of her own weakness. For instance, the matter of her correspondence with Waymark. In very truth, the chief reason why she had given him the permission he asked of her was that, before so sudden and unexpected a demand, she found herself confused and helpless. Had she been able to reflect, the temptation would probably have been resisted, for the pleasantness of the thought made her regard it as a grave temptation. Casuistry and sophistical reasoning with her own heart ensued, to the increase of her morbid sensitiveness. She persuaded herself that greater insight into the world's evil would be of aid in her struggle, and so the contents of Waymark's first letter led her to a continuance of the correspondence. A power of strong and gloomy description, which she showed in her letters, and which impressed Waymark, afforded the key to her sufferings. Her soul in reality was that of an artist, and whereas the artist should be free from everything like moral prepossession, Maud's aesthetic sensibilities were in perpetual conflict with her own moral convictions. She could not understand herself, seeing that her opportunities had never allowed her to obtain an idea of the artistic character. This irrepressible delight and interest in the active life of the world, what could it be but the tendency to evil most strongly developed? These heart-burnings, whenever she witnessed men and women rejoicing in the exercise of their natural affections, what could that be but the proneness to evil in its grossest form? It was naturally a great surprise to Maud when she received the letter from her aunt, which asked her not to continue her engagement into the new quarter, giving as a reason merely that the writer wished for her at home. It was even with something of dread and shrinking that she looked forward to a renewal of the old life. Still, it was enough that her aunt had need of her. On her return to London, she was met with strange revelations. Miss Bygrave's story had been agreed upon between herself and Paul. It had been deemed best to make Mrs. Enderby's insanity the explanation of Maud's removal from her parents, and the girl, stricken as she was with painful emotions, seemed to accept this undoubtingly. The 5 years or so since Paul Enderby's reappearance in England seemed to have been not unprosperous. The house to which Maud was welcomed by her father and mother was not a large one, and not in a very fashionable locality, but it was furnished with elegance. Mrs. Enderby frequently had her hired brougham, and made use of it to move about a good deal, where people see and are seen. Mr. Enderby's business was in the city. How he had surmounted his difficulties was not very clear. His wife learned that he had brought with him from America a scheme for the utilization of waste product in some obscure branch of manufacture, had been so far successful as to supply him with a small capital. He seemed to work hard, leaving home at 9 each morning, getting back to dinner at 6:30, and as often as not spending the evening away from home and not returning till the small hours. He had the feverish eye of a man whose subsistence depends upon speculative acuteness and restless calculation. No doubt he was still so far the old Paul that, whatever he undertook, he threw himself into it with surpassing vigour. Mrs. Enderby was in her 38th year, and still handsome. Most men, at all events, would have called her so, for most men are attracted by a face which is long, delicate, characterless, and preserves late the self-conscious expression of a rather frivolous girl of 17. She had ideals of her own, which she pursued regardless of the course in which they led her, and these ideals were far from ignoble. To beauty of all kinds she was passionately sensitive, As a girl she had played the piano well, and though the power had gone from long disuse, music was still her chief passion. Graceful ease, delicacy in her surroundings, freedom from domestic cares, the bloom of flowers, sweet scents, such things made up her existence. She loved her husband, and had once worshipped him. She loved her recovered daughter, but both affections were in her, so to speak, of aesthetic rather than of moral quality. Intercourse between Maud and her parents, now that they lived together, was, as might have been expected, not altogether natural or easy. She came to them with boundless longings, ready to expend in a moment the love of a lifetime. They, on their side, were scarcely less full of warm anticipation. Yet something prevented the complete expression of this mutual yearning. The fault was not in the father and mother if they hung back somewhat. In very truth, Maud's pure, noble countenance abashed them. This their child was so much the superior of them both. They felt it from the first moment, and could never master the consciousness. Maud mistook this for coldness. It checked and saddened her. Yet time brought about better things, though the ideal would never be attained. In her father the girl found much to love. Her mother she could not love as she had hoped, but she regarded her with a vast tenderness, often with deep compassion. Much of sympathy, moreover, there was between these two. Maud's artistic temperament was inherited from her mother, but she possessed it to a stronger degree, of purer quality, and under greater restraint. This restraint, however, did not long continue to be exercised as hitherto. Life, for the first time, was open before her, and the music which began to fill her ears, the splendour which shone into her eyes, gradually availed to still the inner voice which had so long spoken to her in dark admonishings. She could not resign herself absolutely to the new delight. It was still a conflict, but from the conflict itself she derived a kind of joy born of the strength of her imagination. Yes, there was one portion of the past which dwelt with her, and by degrees busied her thoughts more and more. The correspondence with Waymark had ceased, and by her own negligence. In those days of mental disturbance which preceded her return to London, his last letter had reached her, and this she had not replied to. It had been her turn to write, but she had not felt able to do so. It had seemed to her, indeed, that with her return home the correspondence would naturally come to an end, and a strange ignorance of herself, such as now and then darkens us. She had suddenly come to attach little value to the connection. Not improbably, Waymark's last 2 letters had been forced and lacking in interest. He had never said anything which could be construed into more than an expression of friendly interest or intellectual sympathy. It may be that Maud's condition, dimly prophetic of the coming change, required more than this, and she conceived a certain dissatisfaction. Then came the great event, and for some weeks she scarcely thought of her correspondent. One day, however, she chanced upon the little packet of his letters, and read them through again. It was with new eyes. Thoughts spoke to her which had not been there in the first reading. Waymark had touched at times on art and kindred subjects, and only now could she understand his meaning. She felt that, in breaking off her connection with him, she had lost the one person who could give her entire sympathy, to whom she might have spoken with certainty of being understood. of all the novel ideas which possessed her, who, indeed, would have been invaluable as a guide in the unknown land she was treading. It was now almost the end of a year. More than 3 months had gone by since she received that last letter from him. Could she write now, and let him know that she was in London? She could not but give expression to her altered self, and would he be able to understand her? Yet she needed him, and there was something of her mother in the fretting to which she was now and then driven by the balked desire. At length she was on the point of writing a letter, and with whatever result, when chance spared her the trouble. One morning in December she went with her mother to an exhibition of pictures in Bond Street. Such visits had been common of late. Mrs. Enderby could rarely occupy herself at home, and pictures, as everything beautiful, always attracted her. They had been in the gallery a few minutes only, when Maud recognized Waymark close at hand. He was looking closely at a canvas, and seemed quite unaware of her proximity. She laid her hand on her mother's arm, and spoke in a nervous whisper.
"Mother, I know that gentleman."
"This one?" asked Mrs. Enderby, indicating Waymark with a smile. She showed no surprise, any more than she would have done had Maud been only her friend.
"Yes, if he should notice me, may I introduce him to you? He was at the school where I taught a year ago."
"Why, certainly, my love," replied her mother, with cheerful assent. "It is quite natural that you should have acquaintances I should like to know. Shall I ask him to come and see us?" There was no opportunity of answering. Waymark, in moving on, had glanced round at the groups of people, and his eye had fallen on Maud. He seemed uncertain, looked quickly away, glanced again, and, meeting her eyes, raised his hat, though still without conviction in his face. Maud came naturally forward a step or two, and they shook hands. Then at once she introduced him to her mother. No one ever experienced awkward pauses in Mrs. Enderby's presence. Conversation linked itself with perfect ease, and in a minute they were examining the pictures together. Mrs. Enderby had made up her mind with regard to her new acquaintance, in one or two gleams of her quick eyes, and then talked on in an eager, intelligent way, full of contagious enthusiasm, which soon brought out Waymark's best powers. Maud said very little. Whenever it was possible, unobserved, she gazed at Waymark's face. She found herself thinking that, in external appearance, he had improved since she last saw him. He no longer had that hungry, discontented look to which she had grown accustomed in the upper schoolroom at Dr. Tootle's. His eye seemed at once quieter and keener. His complexion was brighter. The habitual frown had somewhat smoothed away. Then he was more careful in his manner of dress. On the whole, it seemed probable that his circumstances had changed for the better. Waymark, on his side, whilst he talked, was not less full of speculation about Maud, for the change in her appearance was certainly much more noticeable than it could be in his own. Not only that she had put aside her sad-coloured and poor raiment for a costume of tasteful and attractive simplicity, this, of course, her mother's doing, but the look of shrinking, almost of fear, which he had been wont to see on her face was entirely gone. Her eye seemed forever intelligent of new meanings. She was pale, but with a pallor of eager, joy-bringing thought. There was something pathetic in this new-born face. The lips seemed still to speak of past sorrows, or, it might be, to hold unspoken a sad fate, half foreseen. If this renewal of acquaintanceship came just at the right time for Maud, it was no less welcome to Waymark. When he wrote his last letter to her, it had proceeded more from a sense of obligation than any natural impulse, for he was then only just recovering from a period of something like despair. His pursuit of Ida's star to London had been fruitless. It was true that she had left her former abode, and the landlady professed to be ignorant of her new one, though she admitted that she had seen Ida scarcely 2 hours before Waymark's arrival. He wrote, but had no reply. His only comfort was an ever-rising suspicion of the truth, as he would learn it later. But fears were, on the whole, strongest within him. Confidence in her he had not. All the reflections of that last evening on Hastings Pier lived and relived in his mind, outcome of the cynicism which was a marked feature in his development, and at the same time tending to confirm it. She had been summoned back suddenly by a letter. Who but a simpleton could doubt what that meant? He thought of Sally, of course, and the step that she had taken. But could he draw conclusions about Ida from Sally? And did ever 2 such instances come within a man's experience? To Sally herself he had naturally had recourse, but in vain. She said that she knew nothing of the lost girl, so Waymark fought it out, to the result of weariness, then plunged into his work again, and had regained very much his ordinary state of mind when Maud Enderby unexpectedly came before him. He called upon the Enderbys, and was soon invited to dine, which necessitated the purchase of a dress suit. On the appointed evening he found Maud and her mother in a little drawing-room, which had the pleasant air of ease and refinement. It was a new sensation for Waymark as he sank into a soft chair, and, in speaking, lowered his voice to suit the quietness of the room. The soft lamplight spreading through the coloured shade, the just perceptible odour of scent when Mrs. Enderby stirred, the crackling of the welcome fire, filled him with a sense of luxury to which he was not accustomed. He looked at Maud. She was beautiful in her evening dress, and marking the grave, sweet thoughtfulness of her face, the grace of her movements, the air of purity which clung about her, his mind turned to Ida's star, and experienced a shock at the comparison. Where was Ida at this moment? The mere possibilities which such a question brought before his mind made him uneasy, almost as if he had forgotten himself and uttered aloud some word all unfit for ladies' ears. The feeling was a novel one, and in afterwards recalling it, he could smile rather contemptuously. If we are enraptured with one particular flower, shall we necessarily despise another whose beauty and perfume happen to be of quite a different kind? Mr. Enderby appeared, followed by another gentleman. Waymark noticed an unpleasant heat in the hand held out to him. There was a flush in Paul's cheeks, too, and his eyes were very bright. He greeted the visitor with somewhat excessive warmth, then turned and introduced his companion by the name of Mr. Rudge. Waymark observed that this gentleman and his hostess were on terms of lively intimacy. They talked much throughout the evening. During the 3 months that followed, Waymark's intercourse with the Enderbys was pretty frequent. Mrs. Enderby asked few questions about him, and Maud was silent after she had explained Waymark's position, so far as she was acquainted with it, and how she had come to know him. To both parents, the fact of Maud's friendship was a quite sufficient guarantee, so possessed were they with the conviction of the trustworthiness of her judgment and the moral value of her impulses. In Waymark's character there was something which women found very attractive. Strength and individuality are perhaps the words that best express what it was, though these qualities would not in themselves have sufficed to give him his influence without a certain gracefulness of inward homage which manifested itself when he talked with women, a suggestion, too, of underlying passion which works subtly on a woman's imagination. There was nothing commonplace in his appearance and manner, and one divined in him a past out of the ordinary range of experiences, and felt the promise of a future which would, in one way or another, be remarkable. The more Waymark saw of Maud Enderby, the more completely did he yield to the fascination of her character. In her presence he enjoyed a strange calm of spirit. For the first time he knew a woman who by no word or look or motion could stir in him a cynical thought. Here was something higher than himself, a nature which he had to confess transcended the limits of his judgment, a soul with insight possibly for ever denied to himself. He was often pained by the deference with which he sought his opinion or counsel. The words in which he replied to her sounded so hollow. He became so often and so keenly sensible of his insincerity, a quality which, with others, he could consciously rely upon as a resource, but which, before Maud, stung him. He was driven to balance judgments, to hesitate in replies, to search his own heart, as perhaps never before. Artificial good humour, affected interest, mock sympathy, were as far from her as was the least taint of indelicacy. Every word she uttered rang true, and her very phrases had that musical fall which only associates itself with beautiful and honest thought. She never exhibited gaiety or a spirit of fun, but could raise a smile by an exquisite shade of humour which, as the best is, was more than half sadness. Nor was she fond of mixing with people whom she did not know well. When there was company at dinner, she generally begged to be allowed to dine alone. Though always anxious to give pleasure to her parents, she was most happy when nothing drew her from her own room. There she would read and dream through hours. There were times when the old dreaded feelings took revenge, night wakings when she lay in cold anguish, yearning for the dawn. She was not yet strong enough to face past and future, secured in attained conviction. As yet she could not stir beyond the present, and in the enjoyment of the present was her strength. End of chapter 18.